Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. This is like, I think, my 2,500th seminar in the past 30 years. I've been in law 30 years now. I'm 66 years old. I'll be 67 this year. I'm September 17th, 1949. I got into this in 1980 when my children were taken from me in a divorce. The judge that took my children, I prosecuted him for under the 1964 Civil Rights Act for apartheid and sex discrimination, and he was disbarred. And he was reappointed again 7 years later, and I had him disbarred 2 weeks later. And he was appointed again 7 years after that, and he was disbarred a third time by me. And when he got on the bench, he passed away in 1997. So he never was able to sit the bench and take children from anybody else. When I lost my children in 1980, I, of course, was upset. Taking a child away from a parent is a very hard emotional thing. But it wasn't about suing the man who did that. It was about suing an organization called judges who had the power to take away children, to break people's hearts, take away foreclosed properties, destroy lives. Yes, judges need to put criminals in jail, rapists, bank robbers, murderers, people that drive 100 miles an hour through a school zone. Yes, these people belong behind bars. But when you're in a position of making judgment on another human being for profit, that's wrong. That's rape. That's rape in the first degree. Rape is using force to create a performance from another human being. And throughout my life, after I put Stanley Miller, was his name, in jail, he was another judge that broke the law several times, and I prosecuted him. I've been doing this prosecuting judges for 35 years. I had a judge named Wazalewski, and I was in front of him 65 consecutive times, suing for equal shared parenting. And every time he told me, every time I said yes, he would say no. So I'd go home and I would change the way I performed my lawsuit. And then each time I came back and I did it the way I thought he wanted, he'd say no. So finally in the 65th meeting in 1985, he said, every time you say yes, I'm going to say no. And every time you say no, I'm going to say yes. He says, yeah, I will never agree with you. He says, you've been in my court 65 times. He says, you've been wrong 65 times. He says, and until you are correct, I will continue to frustrate you by not giving you your children because you're coming to my court and you lie because you're wrong. I says, so I waited about 10 seconds and I says, does 3 plus 3 equal 6? He goes, yes. He says, well, you just said you would never agree with me. So then he said, no one ever went to war over a math problem in the history of mankind. And I thought for about 5 seconds. I said, that's a true statement, Judge. So you just told me that if I find a mathematical interface on communications, that you will give me my children back. He says, yes. So I had a challenge. And he walked out of the courtroom, and I was putting my papers together, and he came back in, he stuck his head out the door and says, you're a smart guy, you'll figure it out. It took 1,000 days for me to figure it out. I did have my children on pretty well every other weekend and Tuesdays and Thursdays after school, so I had better visitation. But it wasn't until I broke the math interface on April 6, 1988, that I was able to walk back into his courtroom and prosecute him for treason. I had 92 City of Milwaukee state and federal judges recuse themselves, and 38 federal judges in the neighboring 7 states, plus 400 other state judges recuse themselves from the case. Stanley Miller was our chief judge at the time in Milwaukee, and after having the door slammed in his face to the tune of 92 judges, he says, well, I'm chief judge, nobody can overwrite me, I'll take the case. In 20 minutes, he came back out after reading the case, and he handed it back, and he says, no one will ever take this case. He says, I recuse myself. He says, I can't go into an argument of correct parse, syntax, grammar. Because all judges live by the law, and that law is no law or fact shall be tried in court. Now, what that actually says is every politician is a lawyer. About 90% of our legislature, congressmen, politicians are lawyers or attorneys. You have 1.6 million attorneys and lawyers in the United States and 11,000 judges. And I've removed 4,000 judges and 3,000 attorneys in the past 35 years from practice. So for everybody that says this is nonsense, then why is 7,000 people in this craft leaving? No is a negative adverb, so we're going to put a 1 on here, which modifies the verb law. But that's a negative verb. Or is a neutral, it works with an option. So that means that facts also become a negative verb. Because if I said no, fact, or law, these are interchangeable as an option. When I do shall, that becomes a pronoun, but it's in the future. Be connects to a pronoun in front of it, but now modifies tried to be a pastime verb in as an adverb, making court to be a verb. Now we have one jurisdiction. Now over here, I've got a little cheat sheet for everybody. This will stay up all day. That you have to have one venue. The word jurisdiction means opinion, but a venue is a geographical location of one idea, just like a sentence must have one idea. So the idea here is that you have a verb court, a verb tried, a verb fact, and a verb law, but they're negative. That's why the sign says no parking, no trespassing, don't walk. It's all about negative. The 10 Commandments are thou shalt not. They don't say thou shalt perform goodness. This is thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. Why doesn't it say thou shalt perform life? Why doesn't it use positive performance? 3 years ago, we added the word performance to our program. The name of our courts is the Document Contract Federal Postal Court Venue Performance. And it's a performance that moves things. Performance is thinking. Thinking is the verb. And when you think, you become the action. And when you become the action, oh, I don't like the word action because that's spelled A-C-T. A vowel and 2 consonants means no contract. They wrote it up here. So we don't use the word action. We don't use the word motion. Motion is M-O-T, moot, which is void. I-O-N is contract, is parse. So the judge always tells you to file a moot contract, which means write it in adverb, verb, adverb, adjective, pronoun, or pronoun, adverb, verb, which is state of North-Carolina. Everybody thinks that you live in North Carolina. You don't. You live in the North-Carolina territory. 1834, Congress passed a law that all compound-nounded states must be hyphenated. And none of the states do it because it creates awareness of using punctuation for compound words. You can look up the word any, and you look up the word thing, which are 2 independent words, or you can look up anything. You can also look up any hyphen thing, or some hyphen sometimes, as one word or with a hyphen in it. But if you use some, it's an adverb making time to be a verb. So they use sometime, which is now a pronoun, and PRO is no, NO is no, and UN is no. So you have a no, no, no. So what they're doing here is our vocabulary that they gave us is intentionally bastardized to be a negative no all the time. The first word all of you learned was when you were about 9 months old, trying to stand up by grabbing a hold of the tablecloth with all the dishes up there and pulling yourself up. And the first thing your mother or your father said to you was, no, stop. So what do? The excitement that was generated from the emotion of no gave you attention. And as a baby, the only thing you wanted was attention from your parents. So the more negativities, things you did and got no'd for, you wound up in a no environment. Then you get out in public, and 10% of all the words in your vocabulary have a vowel and two consonant, or a vowel as an independent word, a letter, which makes it a syllable. All prefixes mean no. So therefore, you're getting constantly brainwashed in a no scenario. Now, when you go to, if you want to learn about parse, pick up any hymn book from any religion or faith, and when you sing in parse. All songs on the radio are written in parse. You hear it all the time and are already aware of how you're brainwashed with parse. Then when you go to a parse dictionary and you look up what parse means, about 90% of the things you're saying is no contract, no contract, no contract, no contract, no contract, and you're just being brainwashed with the negativity of no. So it's an exercise of negativity. You can never perform the negative condition of a state. People, when you go to court, the judge says he's not on your plane. The judge talks in negativity. The attorney, ATT, talks in negativity. The lawyer, who is a liar, talks in negativity and writes in negativity. If you're doing a perfect zero, how can you charge them with something they did wrong? That's why they declare immunity. See, it's a poetic process of continually generating nothing. So the first thing we're going to talk about is your names, because the first thing that anybody wants to know is, what is your name? What is your name?
Jim Bach.
What is your name?
John.
What is your name?
Bernard-Arthur.
Nope, you got it all wrong. Did I just ask you a question, or did I call you a what? You didn't pay attention. That's a period. So if I said David is your name, you wouldn't think twice about it. But I just called all of you a what? Pay attention to detail. See, now I got another little thing that I do. Some of you have been there and done it. Where is the money? Anybody answer the question, you have the buck.
Where? In your hand.
No? Where's the money? No. Wrong answer again. Where is the money?
Can you write it down, please?
Sure.
Do you write? Do you send?
The money is where?
Where it's at. Where? Where is where? It's where.
Okay, now we're going to go over here to the numbering, to this here. Now this is your syntax key. 1 is an adverb, which is a modifier. 2 is a verb, which represents fiction in the world of fiction. If you want to make it a fact, which is thinking, we're going to do this. So if thinking is in charge, then you have to, this equals a performance. So we'll give, when we use to, we're still going to use to in quantum for a verb. But when we take facts and turn them into verbs, we still give it a to, but it's in fiction. And you're only going to use 1, 2, 3, 4 in the world of fiction. And you're going to use 5, 6, and 7 when you do correct writing. So I'm going to move back over here again. Now there's 2 answers here. Where and what are either pronouns or they're adverbs. the adverb modifies the verb. But if this is a pronoun, then is an adverb. Adverbs connect to the pronoun in front of it and modify the pronoun after it, which now modifies the dangling participle verb for both money and name. What's the answer to where is the money? Money is a dangling participle verb. There's no such thing as a verb money. See, if you take, when I give you a little math problem, what's the answer? 4 equals.
Not enough information.
Right, that's the right answer. Not enough information. Because there's not enough information, the first thing you look for is operations in a math problem. I don't care, everyone in this room, when you were in school, you add, subtract, multiply, divide, sine, cosine, tangent, get into physics, calculus, you got to have an operation, and an advertised operation as to what the value of x is. So, in this case here, you want to find out what this little circle, this little void here is. The same thing is down here. Stop reading the words. It doesn't say what you think it says. Look at the operations of the grammar. The minute you see the operations of the grammar, then you're going to become aware of the mortgage that you came here to learn about. Now, you can't see the words from back there, but you can see colors from back there. The pink is an adverb. The adverbs modify the green verbs. Anything that isn't colored is an adjective pronoun. So, you're only allowed to have one verb in a sentence, and that's is or are. Is is singular, are is plural. This document has 4,700 words in it. And this is how many mistakes are in your mortgage, called mail fraud, fictitious conveyance of language, deprivation of rights under coloring of the law, Title 18, Section 242, false and misleading sentences, which is Title 15, Section 1692E, the Bernie Madoff case, who stole $69 billion from Wall Street and put 250 bank presidents in jail for 150 years. So this is what all your mortgages are going to look like when I syntax them and write a lawsuit for them. This is physical evidence, folks. This isn't a headache or a sore back or a sore knee, something you can't prove. This is physical evidence, mathematics. And when the court says, well, that's nonsense, we're not going to go ahead and participate in that nonsense. You can't put grammar on trial. Okay, then what grammar are you writing laws for? What grammar are you prosecuting us with if they got that many mistakes in it? They're just babbling. That's what they do. Now, all of you live in the territory of North-Carolina. Or North-Carolina-territory. You can say it either way. When you go into the state of North Carolina, state is a pronoun, of is an adverb, and North is an adjective of the Carolina pronoun. That's the name of the vessel in dry dock of a foreign vessel. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 44 and 44.1. 44 says that all human beings are foreign vessels, that all judges are foreign judges, that people read and write in foreign languages. And all 10 billion people as of January 2016 read and write and communicate in foreign language. That's how many people are now on planet Earth, 10 billion. So, because of the factor that you're all regarded as to be a foreign entity, and you speak a foreign language, when you walk into a courtroom and you believe that you had prepared your paperwork, you believe that the paperwork that brought you to a courtroom or invited you to a courtroom in the first place was, if I don't show up, I'm going to be held in contempt. Well, that paperwork, like a traffic ticket here, contains 400 mistakes in North Carolina. Their invitations is for you to leave your state and go into a foreign vessel in dry dock. Once you're in the foreign vessel of dry dock, you have no paperwork. You don't have a SEA Siemens paper. You don't have a SEE Sea Pass. You don't have a drogue law, DROGUE, to anchor yourself on a vessel or on planet Earth for that fact. So what are you? You're a vessel. a vessel that babbles, a vessel that uses fictitious paperwork, and you go ahead and you walk onto this vessel in dry dock called a courthouse. Now what are you doing? You're trespassing without a passport. You're trespassing without a correct seaman's papers. You're trespassing without your medical papers that says you don't have some form of contagious. And if you go to any clerk's office now in the United States, as a result of our fingerprinting, they have a sign up that says if you fingerprint in blood or use any human liquids, blood, saliva, on your paperwork, you're a biohazard. We won't accept your paperwork because now it's a biohazard because of contagious diseases. And they won't file your paperwork. And you'll be lucky if you don't get arrested as a terrorist for using a biohazard in a courtroom. Now, when we write lawsuits, we go ahead and we autograph our names and we put our fingerprints on them. We use black or blue ink for that. If you use red ink, they're going to say it's blood and they won't file your paperwork. Don't ever use red or yellow or orange or any of those things. It's just an excuse for them not to participate with you. Now, one of the first things that happens is, what is your name? Or in this case, I went ahead and I wrote up here, this is my punctuated name, full colon, which is a prepositional phrase. David-Wynn, making a compound first name is a fact. The degree is my 92nd degree Masonry, full colon, space Miller. Now, I got the degree in Masonries because I have Manly Hall's The Secret of All Ages. There's only 5 copies in the world. I own one. The book is 18 inches by 12 inches by 2 inches thick. It's 1,000 pages long. And it contains the history of 8,500 years of Masonry, dogma, legenda, Scottish rites, and Eastern Star, numerology, witchcraft. It's got everything. I mean, everything that's supernatural on this planet is in this book. But the book is written in adverb verb. That's one thing Manly Hall did. He wrote it in an adverb verb, which means 2/3 of all the words are missing from the book. So the ones that you can buy on the internet, they're only half as big as that. And they have a lot of the illustrations are missing. But because it's written in adverb verb, it doesn't say what you think it says. So I took about 10 years of my life out on a part-time basis, and I syntaxed the book and put the 2/3 of the missing words in. So now it's written in now time with now time facts. There are no words in the book that have a vowel and 2 consonants, or a vowel is used to start a word which makes it a hollow sound and gives it a no contract meaning. So because of that, we now come back with an entire new definition of what Masonry is and what Eastern Star is, and how to run the world using correct grammar. With that technology, I meet with Masons all over the world. And they come whenever I travel. I've been around the world 5 times, 5 million miles of travel, and 2,500 flights, 3 crash landings. It's kind of difficult to get on a plane after a crash landing. But the people, when they see what correctness looks like in correct grammar, it has an emotional effect on people. It depends on everyone's ability, their IQ. When you read my book, that's this book here, you're going to find you're going to get a headache at first because it's in quantum language and you're brainwashed to only see adverb verb. I'm going to show everyone a little trick later on this afternoon. Oh, another thing, Russell J. Gould is going to be, I'm going to put him on Skype on my computer, and you're going to introduce you to my business partner, Russell. He's my banker and Postmaster General of the United States. The State Department recognizes him as the Senior Postmaster General of the United States as well, because of all the 16 years of treaties we filed with the United States government and the State Department and the United Nations. Now, when we're dealing with the names, why use colons? Well, about 1995, after rewriting my technology from 1988 for 7 years before I went public with it, I'm sitting in my office. I couldn't think of anything. What's missing from, what more information could I generate after 7 years of research? And I sat there for about 5 hours in the dark. And the only thing that was flashing on my Apple computer was the full colon on the time on my computer. And I looked at that and I says, what do you know about colons? I says, I don't know anything about colons. So I went and got the dictionary out and looked up colons. I got my encyclopedia out, started studying about punctuation, learned there's 520 different punctuations in the world, which you can get through Microsoft Word on your computers. But the colon is very unique because it articulates a prepositional phrase for the, of the, with the, by the, depending on where it's used in the application. Do you know that when Sydney, Australia had the 2000 Olympics, every Olympic participant's name and radio TV announcer had to have their names published on TV with punctuation because they had to be politically correct. That influenced the Olympics. Never been done before. And it hasn't been done since because of the amount of attention that was drawn to syntax because of that, which attacked and disqualified our court systems worldwide. Do you know that all courts on planet Earth are the same jurisdiction? A foreign vessel and dry dock. They all function with the same fiction and rules and regulations of those fictions. So when you walk into a courtroom, the first thing they're going to do is call your name or ask what is your name for whoever you are sitting there. But the paperwork that brought you into court was written in all capital letters. It's called a nom de guerre. It means you're a dead person. And if you want to check that out, go to any cemetery on planet Earth and talk to the gravekeeper. He'll tell you what capitalized names mean if you can't find it in any encyclopedia or dictionary. When they ask you to abbreviate your name or write your initials, that's called an acronym. An acronym is spelled ACC, so therefore you're a no-contract individual because you're not truly identifying who you are. Even if you do D.W. Miller, or any sort of that, or Miller David-Wynn, not calling me an adjective pronoun. They're still changing my name from a fact into something that I'm not. It's not on my passport, it's not on my driver's license, it's not on my claim of life, live life. I had all those fixed. And then when you use cursive, the root word of cursive is curse, which means to do evil on others. And that's what they taught us how to read and write in schools. Well, 3 years ago, I passed legislation in the United States that cursive is no longer taught in any school in the United States, public or private, or university, because it's a continuous word of art, straight lines and curved lines on paper. That's all it is. It's art. And art is spelled A-R-T, a vowel and two consonants, no contract, because art comes from an illusion. An illusion is I-L-L, for mere imagination, I-M-M. You see, so it keeps going, even your synonyms are all no contract words. Now, in 1800, many of you know I was in Hawaii. I flew out to Hawaii in May of 1995 for the first time. Ivy West brought me out there to do a seminar on a radio show. From that radio show, I did a stand-up seminar for 5 hours on law of the flags and jurisdiction of flags. I've been round-tripped to Hawaii 100 times and lived there for 3 years, from 2010 to 2013. I lived up in Wailuku Heights on Maui. I was appointed the elected king of Hawaii by the 72 families in June of 1997. And I filed my judge papers because all kings on planet Earth were appointed judges because they have the duties of life and death decision making. Now the reason the 72 families got together, which had been at war for 1,200 years, fighting about jurisdiction, venue, who was the king, who was the queen, but everyone had a second grade reading level. And you can't run a country with a second grade reading level. I have a 29 grade reading level. And I do everything in mathematics, and you can't cheat a math problem. Because you can't cheat a math problem, they knew that I could not lie to them, that my job was to syntax anything they wanted to do. They could say anything they want, write it in either Hawaiian or write it in English. Then we would get together with a dictionary and we'd put this into a form. And it took us 3 years to write the Constitution of Hawaii with 38 kapunas. And they rotated in and out with English, Hawaiian dictionaries, so we both wrote the Constitution in English and in Hawaiian. After this was perfected and they could see that every sentence that I put in the Constitution could be read frontwards and backwards, and all the words could be mixed up no matter how you did it, it always said the same thing. They knew they couldn't be lied to. That's when they elected me their king. The State Department recognized that. The Supreme Court recognized it. The Department of Justice did. And so I was responsible to any communications between the island people of Hawaii and the United States government had to go through me. Because they knew in a math problem everybody was going to be protected correct. I wrote the history of Hawaii. I went to the Iolani Palace Archive Center, and I went all the way back to when English was introduced in 1800, after Cook landed in 1789, and then left and came back 12 years later in 1800, bringing ministers and priests, at which time they then set up their churches, taught English law, English court systems, and anybody that would use a prepositional phrase in Hawaiian language was beheaded. They killed 38,000 of their own people between 1800 and about 1834. Now that was to force them into an adverb-verb environment. The rest of the people, 99%, died of whooping cough, tuberculosis, smallpox, chickenpox, measles, all of our diseases we had in the Americas and Europe, because the whalers came from around the world and harvested the whales in Hawaii. So that was an act of genocide by disease. And now there's only 1% Hawaiian in the Hawaiian Islands. 35% Filipino, 35% Chinese, and about 28% Chinese, or Japanese, 20% Japanese. But they've been there for 200 years, because after the regular population died off, they had to harvest the sugar cane and pineapples, and so they brought these people in. Now, in October 22nd, 1871, Hawaii was the first country by the International Monetary Fund to sign up and file bankruptcy to remove the gold and silver off the Hawaiian Islands and bring in paper money. The paper money was more efficient to handle than gold and silver. It was also a bookkeeping issue because of the amount of whaling that took place in Hawaii. Also, later, they had steam power in 1871. So all vessels, military and civilian, going from the Americas to the Far East had to stop in Hawaii to get coal, C-O-A-L. It was a fuel dump. Whoever controlled Hawaii and controlled the coal controlled all commerce in the Pacific Ocean. So this was a big, big military issue. So with that said, whoever controlled Hawaii in the coal business controlled the entire Pacific Rim. So that's why this first, the Universal Postal Union was established in 1871 by promising to deliver mail anywhere in the world for 2 cents. Well, this is such a deal. All 250 countries worldwide signed up to the post office to have their mail delivered for 2 cents. Well, mail is a vessel, and it was titled a vessel. Well, that means that trains, boats, Pony Express, animals, and last humans are vessels. And because you're a vessel, everybody signed up and started sending mail and participating for 2 cents, giving the post office jurisdiction over planet Earth. You've been worried about the New World Order taking over? It took over in 1871, October 22nd. So get used to it. The post office runs all vessels on planet Earth. Paper is a vessel in a sea of space. So your documents are vessels. Now here's what happens when you have your paper vessel and you go to a foreign vessel in dry dock called the courthouse. Your vessel carries the paper vessel to the port authorities, which is the clerk of the court. The vessel paper gets docked, D-O-C, K, docked, D-O-C-K. Then they give you a docket number. You pay a docking fee, and they stamp it and sign it, and now you have a document. And that's where the word document comes from. A vessel docking and then docketed. So that's how that happens. Now in October 22nd, 1871, King Kamehameha V goes into bankruptcy. Now under Title 46, Chapter 781, that's the Maritime Law, salvaged for 1 year. The paper had to be salvaged, so it took effect on the 22nd of October, 1872. Plus there's a 45-day trust law that goes into effect. The reason I'm talking about Hawaii, because this is the beginning of all your nightmares. Then 45 days from the 22nd of October, it's December 6th, 1872, and King Kamehameha V is assassinated by poison. Well, because he's the last reigning monarchy, if you are dead or off the land for 20 years, the land is free for settlement. So on December 6, 1872, there's a new clock that has started, a 45-day clock. 42 days later, a newspaper article is published. This was found by accident. We wanted to go to the Iolani Palace Archive Center and see what kind of flag was used in 1873. When we went into the center, they said there was no records in Hawaii from 1869 to 1873. I'm going, well, everybody's got backup records, but they didn't. There was only one 3x5 card in the card catalog as big as this room. And in that card catalog, there was just a number on it, went to a microfiche. And that microfiche led us to a newspaper article ordering all Masons in the Hawaiian Islands to come to Lodge Number 1 across the street from the Iolani Palace in Honolulu, Hawaii. That was also the post office and the Supreme Court of Hawaii, all in the same room. Surprise, surprise. So on the 14th day of January, 1873, a treaty was written to take over the Hawaiian Islands in 20 years because the reigning king had died, which means the land is free for settlement in 20 years. Now there's a thing called the 3-day rescission law. It comes under Title 15, Section 1635A. You're going to hear me use this term a lot today. So the 3-day rescission law, some of you think of it as the lemon law also. You buy a car, you can take it back in 3 days or cancel your contract. You sell your house, you can't pick up a check for 3 days. All under the 3-day rescission law. So it goes into effect on January 17th, 1873, and 20 years later, on January 17th, 1893, the United States military vessel pulls in to get coal and disembarks 225 troops, which then march on the Iolani Palace and take over Hawaii. Queen Iolani is an Eastern Star and takes her orders from the Postmaster General across the street, who is the head Mason of the Hawaiian Islands. When you become an Eastern Star, you have to surrender your queenship to the Masons. So even though she was called a queen and sat in the Iolani Palace, she was just a figurehead, but a puppet of the puppet master, Postmaster General. So the clock is now running. And now the Hawaii is declared territory by the United States. And the Hawaiians are in there screaming, "We're alive, we're here, you trespassed." So in 1919, the Hawaiian Homeland says, for $1 a year, we will give you a home and we will give you free water. So they write this contract here, 8 pages long. Trouble is with this contract, there's only, it says Department of Hawaii Home Loans, or Lands. DE means no, part is separation, ENT is contract. So there's no separation contract. Of is an adverb, making this a pronoun, no, which now modifies the adjective Hawaii, the home Hawaii, and the lands as a pronoun, no. And then the second thing on here is the name of the individual is capitalized, making them a dead nom de guerre. So from 1893 to 1919, that's when these documents came to, and this is all italicized, 100% written in adverb verb, and it's spaced. Because it's 100% italics, it's removed from the paper. So what you have is two things here. You have a person's name and Hawaii homelands. So this runs for 20 years, and in 20 years they have 100% of the Hawaiians signed up for $1 a year living quarters supplied by the United States government. Now we're up to 1939. And the people, the war is going on in Europe. So the United States industry explodes, and everyone's, the Americas are out of the war as an isolationist. But you got to go back to the day King Kamehameha V died, plus 45 days. He died on December 6th, 1871, in 70 years because they went into bankruptcy. It's an international bankruptcy with Switzerland. 70 years later, it's December 7th, 1941. And the Japanese jump the 70-year timetable by 45 minutes because they want to make an impression on the rising sun. So they hit Hawaii at 6:30 in the morning instead of 8 o'clock when the treaty expired. So they bombed the sovereign country in bankruptcy. It was a war between the Postmaster General of Tokyo and the Postmaster General of Hawaii. And Pearl Harbor got bombed. But they only bombed military, postal. All military was controlled by the post office, so they only hit postal trucks, planes, and ships. No civilian targets were hit. But all the bombs that fell and did not explode all had postage stamps on it, because the postmaster of Honolulu was delivering the mail to Honolulu. Now you know the rest of the story. Now you take 70 years from December 7th, 1941, and you come up to 2012, December 7th. No law becomes legal for 90 days, the end of the second international bankruptcy, but now we got to wait 90 days. And we come up to March 5th, 2013, plus 3-day rescission. March 8th, Hawaii is no longer the 50th state of America. It's now sovereign. Its bankruptcy is ended, and Switzerland has to deliver $47 million in gold bullion to Honolulu, which it did, and put the money back with compounded interest. So that's what happens, and now Hawaii is now a sovereign country, and I'm the king of a sovereign country called Hawaii, giving me diplomatic immunity globally. Now on August 12, 1999, I sued the United States of America for the copyrights of the flag of America, which is on my business card, 1 to 1.9. Congress, the Senate, the legislature, and the Supreme Court refused to come to the United Nations to defend the flag. I also asked for the oath of office, written in the correct parse syntax grammar, of the Congress, the Senate, the legislature, and the Supreme Court, and the President of the United States. Nobody showed up. So they defaulted, and I now own the flag of the United States with the correct parse syntax definition for it. The very next day, on August 13th, yellow French flags went up on every flag in America, which added a fourth color. They also reduced the flag from 1 to 1.9 to 5 by 7. That's a military base flag. So now you're all under martial law when you walk into that flag. When you're in a courtroom and you see that yellow French flag, you're in a military court-martial scenario. And or if you have usually what they do is they leave the spear on top of your flag for the state. That's what this sheet came out. The man who made this was Mr. Gunther from Missouri, and he passed away a few years ago. But our flag was the 1 to 1.9, or 10 to 17. The yellow fringe flag you see that's in the courtroom, if you look at the top, you have an eagle. Anything you place on top of the flag cancels the contract of the flag etiquette. So if you put an eagle up there, it's a postal flag if the wings are up. If the wings are down, it's a phoenix, which is a fiction of the Vatican banking, which is debt instrument. So now you're in a church banking facility, and that's what that means. If you put a braid on it, it means maritime. Still changes the same thing. If you unscrew the top of the flagpole and you just have a flag on a standard, now you have a jurisdictional issue. Now when you walk into court, I only do federal lawsuits. when I have a federal flag on my federal paperwork, this flag that's on my business card, this is the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, performance flag. It is recognized worldwide. It is no longer affiliated with America or any political organization worldwide. This flag flies in front of the United Nations as a 1 to 1.9 flag. All 199 other flags are 3x4 boat flags as a vessel in dry dock. Human beings are classified as vessels, so they're classified as boats. However, the condition of grammar is not a boat. Condition of grammar is a condition of performance. That's why the 1 to 1.9 correctness is flown as a 1 to 1.9 in the number 1 position in front of the UN building. And that's because they made on August 12, 1999, they gave me my own country. They said the condition of state of a mathematical procedure of correctness in a world of at this time, 8 billion people is so unique it has to have its own country. So the United Nations voted 199 to nothing to give me my own country. I had my own banking treaty written in quantum language with gold, and Russell J. Gould was my partner, so we made corporate. We then had our Constitution, which is published both on my internet under dwmlc.com, and we had our Constitution, our oath of office as federal judges. And then they asked us, what land do you claim? He says, we claim the land of the courtroom floor during the time of contract as no one has ever claimed the land of the courtroom floor. Somebody left the door open, and we closed it. So now we own the courtrooms of the world whenever we're in litigation with correct parse, syntax, grammar. That's why the judges are so crazy about keeping me out of the courthouse. Because when I walk in there, I've got jurisdiction. I can take over a courtroom, and I have on many occasions, and had the judge arrested by the bailiff. I tip staff him as my bailiff, my sheriff, because a judge under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 44 is an actor. He's on a stage. He wears a robe. The English, all the English countries worldwide, because I'm also a New South Wales, Australia, New Zealand federal land court judge, they wear wigs and put on costumes when they walk into court. And I've been down in Jamaica when they had Judges' Day, where all the judges parade down the street, and the barristers. Queen Elizabeth appointed me as a barrister. And she thought that would keep me under control. I prosecuted 129 judges in Australia as a result of it, and so they pulled my visa, kicked me out of the country. Next thing I want to show you about this flag here is when you have a 3x4 shaped flag, that's a boat flag. Now pay attention to the field. The field here is 3x4. That's contract. When it's square, those are military. If you have this is a 12x17. That's a military base flag. It'll look like a contract flag, but it's really a military base flag. And this is the ones that you see on top of your courthouses, because and if they put a ball on top of the court to your flagpole, they're advertising for the draft and advertising for the military. If they have a spear on top of your flagpole, it's for military court-martials. So anytime you walk into a state court and you have a spear on top of the state flag, they may take the federal flag out and just use the state flag, but you're not in the military. So they're declaring a military court-martial. Because now you're no longer in North Carolina, you're in a foreign vessel in dry dock, which is a military vessel. That's why they have police officers, they're military, in the courtroom. Then your eagle is used only for the President of the United States. If it swings her this way, if they're this way, it's postal, and if it's this way, it's Vatican banking. So pay attention to the shapes and ornaments that are on flags. There's 11 flags in the United States. When President Obama was put into office, the flag the flag of the United States was not the United States. It was the United States, but UN means no, and ITE is citizen. It's a no citizen flag of a condition of state. Now, if you look at the photograph when he took his oath of office, day number 1 when Obama took office, there were 4 flags hanging in front of the White House. 1 to 2.25 was the dimension. Those were Treasury flags. And when you hang it like this, it's a banner suspending the Constitution of the Treasury. That's why America, on your money, and I was Bill Clinton's counsel for the sex trial, is this, and I'll show you what happened. You remember the movie A Few Good Men with Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson? You want the truth? I'll tell you the truth, but you can't handle the truth. Nicholson got an Academy Award for that speech. The movie won Best Picture that year, the Academy Award. So then Bill, his first question was, what is sex? Depends on what the definition of is. Everybody laughed. Then he turned to the judge and says, I just showed the American people a verb is and a noun is. Would you like me to show them another verb and another noun? Now he was talking about the word syntax. The judge stands up and says, don't even no further questions, Mr. President. Case is dismissed. In the whole world, 2 billion people were watching that trial that day on CNN. And they go like, one question, a demur, and the thing is sealed? What's that all about? Bill says, well, what are we going to do next? I says, well, use the movie A Few Good Men. Just pull out a dollar bill, walk into Congress. Say, you people want the truth? I'll tell you the truth before we get started. See that little line around the money? That's called a box. Anything in a box is an enclosed area and can't be considered. So this is a blank piece of paper. Then it says, the United States of America. When you were 10 years old, we taught you that of was a preposition and the was an article. But when you separate them, they're both adverbs. A lot of people said, that's not correct. I says, go find any dictionary published by any country, and you'll see that it says adverb. So the adverb the now modifies the adjective united. United, UN means known, ITE is citizen. The no citizen adjective is coloring the pronoun, which is PRO is no, NO is no, and UN is no, states. This condition of state is nothing. The adverb of, which is a vowel and 2 consonants, which means no contract, and the adverb modifies, so therefore it's perjury, connects to the pronoun in front of it and now modifies, which is changes motion, motion is action, and action becomes a verb. Now you have America as a dangling participle verb on the money. Because there's no closure on here, that's mail fraud banking. Title 18, Section 1341. Carries a $1 million fine and 30 years in prison. Under Title 18, Section 1001 is the fictitious conveyance of language. That's a 10-year, $10,000 fine. Under Title 15, Section 1692E, it's false and misleading statements, carries a $25 million fine and 30 years in prison. Under a penalty of Title 15, Section 78FF. Under Title 18, Section 242, it's deprivation of rights under coloring of the law. Because they're coloring, because if you burn paper in front of a police officer, he'll arrest you for destroying American currency to give it value. But then when it says Federal Reserve note on top, it says federal. Well, anytime you walk into a state court and they want to go ahead and fine you, what do you want to get paid in? Money. It says federal. There's no such thing as a state court. All courts are federal courts. You want to get paid, if you're going to do federal, always has jurisdiction over state. So you only do federal law. I don't even bother with states anymore. They're just a waste of my time. But who goes ahead and files a foreclosure claim against your real estate? A state court does. Because the contract is fraudulent, which I just showed you. But you're actually in a federal court. So they're telling you to be in federal court, you have to have a value of over $75,000. And I don't think there's too many houses in the United States under $75,000. And so they're lying about the value of the house to keep it in the state court and saying you don't have a mortgage. Now, let's go back to that mortgage. That mortgage, which I just showed you, was fraudulent. They took that fraudulent document and they walked into the United States Treasury and they went after your Social Security number. Now, when you were born, we put $1 million in your Social Security number. Then with compounded interest at 6% a year, by the time you're 30 or 40 years old, I mean, we're talking $15, $20 million in your Social Security account. So they go ahead and they said, we got a mortgage here, this person wants to buy a house. So the Treasury cuts a check for $500,000. Well, that $500,000 check, though, was acquired by a fraudulent mortgage of 4,700 mistakes. So therefore, that was mail fraud as well as a bank robbery. There's no statute of limitations for bank robberies, folks. I don't care if you rob somebody's bank and you disappear and they catch you 20, 30 years later, you're going to go to jail for 30 years for bank robbery. So now they go ahead and they take that $500,000 back to the bank, and they take that money and they deposit it in their bank's name. Then they take their bank's name and they fraction it at 10 to 1 into a 10 or 20 year CD, and then put the money in MasterCard or Visa at 18 to 32% interest. So in 9 months, it's compounded and creates $500,000 in cash. In the meantime, the next day they write a check, day number 2, under the Title 15, Section 1635A Rescissions Act, and they write a check for $500,000 and they put it back in your Social Security account, canceling their loan, saying, we're not interested in taking any money from you. So the Social Security is not looking for any missing funds. But the bank is sitting on $4.5 million of your money that they created out of thin air now. Then they write a thing called a note, N-O-T-E. N-O is no and T-E is contract. That's parse. They put all the numbers in boxes. They do not put a $ next to any number on your note. They only write in fractured sentences of 3 or 4 or 5 words for each one of the lines. They're not complete sentences. They don't have a verb of thinking, a verb of performance in them. And they're all in a box. And on your contract, on your mortgage contract, they take and put brackets or parentheses or quotation marks around the number with the $ on it, but that removes it from the paper. So now you don't have any value on the note, no value on the mortgage or deed of trust, and the whole thing is an illusion. But because your schools only teach you to a 2nd grade reading level, not to insult anybody, but that's the way it is, you only have a 2nd grade reading level, and you've been brainwashed with TV, radio, by songs and parse, and newspapers and magazines and books are all written in adverb verb. All your hymns and all your churches, your Bibles, all written in adverb verb. So you think by making an argument in the way that you communicate what they call plain English, and English is ENG, a vowel to consonants, which means no contract. In 1750 it was spelled end land. England changed it to English. In 1775, Benjamin Franklin changed it in the United States to English from end land. He knew what he was doing. Benjamin Franklin was the first Postmaster General of the United States and Canada. July 4, 1772, appointed to the Federal Postal Court, July 4, 1775. Because he was a traitor, and he wrote it in adverb verb, the Constitution, or rather the Declaration of Independence, that was an adverb making DE, no. Declare, speak, at, location, ION, contract, declaration. Of, adverb, modifies the verb independence. In is no, D is no, pen is right, ants is contract. No right contract, no speak contract. So he bastardized the Declaration of Independence and used the first 3 words, which are the first 3 words on our passport too, called we the people. We is a pronoun, thus an adverb making people a verb. All feel like verbs today? Or maybe you want to be a pronoun we. Because you're a pronoun, you're a no, no, no. Well, if you're going to be a nothing, then we have to nom de guerre you because you're dead. Maritime law, Title 46, Chapter 1, Paragraph 1, Section 1. If you are dead, you cannot hold contract or own land. You cannot make contracts or hold land. And we've got to do a change here. If you are dead, we have to nom de guerre your name. And so we give you a passport so that you can move around as a dead person. That way, if you die in a plane crash, we only call you a soul, not a person. You're just cargo. You have a bill of lading. So give me take a minute here. Yeah? Huh? Okay. And then I ask people to read what it says on this thing, and they say, the United States of America. And I says, it doesn't say that. It's italicized. It's not on there. The only word on here is passport, and passport is a pronoun. It's a no, no, no. Oh, we'll be right back. Okay. One of the things that you hear things like patriot, anti-government. I am none of these things. I am not affiliated with any organization anywhere, because grammar is a very unique condition by itself. It covers every country, every topic of the Yellow Pages, and grammar is the foundation of all things. And because it's an 8,500-year-old lie, being an adverb verb, when I broke the math interface on April 6, 1988, 2 days later I had Secret Service at my door going, "Do you realize what you've done? You published this on the internet. Who'd you tell?" I said, "Everybody." I said, "Before I published on the internet, I made 100 videos, VHS videos, 6 hours long, with the mathematical interface presentation and a 100-page book mailed out to 100 largest news agencies in the United States and the United Nations. So if anything happened to me, the world would have a permanent copy as to who I am and what I just did." And with that, they said, "Well, you broke it. Now you're responsible to fix it." Well, my website's 400 pages long, and there's over 200 hours of free video up on YouTube from some of the seminars that we've done. So how many in here have not seen the videos on YouTube? Okay, you're all just, I think there's just 2 of you. So all of you have already seen the whole seminar, or many different types of seminars that we've done. I've done the 17-hour issue is a boiled down from 40 hours in Australia. When I was in Australia, we took 1 day out of the seminar and we went to court. And John was being prosecuted because he bought his daughter a pony. And his daughter was 12 years old, and the girlfriend was 13 years old, and said, "If you don't buy me a pony, I'm going to say that you raped me." She was an orphan girl that they were taking care of. Because John wouldn't buy her a pony, she immediately went to the police and said he raped her. So later it was decanted that it was a lie, that the child was just a spoiled brat and wanted a pony. Well, when it went to court, they had a jury come in. They had 2 lawyers, they had 2 barristers, 2 solicitors, and 2 judges, besides the federal judge that was sitting on the bench. And I had meetings with all these people, syntaxing the prosecution's paperwork. And after 9 hours of the jury waiting to be called, all of the lawyers, barristers, and solicitors went in one by one and told the judge, "We are in dire emergency to vacate this case and get away from this thing." Judge David-Wynn Miller, a federal judge from the United States, but a federal judge here also in Australia, has just dropped a bomb on us that we lied about everything. And the case was vacated. John's still free today. That was 7 years ago. So when I'm called in, there was another case I was called in at trial number 199, 12 years running, where they had a landslide displaced 1.5 cubic miles of earth and it slid out into the Pacific Ocean. The man was an engineer who built a 4-story building with 12-inch I-beams set in bedrock with concrete. The landslide went through, killing 18 people, but his building stood. So they blamed him because he was a Muslim, that he caused the mudslide. Why does putting a building on a lake shore, or rather the ocean's shore, cause a mudslide 1.5 miles away, where a sewer wall gave way 30 feet underground and then liquefied the entire area during a hurricane and caused this mudslide to take place? So they tried to prosecute him. And it went to 199 trials, and they couldn't make this thing go away. So they called me up in Wisconsin to fly down to Sydney, Australia. I walked in and I said to him, "Where's day number 1 paper?" Judge had a 2-page indictment. I syntaxed it in front of him. I says, "This is a lie," and I read it out loud. If you have a lie, which is 0, times 199 is still 0. Any number times 0 is 0. Any lie times a fact is a lie. Then when I looked at 4 feet of paperwork, which took me about 20 minutes to read fast. And it was all, and I syntaxed it as I flipped the pages through, and I went all the way down. It says all 199 amendments to this case are also a lie, and the case was thrown out. Well, he wasn't satisfied with that, so he went home, sat up all night, wrote a 12-page complaint, wanted to be apologized to by the court. The court had already spent $12 million on this case at 199 trials. All the public officials have been recycled 3 times over 12 years and fired for incompetency because they couldn't make this thing end. I came back to the States. I was flown back down to Sydney for trial number 115, 121. And in trial 129, they appointed me the judge on the case, and I shut it down permanently so it could never be heard again. He died 4 months later of cancer. He just wanted an apology from the government that they were wrong about destroying his credibility as an engineer. The point is that I have the power to stop any case that's written in fiction, anywhere, at any time. When I go into a country, I take the passport. When I go through the customs and immigrations, they go ahead and they stamp my passport. Well, that stamp is a postage stamp. And when I autograph through it, it makes me customs officer, immigrations officer, makes me a postmaster, makes me a federal judge in that country. Now I can walk into a federal court and take over that court because the United Nations has treaty with me as a plenipotentiary judge that I own the land of the courtroom floor worldwide. And when I walk in as the director of the courtroom floor and a federal judge, I just have to find their oath of office or whatever they're doing in adverb, verb, disqualify their ability. They're committing a fraud under fiction, fictitious conveyance of language, and I take over the court. While engaged in while engaged in perjury and criminal activities of lying, the state loses all jurisdiction. And as a federal judge, I can then correct the court and order everything to be corrected in grammar. Once the grammar is corrected, we then move forward. A courtroom, when you use the word constitution, the synonym of constitution is contract. The document that takes you into a courtroom is your constitution. Now, how many of you have been to traffic court in your lives? Just about everybody here, okay? Or divorce court, or one thing or another. Or just sometimes you want to just go do court watch. You walk in the courtroom, you sit down, there's 50 other cases in front of you. Everybody in there has a different piece of paper in their hand. So there isn't one constitution that orchestrates the entire courtroom. Each individual, the paper they're holding in their hand with a file stamp on it is a contract, which is your constitution with that judge. If it's written in adverb verb, the judge is going to take one glance at it, and all judges in the United States, all 11,000, must take my course to be a judge. So they know syntax. The minute they see an adverb verb lawsuit in front of them, now they're going to listen like Judge Judy on TV, and it's all entertainment after that. And they're going to, how much justice can you buy today? And the word justice, J-U equals no law. S equals speak. T-I equals title. And C-E equals judge. And authorization goes up and in front. So judge title speaks no law. That's why no law or fact should be tried in court. Therefore, everything is bastardized under adverb verb that says nothing. And that's what's happening in your court systems. Your Constitution that you say or you think was written on July 4, 1776 is written in adverb verb and says nothing. Because when it says the Constitution of the United States of America, that's an adverb, modifies the verb. This is a adverb, adjective, pronoun, adverb, adjective, pronoun, adverb, verb. That's what the Constitution of the United States says. Where's my fact? And the word America, A is no, M-E-R is Latin for mercy, and C is Latin for sheep. So it says nothing about nothing, and they harvest sheep for fleece. Fleece is your sweat equity. And if you bring up a constitutional argument which expired on November 2nd, 1999, they will laugh you out of court. For 90 days, we counted ballots back then in 1999. That's because it was the end of the 30 international bankruptcy. Any of you people that had homes that were purchased before November 2nd, 1999, you got to eat it. That's the year of Jubilee. All debts are forgiven. All IRS claims are forgiven. From November 2nd, 1999 to March 2nd, 2000, the United States of America, the post office, everything did not exist in this country. The military stood at DEFCON 2 in case China or Russia wanted to invade the U.S. On the 2nd of February 2000, the United States of America corporation was created. And the post office took over all land and water above and below ground. And because of that, the post office is in control of all 3,850 branches of government. Homeland Security, your military, all your police, that's all postal. All your money is postal. You have your $1 bill's got Washington, $2 bill Jackson, $5 bill Lincoln, $10 bill Hamilton, $20 bill Jefferson, $50 bill Grant, $100 bill Benjamin Franklin, first Postmaster General. Decimal point for 1 is 1.00, 100. Grant was a Postmaster General of the United States during the Civil War. Lincoln was assassinated, so therefore he became president of a country divided in one half. Decimal point for 1/2 is 0.50, 50. So he's on the $50 bill. Hamilton was the 10th Postmaster General. Jackson was the 20th Postmaster General. Washington was the letter carrier for the Continental Congress, so he went on the 1. Sashagowean, who was an 18-year-old Indian princess in 1834 in the Northwest Territory with Lewis and Clark, who were both postmasters and military officers, signed her name across the stamp and sent it to the President of the United States. Now, the Northwest Territory in 1834 was a sovereign territory. The United States of America was in bankruptcy with England from September 17th, 1789 to September 17th, 1859, which started 90 days later, the Civil War, where the South left the North. So because the Northwest Territory was purchased in 1800 and was mapped out in 1834, it wasn't part of the bankruptcy, it was purchased. So therefore, where anything purchased is a borough. That's why the whole entire Missouri water basin are boroughs. Parts of New York City, New Jersey were purchased by the Indians, those are boroughs. Alaska was purchased from Russia, those are boroughs in all the cities. And so you have different names, towns, cities, boroughs, counties. That's because of where they stand within or outside of bankruptcy. Now in 2001, I was here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I did a seminar. And I said, how come you people don't have your Confederate flag up on the Capitol building? I says, Lee only had a 2nd grade reading level. Grant had a 2nd grade reading level. The contract of surrender was written in adverb verb. It didn't say anything. The South never surrendered. They had a gun to their head. That's called collusion. Title 28, 1359 voids a contract. The contract was written in adverb verb. The southern states are as sovereign today as they were in 1859 at the end of the first bankruptcy. And you can't renew a bankruptcy in adverb verb. It's all an illusion, folks. The very next day, Atlanta, Georgia, Capitol, put up the Confederate flag. It was in the front page of every newspaper. The South has raised the Confederate flag. They took down the American flag. The United States Supreme Court said, can't do a thing about it. Freedom of expression. But what it was a seminar I put on with 2 Secret Service agents explaining why the United States had no jurisdiction over anybody. On November 2nd, 1999, all 50 states became independent territories. They are not part of Washington, D.C. The only thing that ties anybody with Washington or the post office is your money in your pockets. All the countries, all states are sovereign. All courts are foreign vessels in dry dock, not connected to each other. There is no such thing as a Supreme Court of any country. Here in the United States, there are only federal courts and only foreign vessels within their own little ship. They don't take advice from any other court. You can't transfer to any other court unless somebody's throwing and somebody wants to catch it. Then you can move it. Otherwise, it's their own little kingdoms. Now, here's another thing probably many of you don't know. The Sheriff's Department only has a 12-mile limit from the courthouse. The Sheriff's Department works for the courthouse. The courthouse is a foreign vessel in dry dock, and it can only go 12 miles beyond its courthouse. All the speed signs on the highway are from courthouse to courthouse. If you don't believe me, measure it out anywhere in the United States, any country worldwide. It goes from courthouse to courthouse as foreign vessels in dry dock. So you always know how long it's going to take you to get from one court to another court, because that's where they harvest people. The Constitution is what you make it. You're the one that signs that Constitution, and the courthouse will dock your vessel, but the judge has to sign your Constitution to hear what you have to say. But if the judge is on a plane above you, and we're going to get into planes of venue, okay, you got prosecute and defense on the what they call the common plane, and then down over here you got a bar, and this is the peanut gallery. Cross the bar. That just means you're entering into foreign country, British. So this is where we sit. Now, number 4 is the clerk of the courts. Now, some of the clerk of the courts are on the same plane as you. But the clerk of the courts takes your money, files your papers, puts stamps on, and signs them. When a clerk of the court signs a stamp, he or her is a postmaster. When they take money for paying fines, they're bankers. You go into Black's Law Dictionary, you look up postmasters and bankers, it says, see the judge. Now, when you have a witness, we put a witness in a witness box, which is an enclosed area, and you can't be considered. So therefore, you can't speak and you can't hear what's being said, because he says, I swear. And when he says, I swear, we'll go over here. I swear to tell the truth, so help me God. And this is an adverb, and this is a verb. So therefore, I will do evil in future time and tell nothing. So help, adverb, verb, making help into an illusion of my faith as a verb. So these are all fiction, and this is all modification. Therefore, you say nothing. That's why you get the first two words is you either swear or affirm. And how do you spell affirm? AFF, no contract. So therefore, you're talking to yourself in a box. So what do? We put the jury in the jury box. JU means no law, and RY is contract. So no law contract is what they're hearing, an adverb verb from the witness, from the judge, on a different plane than you are. There's no continuance of evidence for anybody in the courtroom. That way everyone is babbling and nobody can hear what's going on. If I do a simple thing and take this piece of paper and I put it on the floor here, and I stand on it, you can no longer see me or hear me. I don't care what you think your illusion is telling you, but I'm on a different plane than you are. I don't care if it's 1/100 of an inch thick and we call it a sheet of paper. I just changed my plane, better known as a soapbox. And you can no longer see or hear me, so no matter what I say, it's just your illusion. But I teach on the floor here, same as where you're all sitting. So they think all things are equal. Chilton, Wisconsin. I go in, the judge wants to hold court in the gymnasium. We walk in there. The judge is sitting on a 4x8 sheet of plywood with a folding table. He's got a champagne cork with 2 flags, 3/4 of an inch each, with yellow fringe painted around them and a spear on top, making it a military court-martial. On his desk, on his plane of a 4x8 sheet of plywood, a 1/2 inch thick. The witness stand is another 4x4 foot sheet of plywood with a folding chairs on it. And Linda's sitting there with a 1 to 1.9 constitutional flag. She's holding it in her hand. Judge calls her up, take the witness stand. Now, her daughter just received a $385,000 insurance settlement from a car accident. The judge ordered that the insurance, that money be given to a trustee who is a lawyer who works for the court. So the lawyer would manage it. Of course, that would all disappear in attorney fees as the management fee. She says, no, I won't surrender the money. And he says, put down your flag. He says, if you don't put down your flag, I'm going to hold you in contempt for 6 months, put you in jail. I will not surrender the flag. So, again, he asks her for the money. She says, no, I won't give you the money. And I told her, I says, don't surrender the flag and don't give up your money. He's on a different plane than you are. He can't see or hear you. There's a break in the continuance of evidence between your witness stand and his plane, just like up here. So he says, I'm going to hold you in contempt again, 1 year in prison. You put down your flag or you're going to prison right now. And I got 2 sheriffs in the back there with a warrant for your arrest. A couple more minutes go past. He threatens her a 3rd time. 3 strikes and you're out. You either put down that flag or the 2 sheriffs are going to come forward and arrest you. So the sheriffs start working forward. She says, I will not surrender my flag. So the DA stands up, turns around to the sheriff and says, take her into custody. Judge says, no, can't do that. Why not? Well, I'm under a yellow fringe flag and she didn't surrender her flag, so therefore there's no continuance of evidence between my jurisdiction and her jurisdiction. You're free to go, Linda. And you know, I told Linda, when he says you're free to go, you just sit there. You don't say a word because you can't hear what he's saying. You can't hear the contempt. You can't hear any continuance of evidence because you have different planes of existence. And the 2 sheriffs in the back of the room said, you mean this is all a joke? This is all a play? Under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 44, you guys are actors? And the police officer took the warrants for Linda's arrest, ripped them up and threw them up in the air and says, don't ever call us in here again or I'll arrest you, Judge, for such nonsense. And they walked out. And the judge got up and walked out. Then Linda got up and came over to me and we walked out. But at no time did she have a conversation with the judge. Remember the movie, The Sixth Sense, I See Dead People, with the little boy? And if you didn't watch the last minute of the movie, you didn't know that Bruce Willis was dead and he was a ghost throughout the whole movie. And that's exactly what happens here, is when you're in court, this person who's an actor on a stage has no continuance of evidence with anything that's going on in the courtroom. He can't really talk to that bailiff. When I walk into a courtroom, I walk up to the bailiff and I say, you're on my plane. I'm a federal judge and here's my federal oath and you're my tipstaff. You work for me now. Arrest the judge as an imposter under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 44. And the judge is running out of the courtroom. They do it a lot. And my students that come to my court and watch me do this, they go like, damn it, that works. He really does have the authority to arrest judges. So, the courtroom is set up in this manner because it generates immunity. Now, if you do get into a scenario like you want to go in and fight your mortgage in front of and you get suckered into that, you're not paying attention, and you got the bank's attorneys over there. Any evidence that you have, or if I write a lawsuit for you that you have to go into court with, and you have the forensic evidence of the mortgage syntax with that many mistakes like I showed you in color, You first have to take it up to the clerk of the court here and have it stamped and have it marked into evidence. Then you can take the witness, don't take the witness stand because you've left the courtroom. You're in a box now. You go back to your table and you talk about it at your table. And you tell the judge, if I go into a box, it's an enclosed area and can't be considered. And then take a $1 bill out of your pocket and say, see, these were boxes, and in 1997, the Treasury said that anything in a box is an enclosed area and can't be considered. That's why the 5s, 10s, and 20s don't have boxes on them. Or do the 50s and 100s. If you don't believe me, go back to 1961 and pull out your old money that you've got that you're saving for your collection. You'll see a box around it, a little black line. And then you'll win your argument because the post office controls the port authorities that docks the vessel of the courthouse and dry dock. And the post office is also, all courthouses in the United States are built as post offices for 1 year. Then under Title 46, Chapter 781, the court files a salvage claim on the courthouse building and post office building, which turns it into a courthouse. Now remember a few weeks ago we had that issue take place where 2 men wanted to get married up in Lexington, Kentucky, a couple hours from here. And the clerk would not file the paperwork. I went in there 2 days after that and I filed my federal oath in that same courthouse because I had clients in there. 2 days after I filed my federal oath, the first day I had eight marshals meet me at the door along with 3 judges. I did a little presentation for them in the front foyer before I went through the metal detectors. Then I said, now for everyone's attention, here's my passport, you run my number, I want all of you to read my passport. When I came back the second day, there was only one man there going, good morning, Judge. Welcome to our courthouse. They're up in room 200. They're waiting for you. I had no more problems with that. 2 days after that, the Pope shows up in the United States and went to that same courthouse. The prosecuting district attorney for that courthouse resigned when the Pope left. I'm a keymaster with the Vatican. Head of state, Speaker of the House, met with the Pope. 2 days after that, he resigned because of some other lawsuits that we have running up there in quantum language because they weren't doing their job. Comes under Title 18, 641. It's misappropriations. These are people that have a job, they're paid to do a job, they're paid to file your paperwork, and they're not doing their filings. Anybody runs into a clerk of the court who will not file your paperwork, you go up on my website, there is a pre-written 2-page clerk's failure to file lawsuit already prepared for you. You just have to change the name, the time, and your county jurisdiction. And you can take it in, walk it in the clerk's office, says you've been sued. It's an 11-year prison sentence and a $9,000 a day fine not to file your paperwork. So don't take any bunk. It's under Title 46, under maritime vessels docking on a foreign vessel in dry dock. And they're not doing their job. And under Title 18, 641, it's a $10,000 fine and 10 years in prison for misappropriating your paycheck. What was on CNN yesterday morning? Hillary Clinton misappropriating her doing private emails during working hours, 1,328 times. So the Justice Department wants to prosecute her for misappropriations of her paycheck while Secretary of State doing private emails while she's at work, and then billing the government for her time in office while doing private emails. So that's misappropriations. Well, 2 weeks before that, they said, we're going to sue you for lying to the FBI, Hillary, under Title 18, 1001, fictitious conveyance of language. You lied to the FBI. You didn't tell us the truth. Well, first off, it's FBI is fumbling, bumbling idiots. Then everything they do, investigation, means, well, let's see, you have inappropriations, inconsistency, incorrect, insurance, investigation. What happens when we put in front of the word correct? It means no. So it's Federal Bureau of No Investigation. So because of all the negativity that's out here, and little play on words that they're doing, Hillary says, you said I did something wrong. Pulls out a $1 bill and says, I was an adverb modifies the verb America. Let's call the paparazzis in. and explain to the world that America is a verb on the money and it's mail fraud. Disqualify all money in 150 countries worldwide. FBI kind of shuffles backwards and going, okay, we'll forget about that. Now they're trying to get around to Title 18, 641. We'll kind of forget about that too. Squeaky wheel gets the oil, folks. How much money can you buy today, or how much justice can you buy today? Same way Bill got out of trouble, Hillary's getting out of trouble on a day-to-day basis, because she's 18 years of practice in this field of syntax. And they have no laws, rules, regulations, or codes of 4 billion codes in the United States that are written in correct grammar. Title 26 of the IRS is 100% adverb verb. There is not a single legal correct sentence. So when you want to go pay your taxes, sue to pay your taxes with correct grammar. Now, the IRS agent who's going to talk to you is going to continually say, you owe us. And your answer back to them is, in what grammar? Show me the correct sentence structure. Show me the correct law. Show me the correct oath that you have. Show me your authorization from the Treasury. It says Department of Treasury. DE means no part of a contract. That's what department means. Of is an adverb, does an adverb, making Treasury a dangling participle verb. Show me the verb Treasury in the dictionary. It's all an illusion. Sue to pay your taxes to be correct. And they'll send you a letter saying, you don't owe us anything. You know, so if anybody's got a real big tax audit, needs $500,000, $1.5 million and with your corporation, you use that to discharge your taxes. Because there are no laws, rules, and regulations and codes. There's only the ignorance of grammar. And I'll syntax any insurance or IRS policy there is. You get into a car accident. The insurance won't pay for your damages. Your car doesn't get replaced. You got a broken back, whiplash, broken arms. They won't pay any medical expenses. They say no across the board. Well, there's a certain amount of pain that they can't see, so therefore it's guesswork. Go get all these doctor reports. Spend tens of thousands of dollars getting analyzed before we're going to go ahead and pay you any money and pay any bills for it. But what's the one thing you're in possession of? The one thing you're in possession of is an insurance policy. And the insurance policy looks just like this mortgage. And that's how many mistakes it has on it. When you syntax the insurance policy, it carries a $25 million fine and 30 years in prison. Besides, selling you a fraudulent insurance policy, they sold stock on the New York Stock Exchange. That's a Securities and Exchange violation for selling fraudulent mortgage insurance policies. Now they're going to keep that really quiet, especially if you've got about 40 million clients that need to know this information at $25 million a piece. So that sore back, they're going to pay out on it. They're going to fix your car. They're going to get everything done nice and quiet because you have knowledge of grammar. So if you ever get into an insurance situation, call me. IRS, call me. Mortgage foreclosure, call me. Because I'm the guy that knows how to tear it apart and use. There's 152 federal laws that cover fraudulent grammar in the codes. Now, all codes, all 4 billion codes in the United States are, of course, written in fiction, but they are a suggestion for the fiction courts. They don't have to file those documents. They don't have to follow the letter of the law. That's why they have all this leeway, because it says nothing. That's why the judge is going to make a determination of what word is. So when you know how to syntax, you now know how to rewrite every code and put it in the correct prepositional phrases to make perjury a fact, not a verb. To make extortion, or the word tort, T-O-R-T, which means public officials acting in conspiracy with each other to cause harm upon a citizen. And if you know how to do the correctness and write the sentence in the correct mathematical procedures, you can write it frontwards and backwards as many times as you want. It's always going to say the same thing. And then your constitution, your contract that you signed, the judge signs, and when you sign your name across the postage stamp on the document, That makes you the postmaster to carry the vessel paper into the foreign vessel. You're free to enter the vessel as a postmaster. You're free to leave the vessel as a postmaster. So they can't take you into custody as a postmaster. Now, when you have your state driver's license is another one. You all have my business card now. On the back of your driver's license, they took off all the restrictions now. All the new ones coming out are smart cards, chipped. They'll set off your computers, metal detectors at all of your courthouses and airports now. You put a $1 stamp. Usually use the Rockefeller stamp, or in this case here, I use a Red Fox stamp. Red Fox stamps came out in 1999, November 2nd, for the anniversary of the sovereignty of America. The $1 stamp, Red Fox, has 2 bars through it. That means gold. A simulation has 1 bar through it, or a reserve stamp. Red Fox stamps have been out of circulation for about 16 years. They're selling for about $10 a piece on the internet. Now, when you put a $1 stamp on that, on the back of your driver's license, and you autograph it, it makes you a postmaster transporting the mail, M-A-I-L, of your body, because it's a vessel. On the front, it's the address of where the postmaster is going to deliver the mail. That's your home address. If a police officer stops you and tries to give you a ticket, he's stopping a postmaster from delivering the mail to your house. Because the post office controls the Department of Transportation and Homeland Security, which is all branches of military and police, he's arresting a postmaster that he works for. And these are all the laws he breaks on the back and the procedure by which you prosecute the police officer for giving you a citation written with 400 mistakes on it, which is a violation of 152 laws besides these. So by putting that stamp on the back and signing it, or autographing it, do not cursive, autograph, you will then be in a position to educate rather than be prosecuted. And you'll be surprised how many times you get pulled over and you have that stamp, and all of a sudden, like, you're going like, pay attention. You're free to go. Have a nice day. Because they know if you have my card, you're going to call me and I'm going to download on them. And once those, they don't want my lawsuits in those courts. They don't want to educate their people with this level of technology. Eventually, we're going to revamp the entire government with correct grammar. Then when you get pulled over with correct grammar, you're going to be you have to answer to the man then, because they're correct. But right now, the world of fiction has no business, because fiction is perjury, telling anybody what to do. But there's so many people that don't know that they just keep harvesting people. And the sorry thing is, the majority of us in here are over the age of 40. And by the time everyone passes on, all the new people coming up, they get to be 40 years old themselves, and then wake up in the morning and say, we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. This don't feel all warm and fuzzy. And they start looking around and they show up here. So 95% of my world organization is over the age of 40 or under the age of 15. Those in the middle, when you turned 18, you only had one thing on your mind: sex. Sexy clothes, sexy cars, sexy boys and girls. And you needed a Social Security card to get the job, to work, to make the money, to get the sex. And after 25 years, you wake up in the morning and said, it don't feel good anymore. I'm getting raped. I'm working my tail off for 25 years, and I still got nothing to show for it because they keep raping me on taxes. So unless you're a really good day trader and you can figure out how to beat the system, you're going to be a victim of it. Any questions on venue jurisdiction here? Always know where you stand when you walk into the courtroom. And if you're going to go to court, you got to go to court, make time to go and do court watch. Just sit in that courtroom with the judge you pulled and study the man. It's all about how he acts. He has good days like you have good days, and he has bad days. Or she has good days and bad days. And if you pull a judge that's a real hell-bent hanging judge, you better know what you're doing, because you're going to walk in there and he's going to shut you down and throw you in jail, because that's just his temperament. Unless you have an ace up your sleeve, which is knowing how to do correct parse, syntax, grammar, and call him on it. And you can, I have a judge right now, as a matter of fact, Friday I'm going to be in court up in DuPage County in Illinois. And that judge was sued by me. And I syntaxed his orders, and he screamed at me in the court, and he says, "You can't correct my paperwork." I says, "Well, your paperwork's written in adverb verb and doesn't say anything. You don't have an oath of office. You're an actor on a stage, and you can't hear what I'm saying because you're on a different plane than I am." And the bailiff jumps up and screams at me, "You'll show respect to the judge." And I says, "You're my tip staff. Shut up and sit down." He shut up and he sat down. And then it got real quiet. And so we continued it. Now I got to talk with the chief judge in charge of that courthouse, because this judge who I'm prosecuting wants to hear the case, which is conflict of interest. But nobody else wants to touch this case because I'm involved with it. Short straw.
I have a question about
Yeah.
the stamp. So if you don't have the red box stamp, what difference does it make if you use a regular dollar stamp?
Oh, no, any stamp, any dollar stamp works. You can use a rainbow stamp is actually too big for that. So I would go out and get, these here are the Rockefeller stamps. They fit on the back of your driver's license real nice. They don't block anything. And autograph on the stamp. Stamp means write it in print. Don't use cursive. And then that'll make you a postmaster canceling the stamp. It was good enough for 18-year-old Sasha Guia in 1849 and get herself put on the $1 gold coin on November 2nd, 1999. That's what happens when you become a postmaster. You see, on November 2nd, 1999, the United States of America was sovereign. And there was only one sovereign postmaster alive, and that was Sasha Guia in 1834. That's how that Indian got on our money. Susan B. Anthony signed her name across a stamp for women's rights to get the vote. That's why she went on the $1 silver coin on 1776, when they had our 200th anniversary. They did a 1-year printing of that one. And that's what put her on there, because she signed her name across the stamp for women's rights.
Judge, you might want to show them how to properly autograph, not cursive, but autograph.
No, it's right here. Just the same way you do my name.
Yeah. Colon, David.
Yeah. Colon, David, hyphen, Wynn, full colon. First name, hyphen, middle name, full colon, space, last name. Because the stamp is small, you know, you can do it on like... Now that's your given name, and then your, like that. That way it'll fit on the stamp, putting your last name underneath, because your given name and then your surname. The next thing I'm going to do is the math interface on grammar.
You got one more question?
Yeah,
If you don't mind. I was just going to go back to the Hillary comment you made.
sure.
That they were prosecuting her on her personal emails, which would be something, and you said 18 years of syntax. She knows the game. Now the other people in Congress, there's a lot of them making personal emails all the time too.
Correct.
Do they also, are most of Congress aware, in order to get to that position, are they taught this game? Are they made to understand, like the judges, what's...
No, they really don't. She knows syntax. The other politicians in Washington, when Bill Clinton pulled out the dollar and educated that group, that was in 1997. Most of those have been replaced. If they haven't studied my book and know what syntax is all about, they're going to fall back into that trap. Yeah, and if they're not using, if they're going to make an argument in fiction for fiction, they're going to get prosecuted. Hillary can go out there and syntax as good as I can. She knows the game frontwards and backwards. She's been at it 18 years. And so she keeps everybody at bay. That's why, Hillary, When Obama was elected, they said, well, let's get Hillary as Secretary of State. Obama was on CNN and said, no, we have too many differences. Well, Hillary and Obama met in the Rose Garden on Wednesday that week. And Hillary syntaxed a dollar bill and says, you have 14% unemployment, Mr. President. How would you like to do it without money? She was appointed Secretary of State on Friday. You know, it didn't take a whole lot to figure that little one out, because she was going to call the paparazzis and have a press conference, which they could not afford to have happen. That would have been, if you shut it down, you're going to have 4 billion dead in a month from starvation, lack of energy. You can't shut it down. They let me do this because I own the copyrights, and I don't allow anybody to trespass on my copyrights. So we might have a small group here, but people are learning at a pace that the 1% at the top has a chance to learn and make corrections. We want to have it all corrected simultaneously. In September and October 2012, I went to China. I was there, I went for 10 days, I stayed 32. I was invited back 10 days later in Hong Kong for banking. I gave them the bank treaties. 6 weeks after that, the BRIC corporations were created because now they had quantum banking. Russia's been trying to get me into the Supreme Court in Russia since 1997, when we sued in Vladivostok, Russia, and shut the post office down worldwide. We filed a $50,000 lawsuit in Vladivostok, Russia. The Supreme Court, the federal court in Vladivostok took it to the World Court at The Hague. The Hague ruled 17-0 that I was 100% correct. Then they took one of the permanent judges on the World Court at The Hague, is a Russian Supreme Court judge, took it to the Supreme Court of Russia. Russia then ruled that Vladivostok could take as many cases from the U.S. as they wanted for apartheid. What they did, on the fraudulent conveyance of grammar. In the United States Postal Service and all the post offices through the United Nations were afraid this was going to set up a chain reaction, so they shut all post offices down for a week, checking all mail for apostilles that might have had my name on it, going offshore with quantum banking issues. When they found out that I had nothing else going off, then everything went back to normal, but my name popped up on every postmaster in the world. Then a few years later in that, I mailed Russell J. Gould to Paris, registered mail. Put a registered mail sticker on him, bills of lading, filled out all the paperwork, and I mailed him to Paris. We went 2,000 miles around Europe in 8 days. And then we flew back. When we were at the Vatican, we were both made key masters by the Pope. And the Charles de Gaulle security, when we got back to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, is the great-great-great-grandson of the Joan of Arc, the original one from 1800. He runs the security at the airport. When he found out he had 2 new key masters from the Vatican, he held up a DC-10 for 3 hours and 15 minutes in 90-degree heat. Why we had a 3-hour meeting. We took off at 1 o'clock in the morning, landed in Philadelphia with the approval of the Postmaster General of Europe, the Universal Postal Union postmaster from Bern, Switzerland, and the United States Post Office in the United States. All approved Russell to fly without a passport or a driver's license, because they all knew who he was, and so I mailed him back to the United States Registered Mail. He was the only person in 106 years to do so. Another guy tried it a few weeks later and was arrested and sentenced to 8 years in prison in New York State. In other words, every time we broke new ground, the world paid attention and sealed the door behind us, and nobody could duplicate what we've done. So we have like a global copyright on the grammar and all the procedures and the treaties and the bills of lading and posting roads and the CPAS, Sea Treaty and Drogue laws of who we are. And then in 2005, we went in front of the Supreme Court and we prosecuted the 9 Supreme Court judges for failure to have an oath of office written in correct parse, syntax, grammar, failure to have a CPAS, a Sea Treaty or Drogue law to anchor the Supreme Court on planet Earth, and 4 of the 9 judges walked and quit. Rehnquist and Day stayed out. Rehnquist died 6 weeks later. Day was reappointed a year later because they wanted a woman on the bench. She's still there now. But because they had to get their oaths updated and they had to have claims of the live life that we wrote for them, including the World Court at The Hague has claims of the live life, all 17 judges, that we wrote for them. I've been to The Hague four times now. So in 1919, the Solomon Islands, Guadalcanal, was genocided by the British Admiralty in 1900. 1,129 Solomon Island people were executed for interfering with the Admiralty from harvesting diamonds, gold, and mahogany off of Guadalcanal because they were at war with the British to shut it down and continue the harvest. So they then sued, and no lawyer or judge in the world would touch the case. And in 2002, I went to the Solomon Islands. I wrote the quo warranto complaint, the same one I used for your mortgages, and I filed that at The Hague, and we won $880 million settlement in 2012, August 2012, for the Solomon Island people. Then in 2008, I sued Washington Mutual for the fraudulent mortgage on Friday. Their stock closed at 60 and opened at 10 cents on Monday, where they filed bankruptcy. And I tripped off the entire foreclosure business. Sorry about that. All 50 state attorney generals in the next 18 months signed on to the quo warranto complaint, the same one that I write for you, and stopped all foreclosures in the United States in all 50. So they've already endorsed this technology from A to Z. It's been gone over by language professors worldwide in 150 different languages, are posted on my website. My website's written in 150 different languages, and we have 5 billion people. It's the world's largest website, with the highest daily traffic of people studying quantum in their own language. Next thing we're going to do here is how this all came about. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3 minus 2 equals 1. Okay. This is grafting. This is how we used the right side of the brain for this, and that's how this all came about. Now, when we did this on April 6th, I just got off of work, had my cup of coffee, and I wrote this on the red line on my notebook. And when I did that, I realized that I had a fact here, a fact here, a fact here, and a fact here, because when I do math, in order to check your math frontwards and backwards, these things have to be the same on both sides, otherwise it doesn't work. So then the equal sign is a conjunction, which is and nor. There's only 2 conjunctions in the English language. And is a command, or is an option, or either. What was left was to add plus 2 and a negative 2, and when you do grafting, grafting is a motion. And a motion is a verb. So we gave the 2 the value of a verb. The reason for that is this pen is a fact. My thinking threw the pen up in the air, creating a motion. The motion didn't change the fact. So therefore, that's how 2 got to be a verb. Just basic logic. And what we had left was adding, subtracting. So that became the position, or the preposition. But then we had to factor out the no factor. So these became the positions in grammar. There's 68 positions. You have 34 positive and 34 negative. Up, down, in, out, over, under, through, around, yes, no. These all become your positions. Used independently, all 68 are adverbs. The articles An article would be anything that deals with ownership. A, an, the, this, these, them. Those are all your articles. There's 38 articles, as a matter of fact. He, she, for your pen, for my pen, for his pen, for this pen, for her pen, for if I want these pens, if I had 2 of them. And so there's, every time because you have 68 prepositions and 38 articles, that comes out to 1900 divided by 2 is 900 definitions. So if I make a sentence here, where the bridge is over the water, and I want to write it backwards. Where the bridge is under, for the water is under the bridge, and over and under opposite prepositions, and both sentences are the same picture. Now, they can still defeat this. So what I have to do now is I have to say my position equals for. My lodial or article equals the. My verb equals is or are. I have to give closure for what my parts of speech are. Every lawsuit I write has closure for the parts of speech. Has a styles manual built into my lawsuit, has a constitution built into my lawsuit, has a dictionary built into my lawsuit. I have 2 pages of complaints, but I have 6 pages of supporting documentation to make those 2 pages closure. Now I abbreviate, just like the document, contract, federal, postal, court, venue, performance. Now here between postal court, it's postal station. The reason we use the word station is you have bus stations, people come and go. You have courthouses, people come and go. You have train stations, people come and go, but they terminal at airports because they leave Earth. Or you have a train goes up to water, and that's the end, so that's a terminal. Anything that's the end of something is a terminal. Anything that picks up and drops off is called a station. So our documents are called stations because they are moving in and out of the court system, and people are moving in and out, and postmasters are in, because we're postmasters, we're coming to the court and leaving the court as station managers, as station postmasters. So there's a way to our madness. And the hyphen, each one of these hyphens represents a prepositional phrase or a colon. And rather than put colons all the way across, we use hyphens. Or if I say for the document, and I write for the, I'll still use the hyphens because the hyphens all the way through mean that is a prepositional phrase making all those words into a fact, called a compound fact. And I've got the congressional laws written in 1834 to support using compound words with hyphens as a congressional order in this country. But it's also a worldwide issue. So he's got to do a change. Okay. So the position then became the verb. Now if I remove one word here, I take for out, the bridge is over the water. Now the is an adverb making bridge a verb. Is an adverb making over a verb. The is an adverb making water a verb. Both ways. The water is over the bridge, or under the bridge. That's a 2. So now it's adverb, verb, adverb, verb, adverb, verb. Show me the verb bridge, the verb order, over, and the verb water. Fraud, frontwards and backwards is still fraud. And that's the simplicity. Took 1,000 days to find the simplest of things. All right, he's got to change it. See, they beat you up on advertising on the internet with this all the time, and on your TVs and commercials. You know, get out of debt, file bankruptcy. You don't get out of debt when you file bankruptcy. They just put that into another category of bookkeeping. When you file bankruptcy, you say that 3 plus 3 equals 7. And if that's a lie. If you take this mortgage contract, written in adverb verb, and you file bankruptcy against it, you just gave this lie credibility because you say it's valuable and you want it to go away. So you just gave this lie value. The minute you give it value, they can take your house in 72 hours. They'll play it along because they don't want the public to look at what they're doing. How did New Zealand, Australia, and South Africa get captured, including Hong Kong and India, by the British from 1800 through 1900? They went in, they put up a tent. First, the ship pulls in to port. First person off the ship is the postmaster because he's in charge of the British military. He sets up his tent on the beach, sees that there's a few natives around. So he calls up the troops off the ship to guard the tent. Now he's got his police force. Then he goes ahead and says, well, we're gonna settle this land to the tribal people. And the tribal said, this is our land. He says, well, you have a contract to show me? And they said, well, this is 1800, so nobody's writing or speaking English. And they only have picture writing. So he goes ahead and the postmaster goes, well, we're gonna hold court. So they're gonna go ahead and take that post office and they're gonna set up a court next to it. Might be in a tent. The judge is gonna stand on a plane called soapboxing. So he doesn't have the continuance of evidence because he's gonna be lying to everybody. And he rules in favor of the colonists who just got off the boat that want to settle the land or set up farming. And the natives say, no, that ain't going to happen. So they're going to have natives go ahead and get their weapons and they're going to start a war. So the post office orders more military to protect the post office. And then all the grievances are then taken into court. And wherever the people settled their land, in New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, Hong Kong, and in India, the crown waits 1 year. Farmer gets out there, develops the land protected by the military. On the anniversary of the first year and 3-day rescission, the court goes out and files bankruptcy because they invaded the people, killed the people, stole the land. That's the word ailing, A-I-L-I-N-G. Means corruption from the beginning. That's because it comes from the word failing. Put a bracket around it, removes the F. Because it's an issue of ailing now, and you just gave certification through bankruptcy that the lie of ailing now becomes a value. So the Crown then goes ahead and they run it for a 45-day trust law and then discharge the bankruptcy, now giving value to the word ailing, which is corruption. And they write the whole entire treaty or title to the land for the owner in now adverb verb, which says nothing, but they can't read above because the Magna Carta 1215 is written in adverb verb by Cromwell in England. That's their Bible. And that Bible goes on, but England doesn't even leave England until 15th century. So that lie is in place for 300 years, and everyone is taught to believe in the lie. Any question?
What happens if that postmaster gets off the ship and there's already a postmaster there?
No, there wasn't.
No, but what if there was? When we show up to be a postmaster into a land where there's already a postmaster, how does that work?
Well, they had a treaty.
Okay.
Postmaster will make treaty with another postmaster. But because the first one on there sets up their courts and sets up their venue jurisdiction and has the military in place, then that postmaster is the one that's orchestrating. He's the puppet master because he now is in control of the money and he does trade with the natives, and through the trade factor of sweat equity, That's how they captured all of the islands in the South Pacific. There was a movie made about 50 years ago called the South Pacific. Burt Reynolds starred in it. What's that?
You gotta watch that man, right?
Nope, not that one. That was Burt Reynolds. Burt Lancaster stood on the pier and said to the Swiss, "If it wasn't for that flag flying on this island, I would own the copra business, which is coconut oil." He says, "Whoever gets to the island first and puts up their flag owns that island." And then they bring in the postmaster next, set up the military, banking, and then harvest the island. Then you go out and file bankruptcy. After the 45-day bankruptcy runs, they then retitle it back into the Crown's name and then sell it to, with the Crown being the owner and you are the tenant. All of your mortgages, the first word says the tenant, borrower. You're a tenant, you don't own it. Because they killed the Indians under aliens, stole the land, and sold it to an unsuspecting buyer. Everybody in the United States is in the same boat. Except, I think, Long Island, New York, which is Manhattan, and they purchased that for a bunch of beads from the Indians. And so that was sovereign, because they bought that. Everything else was a war issue. The French wars, French-Indian wars, and all the West, they used smallpox, and they used genocide, germ warfare, and just outright, murder to kill off the American Indians, to steal the land. And there was always a post office involved to order the military, control the money. Stagecoach, Pony Express, was all about money and the postal. The post office then captured the entire world and then established the New World Order in 1871, October 22nd. So that's what you're looking at. Don't file bankruptcy. Now, let's say they discharge the bankruptcy. You go ahead and you run up your MasterCard for $100,000. And you say, I can't pay this. I'm going to file bankruptcy. So the judge says, okay, we'll give you a clean bill of health. So they put that $100,000 over here and it's drawing interest at 6 to 12%. 20 years later, you go ahead and win the lottery. You know they're going to pay that bankruptcy off before they give you your money? You get an insurance settlement from a car accident, a couple $100,000, and you have $100,000 in bankruptcy. The insurance company has to pay off your bankruptcy before you get whatever's left over from the car accident. If you die, your life insurance policy has to pay off the bankruptcy before your life insurance is paid to your survivors.
Is there a way to cancel the bankruptcy? Like to undo, like if someone...
Don't do it, because now your credit's screwed up for 10 years.
If someone already has done it, is there a way to...
Well, if you're going to go ahead and do that, then you sue the bankruptcy attorneys for fictitious conveyance of language, use the quo warranto complaint, those same ones we use for the mortgage. You sue the bankruptcy attorney for his attorney fees and lying to the court under fictitious conveyance of language under Title 15, Section 1639A in the Rescissions Act, written in 1914. You take it under a Title 42, 1986 for knowledge of a crime, and now you're porting it into the court to vacate that position, and he's liable for 4 times damages under the Clayton Act, which then pays off his risk management insurance company, pays off your bankruptcy and discharges it under fictitious conveyance of language under Title 18, 1001, and Title 15, Section 1692E, and Title 18, Section 242, deprivation of the right or unculling of the law.
But this
Okay?
needs to be done first before, if we go with this mortgage.
No, you can do that anytime you want.
So it doesn't have to be done, you can still pursue with this mortgage.
Oh yeah, my mortgages don't interfere with a bankruptcy, don't interfere with you selling a house, even if you sold your house legally after living there. All 65 million mortgages in the United States are fraudulent. Every one of them constituted a bank fraud against the Social Security, the United States Treasury. What this country needs to do is, like Iceland did, discharge all mortgages, give everybody clear title to their homes, because it's a bold-faced lie. Every MasterCard contract, every mortgage, I mean, but then where do you stop? All your IRS claims have to be completely zeroed out. IRS doesn't even exist. Internal, IN, no. TER, Terra, AL, contract, no earth contract. Revenue, RE, no. VEN, venue, UE, contract, no venue contract. Service. It's a lie. Advertised in adverb verbs throughout the entire document. You can't show me a single fact in that. I just got a letter from the IRS saying, don't try to file taxes this year because you don't owe us anything.
Can you forward that letter?
See now, here's another little thing. You got a lawsuit going on, right? And your case number is going to be 2016. We'll just go civil, which will be a CV. And your case number is 00123. 45 days later, you have correspondence from the attorney, and now it's 2016, uppercase CV, 0123. 45 days later, it's 2016 C V 123. Then they're going to go back to lowercase CV, or they're going to put a subheading after it, MF, for the judge's name. So they're going to, every 45 days, you're going to have a different case number. And then they'll take this and they'll add a space here. They'll add a space here. These are all character spaces. I mean, pay attention to your original case number. Every time you change the case number, you cancel the original document, and 45 days later, it doesn't exist. So they changed it again. And every time you go back to court, you're accumulating all these different case numbers. This is one of the tricks they pull. And then your name is going to be nom de guerre, sometimes in all caps. It'll be written in lowercase, adjective, adjective, pronoun. Doesn't matter if it's upper or lower, it's still an adjective, adjective, pronoun. So if they're not punctuating, even my own name. This here document over here, this was done by the Chief Federal Judge of Hawaii under me. I'm the Chief Federal Judge. This was, Mulloway was appointed by Obama to go head-to-head with me. So Mulloway goes ahead and writes up this document. I syntaxed it. And then I prosecuted her. You can go look at this on your own. With a quo warranto complaint for incompetency and send this to President Obama saying, you appointed a second-grade reading level judge to go head-to-head with me. 6 weeks later, a new judge was appointed in syntax to go head-to-head with me in Hawaii because they didn't want to lose the Hawaiian Islands. Then the federal courthouse had the sign, which has been up there for 60, 70 years. They took the federal courthouse down. They had to steam clean the concrete because it was bleached from the sun, and just write courthouse. The one in Lexington, Kentucky, it says United States Postal Office, Post Office and Court. It was built as a post office. And then the word, it's the clerk of court in stone. Built in 1920, 21 or 29, I forget which one it was. That's how they spell court. Covert. These documents here are the original documents stamped on 12/21/2012. Mayan calendar is end of the world. End was a pronoun, thus an adverb, modifies the word world. Russell J. Gould and I signed our stamps, had Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court opened, and these are the original documents of our oaths and the charter, constitution, to order open the Federal Postal Court that they say doesn't exist. We syntaxed all the original July 4, 1775 documents. We proved them to be a fraud, filed a quo warranto, prosecuted the England Oversight Committee who appointed Benjamin Franklin in 1775 with the forensic evidence of their folly, And since then, there's been 16 other books published on Benjamin Franklin's fraud against the United States as a French attorney working for the English Crown to capture America. So I've been blowing the lid off of everybody, and I haven't had any pullbacks. You know, people say what I'm not. A lot of paperwork over there and a lot of things on the internet about what I'm not, and a lot of slander against me. Well, these are people who are in the adverb world, attorneys that have been prosecuted and removed from office, or judges removed from office by me. People that take straw man redemption, UCC, and acceptance for value. I put them out of business. In retaliation for losing their business, they slander my quantum, which I can't understand this. This is incomprehensible nonsense. He's a fictitious litigator. We checked on LexisNexis, which is the internet for judges and attorneys. We find that there's over 120 active cases in one reading, another 89 in another reading. I'll tell you right now, we have 600 foreclosures at the Department of Treasury that are being adjudicated as a class action right now, with a $26 billion payout on it. That was announced 21 December 2014. So, and there was another one paid. I brokered the $26 billion payout to Kamala Harris, which paid off the bankruptcy of California in 2010. That's the kind of juice I pull with the banks in the world court. So people that make comments about what I can't do, I got Ireland to independence by writing a constitution in quantum language in 2 days. The Parliament voted on it, sent it to the Parliament of England, and in August of 2012, Ireland got their independence after 660 years of war. To break a country free, Scotland is now going for theirs, using the same constitution. South Africa's got 200,000 screaming Zulu. They want their country back, and I sent a quo ranto and a constitution down to them. New Zealand and Australia got their independence from England. So did Hong Kong. We shut down Oklahoma, a federal court, put all the judges in prison for selling insurance to Mexican semi-drivers in adverb fiction from the courthouse. We shut down Austin, Texas for stealing $8.6 billion from probate court over a 7-year period. Put 4 federal judges, 12 U.S. attorneys, and 1 clerk from the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, New Orleans, in prison for conspiracy. The one attorney had over $400 million in exotic cars in a warehouse. I mean, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Bentleys, Rolls Royces, big giant 10,000 square foot pole barn, just stacked up with these cars, no miles on them. Because he knew in 10, 20 years he could sell them as antiques to people and get classic money for them at the auctions. And, you know, quadruple his money.
What happened to them?
They're all in prison.
No, not them, the car.
Oh, everything. The Justice Department had auctions. They auctioned off everything. They had 5 homes in the 12,000 square feet.
And how is that money recycled?
Well, you just got to be there to buy it. You can do all the drug auctions too. You can pick up a $200,000 Lamborghini for $10,000 bucks.
But who gets the money?
Oh, the United States Treasury.
Okay.
That all goes back to the Treasury.
Okay.
In 2010, I don't know how many of you remember this happening, there were 47,000 numbered accounts in Switzerland. I was in Auckland, New Zealand, and I did a program on grammar of the fictitious conveyance of banking with Switzerland, because we had just come back there from 2005. And I had 2 Secret Service agents amongst the 80 Maori tribal chiefs at that meeting. And when I told them about the fictitious conveyance of language that the Universal Postal Union burned Switzerland and the Swiss banks all had adverb verb, that their secrecy of keeping numbered checking accounts of U.S. citizens and drug dealers private, the United States Postal Service then went to Switzerland and demanded the correct parse syntax grammar to hold $4 trillion of U.S. currency in Switzerland. That money was returned back to the post office in September of 2010. September 2nd, the United States Postal Service became the new Universal Postal Union because it had a quantum treaty written by Russell and I for the post office. There were 47,000 people contacted for the $4 trillion. You can have your money. Just got to come to the post office and explain how that money got to Switzerland without paying export taxes and how you made the money. Nobody showed up. So the Treasury had a $4 trillion windfall on that little comment that we put out. The United States of America Treasury has a $4 trillion a year operating expense. They collect $500 billion from 168 million taxpayers. 68 million taxpayers do not pay taxes for one reason or another and are constantly being audited and put in jail in federal prisons because they're suing fiction for fiction to get out of their codes, and most of them go to jail under a 7203 or 7204 or 7202. Failure to pay taxes or have some kind of a excuse. But when you sue fiction with fiction, you're going to lose. And they're just going to throw you in jail. But when you sue to pay your taxes with the correct parse syntax grammar, don't go into a courthouse because you're leaving America. Take them into a revenue office. Only deal with revenue office and 11 revenue officers where you can syntax their paperwork in front of them and show them, well, I'm here to perform. And sue for the word performance so I can give you my money. That way you're not a tax protester, you're not a tax avoider. You want to give them money. When you go to, if you are forced into a court scenario, you are there under your punctuated name to perform and help the prosecuting attorney prosecute you. If they said you did something wrong, then you're going to sue to work for the prosecuting attorney and prosecute yourself because you have first-hand knowledge, not an opinion, not a presumption, of who you are and what you did. Now, as a performance, working for the prosecuting attorney or driving 45 miles an hour in a 30 zone, can you show me a law, rule, regulation, or code written with the correct parse syntax grammar that says what to do? Well, the answer is no. They don't have any correct grammar. So if they don't have any correct grammar, then how can you do a violation? You have eyes in front of you. We are attack animals. When you're in the military, we give you a gun. You go ahead and you fight the enemy until you run out of bullets. If you run out of bullets, you got a sword or a knife or throw stones at them. You're still supposed to attack until such a time you can't attack anymore without dying. At which time you can then surrender or be captured. But if you got your bullets and you turn around and run away, if the enemy doesn't shoot you in the back, your own people will shoot you in the back and you'll be shot as a coward. When you go to court, don't run away from your responsibilities. If you did something, then sue to participate. Help the prosecuting attorney prosecute you. But when you take the witness stand to answer the questions, make sure the questions are asked with the correct parse syntax grammar so you can answer with the correct parse syntax grammar for the laws with the correct parse syntax grammar, which doesn't exist. So therefore, they have to vacate the case because there's no charges. Now, in the other flip side here, in the event you are charged with impersonation of some kind of fiction document, well, how many different fiction documents can we produce, starting with the passport? Or any laws, rules, regulations, and codes that they charged under indictment? Well, we'll just go ahead and we'll syntax the indictment. And we'll say like, and then the quo warranto complaint will bring up all the charges on the back of my business card as to you sued me with fraud language. So I have to name you as my co-conspirator to do whatever you're doing with fictitious language. Which means the prosecutor has to prosecute himself while prosecuting you. That's why if you join the prosecution, they have to vacate the case. So don't run away. Always perform. They can't match performance for performance. They have to make sure you say the word no. Not guilty. No contest. So not is an adverb making guilty a verb. Guilty means responsibility. Re means no, spon means to talk, ab means no, and ty is contract. So you have a no contract responsibility. So it's an opinion. So if you if you say no contract, well then you have no contest. No is an adverb making contest the verb. That's a lie. If you plead guilty, that means you're silent before the court. So because you're pleading no responsibility. So you're no speak. If you're no speak, we call you pro se. Pro means no and sa is speak. You keep going in a vicious circle of everything they want you to say is no. And then do you understand? UN is no, DER is contract, and stand. You have no contract standing. That's what understanding means. So they're going to use word games on you continuously as tricks and traps, changing of numbers. While you guys are having lunch, I'm going to write some sentences up here because they take a little bit longer, and then we're going to do sentence breakdowns and sentence rewrites. But we're going to do it vertically. When you read things horizontally, your left side of your brain goes into effect. That's your romance, your coloring. When you go into the right side of the brain, this is your logic and mathematics. The minute I write vertically, you will immediately go into mathematics. Here's another condition of all of your psyche. If you are angry about something, upset, PMS, doesn't matter what it is that causes your emotions to be high, low, up or down, depressed or happy, and I throw a math problem at you, you will immediately shut down all emotions and solve the math problem with logic. And you use the left side of your brain, and by the time you figure out the math problem, the left side that got you all sick and upset, you'll forget what you were upset about. How to turn it off and turn it on. I was a marriage counselor for 12 years, had 129 people. 29 got remarried when they found out they were no more than a bag of chemistry. By taking their emotions, their hormones, their scent, their diet, and bringing it together to match up with their partners. You are what you eat. There's a book out there, You Are What You Eat. It's about 1,800 pages long. So no matter what sickness you have, you can eat a diet and in a couple of weeks cure it by starving whatever bothers you into submission and correcting it with the right diet. I can take any one of you in this audience and put you on a meat and potatoes, which is protein and starch, and I can create a personality and a scent, S-C-E-N-T. Your scent will attract the opposite sex of the same food group, and you will probably fall in love with that person. I can then take you off of meat and potatoes and make a vegetarian out of you. In 90 days, you'll try to kill the person that was on meat and potatoes because your scent's different. I can take you off of vegetables and put you on a fruit diet for 90 days and change your chemistry again. And your partner will think you're some kind of an alien. I can put you on a junk food diet with Ruffles potato chips and Cheetos and cupcakes and sugar and everything else and salts. I can change your whole chemistry again. And then I can put you back on meat and potatoes and you're going to wonder what happened to you. Who was the stranger who was here all this time? Because all your cells are rebuilt every 90 days. So you can change who you are constantly. Any one of you that has any kind of an illness, there's a cure for all your illnesses. One is through what's called a zapper, Z-A-P-P-E-R, using frequency. Now the frequency controls the DNA crystalline. All crystals runs on frequency, radio frequency. The radio frequencies are controlled by the radio frequencies through the brain. And it's transmitted almost as fast as electricity goes through wire into your body. Your brain talks to every cell in your body. And so therefore, with the radio frequency, you can target, if you have arthritis is caused by flatworm. 30 kilohertz frequency will kill 80% of your flatworm in 6 minutes, reducing your arthritis inflammation, which is feces, which crosses nitrate within the cartilage. And your arthritis will disappear. You'll be free to move again. If you have all your different cancers is a protein. All cancer is a protein. You target the identity of that protein. You identify that through 3,850 different frequencies. You then dial in that frequency into a radio generator called a zapper, and it will target only the frequency of the DNA. Once the DNA breaks, it cannot talk to the chromosome cannot talk to the cell does not know how to eat or reproduce itself, which is cloning, and it dies of old age in less than 125 hours.
Are there doctors in the United States that adjust frequencies?
Well, you can buy one just go on Zappers. 100 countries in the United States, 100 companies in the United States make the Zapper. Hulda Clark brought in the technology in 1955. That came off the Rife technology from 33, which Nikola Tesla did in 1906. So this is all perfected technology. There's millions and millions of people that have these and use them to cure themselves of everything. I have all 3,800 frequencies. Anybody, you get sick, call me up. You don't have to say your name or nothing. Just say, this is what's bothering me, what's the frequency? And I'll give you the frequency or send you an email to the frequency over the phone. You can call up any one of the zapper companies, say, manufacture me a frequency zapper with that frequency on it, or multiple frequencies. You can go 1% above or below that frequency, and you can kill the DNA, which shuts down the chromosome, and your disease dies in 5 days. Nice and simple, cheap, costs you $85 to maybe $150 for a zapper, multi-frequency. The other one is in 1977, Tokyo, Japan. A woman was dying. She was 95 years old. She had 3 different types of flus from Southeast Asia. She also had 7 different types of cancer. And she was in a coma. She had 105-degree fever. And because of her age and the fever, they just said, well, just let her pass quietly. Well, she didn't pass. She recovered 100% with no sickness after 5 days. So the doctor said, well, when you get the chicken pox, the measles, the mumps, the flu, you always get a fever with that, because the fever prevents the cloning of the virus that got you sick in the first place. The cure for malaria is 104 degrees for 8 hours. Anybody can sustain that. You just got to see what happens with malaria is the body goes into a fever every 72 to 96 hours. The multiplication of the malaria virus absorbs oxygen, so technically you die of suffocation. But if you heat the body up 1 degree hotter than its capabilities, and it'll only go to 103 to kill 95% of the virus, and then you're normal again for 3 days. But if you take it up to 104 for 8 hours, you get 100% of the virus and you're purged. You're 100% cured and then if you ever get infected a second time, your white cells will go into effect and kill it before it even has a chance to multiply once. My friend Dickie in Guadalcanal was sick. We had 2 German scientists there doctors to study malaria, because it's the number 3 killer on planet Earth of third world countries. And they had a 2-year grant. In 14 days, they went back to Germany with the cure. We cured Dickie and his son and everybody else that was sick in Guadalcanal. They just came in one right after the other. They went in and they heated them up in an incubator with an IV drip so they could maintain a 104-degree fever, and which doesn't hurt anybody really. You won't even get fever blistering from 8 hours, and cured people one right after another with that. So the fever is the secret. Now, if you have something serious, breast cancer, colon cancer, prostate cancer, that's 105 degrees for that. You have to go into a barometric chamber at 2 atmospheres, 16.8% oxygen for 125 hours. We give you a sodium pentothal shot, which puts you to sleep, and an IV drip with food, as well as your artificial induced fever. And I guarantee that after 125 hours, you will wake up and you will be purged of all known cancers in your body. I don't care how many different things you got going on, it'll kill all of them. The human body doesn't build junk. Your cells can withstand 105 degrees for about 90 days. And we're only talking about all known cancer proteins only have a 125-hour lifespan. A lot of them die at 103 hours for 103 degrees at 60 hours. So what you do is you graft it. Where's my... The reason I'm telling you that is most of you in here are of an age that, in spite of grammar, You want to live to enjoy what you're learning. So having the secrets of what I got to tell you is very important. So if you do a graft, you got 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, and then you got time. Let's say 20 hours, 40 hours, 60 hours, and so on. So whatever your temperature is and it crosses your time, this is where you're going to, these are your targets. So you can do a biopsy, put it in a petri dish, subject it to a chart of 50 different temperatures from 100 to 105, and from in 20-hour increments up to 125 hours, and whatever temperature, whatever lowest frequency, or excuse me, whatever lowest temperature you can acquire to prevent cloning in the petri dish is all you have to do to heat your body with an IV drip, and you can purge your body of that illness without surgery and without any complications. It won't affect any of your other organs. So that's the secret that they want you to know about. And that was done to 3,850 people in Tokyo, Japan, and they all recovered except 8%, which were in their late 90s, and they were too weak and just died because it was their time to die. Their bodies weren't strong enough to take the heat. But everybody else was purged, and all these cancers were cured. So, and then they took the technology and they buried it. They published it in Science and Medical Magazine, 1977, July. I got a copy of it. And when I went to go back and get a second copy, I called around. It had been pulled off the market, and all the books were destroyed, and the technology was buried. There's only one of the 8 doctors still alive in San Jose, Mexico, south of San Diego. He charges $38,000 to do the incubator process on anybody. So.
I know there are still doctors that do it in Russia and other
Yeah, you can go to other countries. You can go to Japan and get it done. You can go to China. You can go to Russia. You can go to Mexico. The technology is sound. It's very simple. If anybody wants me to talk to a doctor about it, I'll be more than happy to express it. Being that I have a sovereignty position with my own country and the King of Hawaii and diplomacy as an ambassador to 82 countries, I can talk and not get arrested. So I behave myself. All right, what else we got here? Deeds of trust and mortgages. Now, your deed of trust and your mortgage, which I had showed you here before, you've got 4,700 mistakes. This is a Fannie Mae Freddie Mac. It controls 40 million mortgages in the United States. There are 38 different mortgages in the United States. The other 20 million are handled by private homeowners associations. Credit unions write their own. Private attorneys write up real estate contracts for business as well as private citizens. Those are rare to come across my desk because almost everybody is being really aggressive with these Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. In February 2015, Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae announced that we're going to file bankruptcy because of my lawsuits. And they haven't filed yet, but they're getting close to it. Now, each one of these lawsuits carry a $25 million fine under Title 15, Section 78 FF. Under Title 31, Sections 3729 through 3733, you're entitled to 8% finder's fees as a whistleblower for turning in a forensic audit, which is syntaxing this document under a quo warranto complaint. They can walk these into the bank will write them a check or go to prison for 10 years because it's a signed confession for criminal activity of bank fraud, stealing from the Treasury. And with their maximum effort that they're doing, they only have so many people working at the Justice Department assigned to foreclosures. It's a slow process, I hate to say. I wish it was faster, that we had thousands of agents working on this because there's 64 million fraudulent mortgages. Currently, there's a bottleneck of 9 million mortgages at the Department of Justice in fiction. All the quantum ones were turned over to the Secretary General of the Treasury. They're sitting over there with a class action because the Treasury because we signed the stamps, it's postal. Because it's postal, it's Treasury. So therefore, because we put the money on the face, they can't treat it as a fiction document. It's a banking document. Because we endorse the top or the back of the cover page, and that makes, just like you cancel a check at the bank, you cancel your mortgage contract, the money on it, on the face, so it's an equitable document, has value with that $1, because as a postmaster, you're moving the vessel through the court system to get collection, and it goes to the Treasury. Now, because these fraudulent mortgages are sold to the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Securities and Exchange through Wall Street called a securitized backed asset. In 2010, Eric Holder at the time was in power, brought a $400 billion lawsuit against the Securities and Exchange and collected all $400 billion from the banks. They've since filed Loretta Lynch as the new Secretary General, and she was Michelle Obama's roommate for 4 years in college. So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And so she's now been active with this. We filed 47 federal lawsuits against Eric Holder, and he was removed by the Senate Oversight Committee. And within 1 week, 897 bank presidents were arrested and sentenced to 10 years in prison for bank fraud on these documents. So they're doing a lot of serious things, putting a lot of serious people in jail. And currently there's, huh?
We just don't hear about it except.
Well, no, it's on the internet. You can look it up if you want to do the research. Oh, no, they don't want to scare people from banking or other countries from doing commerce with us. But it's the work that I do earns the United States Treasury $8 trillion a year for the government. So even though they only get $500 million a year in taxes, I supply the lion's share of the money through the quantum lawsuits with all the criminal activity that takes place in the United States. And that's why they kind of leave me alone. Because if they pull the plug on this, then they're going to have repercussions. Because you've got 150 countries, or 150 languages now worldwide studying this technology. When we gave China the quantum banking treaties, the BRIC corporations were formed immediately, which is now 197 countries worldwide against the International Monetary Fund. If you're worried about $25 million fines times 64 million, that comes up to about $400 trillion. The International Monetary Fund has the number 26 with 213 zeros in the bank. I don't know how to say that number, but it's way bigger than 400 trillion. So don't worry about the bank going bust or anything anytime soon. It's just a bunch of numbers, you know. So it's that's where the history of our money comes from. I get a lot of unusual job assignments to fill in my. Oh, sure.
And I guarantee everybody in this room is thinking this, and I'm the only one going to speak up.
Okay.
From the time we hand you our paperwork till we can cash the check, usually how long does that take?
I can't answer that. I can answer how long it takes me to get the paperwork back to you so that you can file your documents is about 10 days. 3 days mail out, 3 days in my office, and 3-day mail back. So within like 10 days, you'll have your paperwork back, and then it takes you a couple days to read it, understand it. Any questions, commerce back and forth with me. And I stay with my clients indefinitely. Once you sign up and you go through this process, I don't care how long it takes. Any banks contact you, any lawyers contact you, I handle it. I have pre-cut, cookie cutters, lawsuits. After 12,000 lawsuits, I've learned how to do cookie cutters. So I can syntax their paperwork. They do about 1,000 words an hour. And my staff knows how to syntax as well. And then we take that and we bond it together and send it back to the court, suing the attorneys for fraud and go after the risk management insurance policies. Bank of America can no longer hire any law firm in California because all the California law firms will not do business of my names on it. And most attorneys, if you talk to them and you show them my business card, they'll walk away from you. They won't even entertain a conversation with you for fear of being taped or getting involved because they know I'm going to syntax their paperwork. They can make all the sarcastic remarks against me they want. The point is there's a thing called an International Styles Manual. What is an adverb? Okay, what I'm going to do is bring this over here so everybody can see it. Rather than rewrite everything. Okay, the adverb is a modifier. A modifier changes something. Well, anytime you have a fact and you change it, that's perjury last time I checked. So, the modifier, the adverb, we're going to use numbers now. 1 modifies 1. 1 modifies 2. A pronoun is connected backwards in front of it to the adverb, and an adverb can modify as many adverbs as you want. Like if I say the very, very, very black pen, this would be 3, 4, all those varies become adverbs. So you can put as many adverbs together as you want because they connect both frontwards and backwards to other adverbs. If you have 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, that's usually how a judge is going to write in perfection. To give you an example, my daughter was 16 years old. She entered into a grammar contest in school. There was a $100 savings bond as first place. You had to put 300 words on one sheet of paper. She wrote about cats. She showed me her letter with adverb, adjective, pronoun. I says, well, you're never going to win anything with that. That's all mixed up. I says, now if you have 150 adverbs, 150 verbs, and do a perfect adverb verb, you win the contest. She says, that's crazy. I says, yeah? So I fixed it. I wrote it in 150 adverbs and 150 verbs. She won first place out of 1,600 entries. Then I wrote a quantum one under an assumed name. We filed that in with prepositional phrases in the correct mathematical order. After they made the announcement over the PA system of the school of 1,600 students, they then announced that this fictitious person was loose from an insane asylum, that there was an ambulance waiting outside to capture this individual who was in the school and had filed this document with perfect grammar because it disqualified all the programs and classes in the school. I spent 10 years at Marquette University studying law. And one day a lawyer came up and he was looking over my shoulder as I was putting syntaxes with adverb, verb, adverb, adjective, pronouns on the paperwork. He says, I had been over there for 10 years in the library, and all the attorneys, lawyers, and judges in Milwaukee County courts would come over and ask me questions because I knew the answer to everybody. And word got around that I could answer everybody's legal questions, so it saved them a lot of research time. Well, after 10 years of this going on, the one lawyer looks at me and he says, what are you doing? I says, I'm syntaxing. I says, by the way, every book in this library is fraudulently conveyed, and there's no continuance of evidence between the lawsuit and now time. I says, therefore, it's all inadmissible in court. So all these people are wasting their time. So he goes and he gets the dean. Dean calls up the sheriff's department. I got 4 sheriffs come walking up to me going, the dean wants to see you. Okay, this is fun. Bring your books. So I walk in the dean's office and he hands me a sheet of paper with a single paragraph, about 30 words on it. He says, can you read this? I says, well, it's all wrong. Can you syntax it? I said, oh, yeah, real sure. So just showing off, I syntaxed it. He looks at it and he says, effective immediately. And somebody stands in front of me and takes my picture. And within 10 minutes, 8.5 by 10 glossies were set up all over the campus. If you see this person, have them arrested for trespassing. They filed a restraining order. The judge was there and signed the restraining order. It says he's not allowed on Marquette University property anymore because I disqualified all the books in the library and disqualified the entire college of Marquette University and their ability to teach. So I became public enemy number 1 in one bold stroke of mathematical syntax. So the adverb is going to be your number 1 factor, and I showed you the picture there in color codes, how many adverbs are on there. Well, an adverb being a modifier is a lie. That's perjury. So you know how many words are perjured there to start with. Then number 2, you have thinking. Thinking is the performance to move everything. And when you're modifying your thinking with an adverb, or modifying coloring, which is an adverb, adjective, pronoun, or 3-4, because you can say, if I just said David Miller without punctuation, it's an adjective pronoun. So if I put a 1 in front of it, the David Miller, now I did a 1-3-4. It's still a lie. Or the United States. The United States of America would then be a 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, which is a lie, because now you're showing a connection where the pronoun, the adverb modifies the adverb, the adjective modifies the pronoun, and the pronoun, when you look up pronouns and adjectives in the Styles Manual, it says anytime you have two facts come together, black is a fact and pen is a fact. But when I say black pen, it's an adjective pronoun. So it's a coloring, but there's 1,200 shades of black, of the pronoun pen, because now we don't know which shade you're referring to. The pigmentation of your eye will make a determination based on blood pressure and the density of how much iron you have in your blood to change what color red is, what color orange is, or yellow. People are colorblind. I was in Australia with a friend, and I says, "Can I have the red pen?" And she wouldn't hand it to me. I says, why won't you give me the red pen? She says, "I can't see red. I can only see brown and white. Those are only two colors I can see. And shades of brown. I'm colorblind," she says. I can't see colors. She can't enjoy a buffet, can't enjoy a Christmas tree with colors. It just, everything's brown. I went, wow, what a way to go in life. But that was something that was a wake-up call for me, because the first person I ever met that was colorblind. Then when you go to pronouns, pronouns is a for, stands alone. If I say the word pen, pen is a pronoun. If I ask you for a penny, I just said to you in Hawaiian, in Maori language, I need a pen, but you would give me a coin out of your pocket instead. So the subjective interpretation of what this value is different based on how many different languages, or if you were in China or Japan or South Korea or Russia or French, Spanish, you would all be given a different word for this object. Or same thing with a glass or a table or a chair. So it comes down to your ability to communicate with people. So when you're dealing with the pronoun is always going to be by itself, or it's going to be followed by a one. You will never see an adjective follow a pronoun. You will not see a verb follow a pronoun. You will never see a preposition or an article or a fact follow a pronoun. This can't happen. So when you see the things that cannot happen and you remove those from the play, when you do sentence diagramming later today, you will see that of can be many things. When you have a position, which would be for the pen. This becomes your position, this is your article, and this is your fact. If you remove the for pen, now it's adverb verb. If you move for the pen, the is an adverb making pen a verb. You've said nothing. So when you go into court, we had an issue, it was a criminal trial where a gun was involved, and the district attorney said the gun shot the person. It was one of my clients shot up. His house was being burglarized, so he got into a tussle and grabbed the burglar. The burglar turned out to be a detective for the Miami Police Department. And in the fight, the police officer tried to pull the gun out and shoot him in the head. But he missed and shot his other hand instead. So he was charged with shooting a police officer and sentenced to 5 life terms in Miami, Florida. I then syntaxed the prosecuting attorney's paperwork. The gun shot the officer. So how does the verb gun shoot a verb officer? Case dismissed. He did 12 days in jail and was set free. They had to throw it out because of syntax. He was rearrested probably 6 months later on a cocaine charge. So he wasn't a good person, okay? Syntax got him off, but his character said otherwise, and it caught up with him. And then he wound up in jail for 20 years.
Cocaine went up his nose, right?
Yeah.
Does jeopardy attach when that's thrown out?
Does what?
Does jeopardy attach so they can't?
Oh, no. He wanted to just get away from it as far as possible. He was just happy to get out, okay? He didn't call me back up in the end to get into more details about Sanders versus English 950 Fed Second, or Transavert versus City of Tampa 1983 for false arrest at $75,000 an hour. If you get arrested for false arrest under fictitious conveyance of language and put in jail, it's a $75,000 an hour fine. There's 1,850 cases to back up that statement if you want to do the research on it. Your position would be you got to have a preposition with an article to make a fact. This is a box event. Now, if I put an ED on here, which makes this past time, and this is a 5, 6, 7, but in past time, I void it because it's not a now time argument. You will always exist in now time. You must always present yourself in now time. You must perform in now time and speak in now time. Because the future doesn't exist. It hasn't happened. So all of your prefixes, and they're listed in all my lawsuits, vacate anything that the district attorney writes on an indictment with a prefix. We take jurisdiction for all these frauds. All your suffixes, which is ed and from, it means past time. The word to is a future adverb, which moves whatever comes after it into a verb future. And where you're going to see that is to have and to hold.
Does it matter what now time, like it's present progressive, present simple, or any variation of now present time will do?
Not present time. Present time, PRE, means no cent, no contract time. Like you kill yourself with your own grammar because you're using a prefix to say present. Say that's where they brainwash you. You have got to use the word now, N-O-W. Now comes from the word noun. K-N-O-W-N with a line over O-W. This is Russian, 1750. I do world research on words, parse, throughout the history of mankind going back to Gothics, 8,500 years ago. You have now time, jurisdiction, to own what you know. Unique word. And when you have knowledge, you have now time ownership of what you know for banking, called knowledge. That's why that word is what it is. Because you can control your knowledge or control your banking. Unique word. When you see this on your paperwork, on your trust, anybody has a trust and that's what it says? It says, in the future, you shall never have now time, because this is future tense. And this is adverb verb and adverb adjective pronoun. But to is an adverb to hold in the future. So you shall never hold now time. You shall never have now time. And F-O-R-E means no. And how do you spell foreclosure? F-O-R-E. And Eve means ver means contract. So forever means no contract, because every contract written in 8,500 years means no contract. Forever. Because it goes back to you have no now time jurisdiction. So there's all this poetry built in. And you can have I've never seen a trust. You had a Panama trust worth 2 million copies of Panama, the Boston Trust, 2 million copies, Philadelphia Trust, 2 million copies. I was up in San Francisco and I made the announcement at the seminar where we had 60 people that Sunday morning at 9 o'clock I will be in the Holiday Inn having breakfast. Anybody that wants to have a trust looked at, please show up at the restaurant. At 9:15 there was 125 people filling every seat in the restaurant. And in the next 10 hours, I serviced 125 trusts and told all of them it was garbage. In the next, from 1997, that was the March 6, 1997, through the World Trade Center, 9/11. The stock market on March 6 stood at 6,000 points, 1997. At 20 days later, it was March 23rd, And March 6th is when I made the announcement of how to harvest trusts to the IRS. They were harvesting $500 billion a week, selling the stock in the trusts. And that's what made the stock market go from 6,000 to 5,300. 10% drop. So I called the Postmaster General, because he's in charge of the Treasury. He says, why are you selling off the stocks? Why don't you take the money that's getting from these trusts for fraudulent conveyance of language and buy .coms? So they went out and bought the .coms, and the NASDAQ stock market and New York Stock Exchange jumped all the way up to 12,800 by 9/11. And everybody and their uncle was shorting airline stocks on 9/10. They were on the inside of the fraud, made a bundle of money in the next couple of weeks. Then the stock market went from 12,000 all the way down to another 8,000, dropped 4,000, I think it was 4,300 points. And we'll be right back after lunch. The 2nd of February 2000 is your cutoff dates. I don't care if you've got a 50-year mortgage, you've been in the property. You can only go back to the 2nd of February. That's when the United States of America and the Post Office was created under the new realm of the United States of America Corporation. So they won't look at anything or honor anything before that date.
What was that date again?
The 2nd of February 2000. 2000, that's the cutoff. So any math, any mortgages that I do, that's how your math for your caretaker's fees are going to be calculated. Now these caretaker fees, which are minimum wage, if you remember back around 2000, I think it was like $3.50 an hour, but with compounded interest over the last 16 years, it's actually $8.25 an hour. Now that's for 2,000 hours a year. The other 6,700 hours a year is time and a half, $12.75 an hour. So when you do the math on it, it comes up to $87,400 for the man and $87,400 for the woman, husband and wife, because you guard the property. So that's how you calculate that, because you own the house, you're responsible 24/7 for insurance, taking care of it, make sure the pipes don't break or gets vandalized or robbed. So because you're watching a property worth $500,000 to $1 million, this is a fair wage. Now, after you subtract state, federal, and Social Security taxes, you're left with a number. And that number is calculated into an inflation factor on your mortgage. So when you go for refinancing, that's the equity they will give you 80% on a refinance. So the banks are all doing this and have been doing this since 1888 on properties as they go through history. The only time that these numbers don't wash is if you're buying a foreclosure, inherited somebody who died, then they'll make minor adjustments above or below that. But for the most part, you buy a property, you live in it 5-10 years, and you sell it, and these are how your equities are calculated. Then you've got 18 months under the fiction IRS codes to reinvest within 18 months or pay capital gains on that property, which is 20 cents on a dollar. So that's how they calculate these things out. Before, when I was talking about medical issues, there's a lot of people that if you contact American Botanical out of California, they do flowers and herbs out of the Brazil rainforest, and they have cures for thousands of diseases, where they'll put you onto a specific diet with these herbs from flowers, from petals of flowers and roots. And the combination, they can cure cirrhosis of the liver, kidney diseases, heart disease, lung diseases, thousands of different kinds of cancers. But you can call them up, and they got a recipe for everything. You give them your blood type, and they'll cook up a recipe that correlates with you specifically. So it's just another issue besides the zapper and the incubator technology to stay healthy and live a long life. My cousin was 114 years old in Indiana when she passed. She was in the Guinness Book of Records for old age. And my grandparents lived to be 100 years old also. So I got longevity genes in me. Now we're going to, while you guys are out to lunch tonight, I did this sentence up here. Now that's an excerpt. Susan Mulloway is the chief federal judge appointed by Obama in Honolulu, Hawaii. As a result of my prosecuting judges out there successfully, continuously, she was then appointed by Obama. And she issued this order against me. This is an excerpt from that in this little quote down here. And so I syntaxed it. It was 125% fraud, and wrote a lawsuit, sent it to Obama, and said, you have a judge with a second grade reading level. Good luck. So what I'm going to do next is show you what it actually says and how many mistakes are here. Now, it doesn't say for this court. It says this, so that becomes an adverb. Modifies the adjective court, which now issue means no contract in past time. So this becomes a for, which is a pronoun, and an 8, which represents past time with our chart over there. The word pre-A is an adverb, making pre to be no, filing. So that now becomes the verb in this case. Now what's unique is she double spaces all of her lines. So each line has no continuance of evidence with the line after it. I'll hold that up again so you can see that. See, all of her sentences are double spaced. The courts many years ago, after I started syntaxing their paperwork, went ahead and ordered that all the sentences be touching each other, so there was no space whatsoever. Then we came back with the color codes, and they said, well, he can color code us. Now we're putting 300 words on a page for $100. This way we only got to put 100 words on the page for $100. So they voted themselves a pay raise. They said as long as he's going to syntax it and we can't stop him, we might as well go to double space. Well, double space now violates the two-space rule under styles, which breaks the continuance of evidence between each one of these sentences. So this is void continuance of evidence of every single line. So when you get to the end of the sentence here, a pre-filing review, that would be a 134 because it breaks the continuance, making the word order to be a 3 of the imposing 3, restrictions adjective 3, which then identifies the pronoun on. So what we're doing here is, because the sentence is double spaced, filing becomes a 2. Review, re means no. No contract. This becomes an adjective. Order is no. Adjective. Imposing is no, which is an adjective. Restrictions is no, which becomes an adjective. Making on to be a pronoun connected to the adverb the, which now modifies the filing to be a verb because of ing. Of is an adverb, making new to be an adjective opinion of lawsuit, which now is a pronoun, connected to the adverb by, which now makes my name to be an adjective pronoun, because she didn't punctuate it. So then it goes on, the order, thus the adverb making no contract of order, to be an adjective of the word applies, which is no contract, for 3, as an adjective to the pronoun 9 in future time, making all, which is also no contract, is a vowel and 2 consonants because she can't prove all. Nobody can prove all. Which makes action a no contract to be an adjective of the pronoun in, which now becomes the adverb, making Miller to be a verb, and up here he calls Miller a pronoun. Has now is a past time adverb, which then is because the word or is here, this turns Miller into an adjective of has in past time. Or now is a conjunction which breaks the continuance, making seek to be a for, because on both sides of the or you have to have the same value, either a verb or a pronoun. To is an adverb, making have to be a verb. Any is an adverb, making designate to be a no contract. Simulation, SI, as an adjective of the pronoun name.
You were saying before that 2 makes it future, right?
Right. But in this case here, all is the adverb. So this becomes a future tense pronoun of no, no, no.
So to have the last...
There's 2 ways to do it. I can make applies to be a pronoun which the adverb to would connect to the pronoun in front of it and modify the pronoun all. Because it's fraud in both conditions, both are correct, yes. But because of the way the patterns are that she's writing, and this is the way she was taught in college, to do a 1-3-4. A 1, well, this should really be, filing is because of the ing, but she wrote that in a single sentence. So we're going to make that a 3. So she's using a 1-3-4, 1-3-3-3-3-4, 1-2, 1-3-3, 1-3-4, 1-3-4, 1-3-3-4, 1-3-4, 1-3-4, and a 4-1-2, 1-3-4. You see a pattern now? It's a 1-3-4 pattern. So she went to a specific college that taught her to use a 1-3-4 scenario. I have another federal judge, like when Wasilewski used to write his sentences, he did 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. He'd write 300 words, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1. That's all he did. And he was able to perfect that technology. We have another law school and another judge that I work with. He does a 1-3-4, 1-3-4, 1-3-4. So what do we got? We got music. We got a 2-step. We got a quick step. We got disco, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. So it's all dance music, folks. When you put it into rhythm and you read the document out loud. See, it's if I go here, it's a 1-2 number. 1-3-4, 1-3-3-3-3-4, 1-2, 1-3-4, 1-3-3-4, 1-2, 1-3-4, 1-3-3-4, 1-3-4, 1-2, 1-3-3-4, 1-3-3-4, 3-3-3-4, 1-2, or 1-3-4, 1-3-3-4. So she wants to do everything with an adverb, adjective, pronoun. She's a pattern writer. And she thinks this way. This is the music that's in her head. Another person, like when Benjamin Franklin wrote the Declaration of Independence. And then after I wrote that, or syntaxed it, I looked at it and said, there's a pattern here, a music pattern. Then I looked at the Declaration of Independence that Jefferson got credit for, Thomas Jefferson. But then the music on Thomas Jefferson was the same as Benjamin Franklin, who trained Jefferson how to write the Constitution of the United States of America. So who was the author? The author was you follow the music. And I can tell anybody, if they were switching up, how many people are involved in writing a contract, what law schools they went to, all because of the math problem. And they can change it up and take the English version and go down to New Zealand, where it's written in Maoris, or the Aborigines in Australia, and the music is the same, and I can track it back to the English, to the Magna Carta, or the Constitution of the United Kingdom, as a pattern of music that's being used. And it tells me how the fraud is functioning with these people. And Mulloway was the federal judge that did that. So any judge hands you an order, ORD, a vowel and 2 consonants, means no contract, because I'm going to go ahead and syntax it, use the same lawsuit from Mulloway, and I'm going to send it to the President Obama that his federal judges can't read and write above a 2nd grade reading level. And it's really embarrassing, really. Now, at the same time, anybody in this room who has hired an attorney to do something, and I syntax that attorney's writing and file a lawsuit, that goes to Risk Management Insurance to sue them for 4-time attorney fees. That's why after we did enough of these, there isn't a law firm in California that will represent Bank of America now, because of the gravity of fraud that was perpetrated on the 3005 Fannie Mae Freddie Mac mortgages for California, because it's all given. We did like 200 of them in California. And they know they're going to get sued, so they're not even going to give you paperwork anymore. They won't even participate. They'll just find somebody who doesn't know me. With 90 million people living in California, that's pretty easy to do. There's plenty of people out there to get business from. Now, if we were going to take this here case and we were going to rewrite this, what I do is I remove the things that can't be or shouldn't be. Issue, because it's in past time, issue is, where's your contract to establish? Imposing, well, that falls to contract language. Order is contract language. Review, again, you've got to do a contract to review anything. These are unnecessary descriptive adjective words. Restrictions, you don't want a restriction. You have a contract for performing. So pre-filing means you're not going to file anything. They're telling you you have to use a fiction. By lawsuit can stay of filing. We'll leave that because it's bill of lading. I can take my name out. We're going to also combine both of these sentences. The word order is going to fall to a contract. Applies is what a contract says. We don't need that. We don't need future. We don't need all. You can't prove it. There is no action. There's only a contract in which, coming to a conclusion before the facts, the designation, we don't have any designation employees because EE means you have an employee. We already got a name, myself. Seeks means to claim, but seeks is in future time, by the way, also. So that's a 4-9, that's removed. We don't need her. So what do you got? You got a lawsuit that has to be filed in a court. So when you remove all the things that are not supposed to be on the page, you're left with just an idea. So, need a little more room here. For this court, for this court's knowledge. Well, first off, a court is a geographical location, and you can't have a court which is a closed area. That's what court means. So closed area are contracts between two or more people. So we have to go back. It's not the court. It's for a claimant. Now, a claimant's knowledge of the facts, because only the facts can apply. You can't use opinions. Gold miners only filed claims. And I'll use a quick abbreviation here. Correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, performance. And those would be hyphenated also. Of the lawsuit. Now, a lawsuit could be a complaint, because we only file complaints. Of the complaint, for the correction of the fraudulent parse, syntax, grammar apostrophe s, well, that should actually be of the Vassalese fraudulent parse, syntax, grammar. So, further correction, it should be for, it should be with the correction of the Vassalese fraudulent parse, syntax, grammar. With the pleadings by the claimant.
Is that
No.
hyphen after
Yes, apostrophe S. Or if you have two.
After the S, is that a hyphen?
Well, if it's one person, it's before. If it's after,
I mean, after the S,
that's a hyphen.
Okay.
So, yes, there's three things you have to know. If it's apostrophe, okay, you got E apostrophe S, then you have ES apostrophe, and then ES. Now, this is two or more, this is possessive, two or more, this is singular possessive. That's how you use apostrophes. So you got three different conditions when talking about the people you're and where you are in the sentence. I'm a real killer for punctuation on how stuff is written down. Okay, now, so for the claimant's knowledge, you must always prove knowledge when you're writing a sentence. I underline my compounds because they're hyphenated. Of the facts. R, then, you have to factor out and identify the R to be the verb thinking. So this is going to create a cause. And what is the cause? It's a consequence. So the facts become a consequence of your cause. Well, in order to have knowledge, you see, you hear, you read, you study, you acquire knowledge in order to write the lawsuit. Then you're going to take the knowledge that's stored in your brain just like a computer, and you're going to go ahead and identify it to be a fact. Then the verb thinking is going to take effect, and then you're going to go into a possessive. Now the possessive deals with claims. Gold miners only filed claims, and we're dealing with facts here. So we're dealing with values of gold, because gold is an authority. AU is a symbol for gold on a periodic table. That's why a simulation, a sign, and a signature is a SI word, and an AU word of author, authorization, authentic, authorized is an AU word because of the word gold. So because of now you have the with is a possessive preposition. And you're going to be a possessive of claims of the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, performance of the lawsuit, which is going to be your complaint. So your lawsuit complaint with the corrections of the Vasili's fraudulent parsing, syntax, grammar, which we syntax and becomes your forensic evidence on the paperwork. So you have a cause, a possessive, and then you have a condition here, a possession of an authority, and being correct is an authority of the lawsuit. Then, so you're going back into another possessive of a complaint because you want to correct it. So you have a cause and effect. Then the Vasili's is your forensic evidence. And you're going to go ahead and prosecute that because of the Vasili's pleadings are written in adverb verb, and that's your bonded evidence. This isn't guesswork when you go into court. This isn't where you're not connected to the complaint that you are filing, because we bond the forensic evidence to the back of the complaint. When you bond it, it's one sheet of paper. Now, if I wanted to go ahead and roll this out, it would be 26 pages long as a scroll of paper. Remember the old first printers? They came in scrolls. Because that was actually a long bond. Back when we were in ancient times, you had scrolls. So you put a stamp on the top to pay for the mail, but you endorse the back. And now, what is an endorsement? Well, if I roll this scroll up and I signed a document here for authority, and I go ahead and I seal it, I put my seal on here, there's your endorsement. And when I open it up and break the seal, the endorsement is there and your value is on the front, like you cash a check at the bank. So we do this because this maritime procedure goes all the way back to the beginning of writing, 8,500 years ago. The Chinese did it, the Egyptians did it when they built the pyramids and they filed sealed documents. The Greeks did it, the Romans did it, the British did it. So it's followed throughout the history of mankind. These procedures have never changed. And finally, by the claimant. Now, if we go ahead and we graph this into what is the opposite, The opposite of for is by, and the opposite of with is of. So if I read this sentence backwards now, for the claimant of the pleadings with the Vasily's fraudulent parse syntax grammar of the corrections, then you bring in your verb, are with the lawsuit complaint, with the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar of the claims with the facts by this claimant's knowledge. Still says the same thing, reading it backwards. So when you put this into a graph, now I'm going to erase this, do this again. And this is what I want you to do at home so you could practice. You take and you draw yourself a line in columns. You got 4. Now here's another thing about what an article is. This is going to be your position. And this here is your article. Or your lodial, Lodial. Now lodial is location, original contract. So you got for the, of the, and then is, are, which is thinking. Then you go into possession with the, of. You can do, I got one sentence that's 192 words long. Yes, you can only have one verb in a sentence. So, if you go ahead and you graph this part first, that stays the same. Now I can move my facts, which is over here. I can put it around any way I want. So this would be the claimant. Now the first thing you have to prove under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 12b1 is knowledge. It's also the last thing you got to prove, that you have knowledge because you have the authority of knowledge. Then the second thing is the facts. Then you have a possessive of claim of the sentence structure, correct sentence structure, with the contract, which becomes your vessel, by the author. Because AU is your authority, your author, your authorization. And authority always runs backwards. That's why you sign at the bottom of the paper and has jurisdiction for everything in front of it. Now this is a mathematical procedure, and every sentence in my book, my website, every lawsuit I've ever written in 12,000 lawsuits is always followed on the same format because it's a mathematical certification. Now we have to take jurisdiction for what is a position using for, of, with, and by. Sometimes we use in or through, but that's rare, maybe once in an entire lawsuit. We do not use the word to, T-O. We do not use the word T-O-O also, which is ends. The only time you can use T-O-O is if you end a sentence with that. But that's also an adverb, and so we don't use adverbs, we don't use adjectives, and we don't use pronouns. We don't use words to start with a vowel anywhere. We don't use words with a vowel and 2 consonants anywhere. The entire program has been boiled down to less than 720 word vocabulary. And we cover every topic in the world with that. The normal human being carries a 20,000 word vocabulary. All of which I would be willing to say 19,000 words are fraudulent. in that category. Or multiples times a no contract word, which you put in one in a sentence, you've lost the whole sentence. Because anything times 0 equals 0, any lie times a fact equals a lie. So knowing this graft here is very important. And you can move words around. What kind of claim do you have? Do you have a damage claim or an equity claim? So your claims are broken down into a plus or a negative. If you have neutral, there's no reason for you to be talking about nothing. You always have to have in an award, not an award, and not a reward. They both mean no ward. A, W, or R-E. Like I showed you when Mulloway was writing how many no contract words she was putting in a row. Well, how is she going to tell me that I can't do something in negativity? That was an exercise in stupidity. And because I could take it apart and parse all of her words, it shows that, one, she's not a judge. She doesn't have an oath of office. And she was appointed APP, a no contract by a president, which is a pre-simulation denture of a fiction, not affiliated with a foreign vessel in dry dock, because there's no continuance of evidence between Honolulu, Hawaii, and Washington, D.C. So it's a great illusion if you want to go ahead and play the game. But then the judge says, yeah, but we got more guns and clubs than you do. And we're going to beat you in submission. I said, what's the difference between that and organized crime? The Illuminati, or working for the mafia, you know? Or some drug dealer. You cheat them or do anything you ain't supposed to, you wind up with 6 feet of dirt on top of you. So it's just another level of organized crime on this planet. To be correct is a very unique condition of state. So of the state. So when I'm writing your lawsuits, I will certify to you that your lawsuits are mathematically correct at all times. Now, Russell and Leighton both work for me, and they write lawsuits and have a team of people that work with them also. But everything that happens, every lawsuit that is written has to go through me. I put my court seal on it. I reread and recheck all their spelling and their use of prepositional phrases. In the past, Russell likes to overkill things. It's called doublespeak. You only use a word once in a sentence. You do not use a word, the same word, in front of a verb as you would after a verb. That's very rare to do that because it's classified as doublespeak. I use claimant's knowledge as a possessive to certify what knowledge is, but I use author down here or the word claimant down here because the claimant, or we can even use the word trustee. Trustee, when I do trusts, a trustee would be the trustee's knowledge, and down here would be by the trust. Now, trust is a piece of paper, and a piece of paper commands what the trustee does. A piece of paper is a dead entity. But a trustee cannot do anything without what the contract says it can do. In other words, a trustee can do. So it's important where you put your words and how you use your prepositional phrases because it creates a circle of information. My trusts are 38 pages long. We took 35 of the largest trusts worldwide. We spent 6 years boiling all those down, taking out all the best ideas, and putting those into a procedure of management, writing those in the correct parse, syntax, grammar. And this is all single space. This isn't double space. So when you get 38 pages, we really cross our T's, dot our I's, and cover all the different ideas that take place. The trust that we write to manage a person's ability to manage their affairs is the same trust we use for international constitutions. But when you're dealing with an international constitution, you also have to take into effect volcanoes, tsunamis, hurricanes, pandemics, fire, all the things that this planet will attack you with. Because you have to build insurance policies into international constitutions. So there's another layer of protection. If you live in Hawaii, we talk a lot about volcanoes. or in Yellowstone, or in California because of San Andreas with earthquakes. We don't talk about earthquakes in Milwaukee because we don't have earthquakes. You don't have earthquakes here. That little earthquake you guys had a few years ago, that 4.3, they were moving a 20 megaton nuke underground from North Carolina up to Washington when it detonated. That's what caused your 4.3. And every single underground nuclear explosion since 1945 registers at 4.3. So when you see a 4.3, you know one of the military tunnels down a mile underground just had a detonation take place. You'll never see it in the papers, but that's a 4.3. That's a signature. I'll show you a few other things about our planet in a minute. So if you learn grafting and you practice this grafting, you can take any sentence you have and pick out the facts within that sentence without a vowel and two consonants. If you have a word like the word account or deposit, you want to go ahead and use the word value or money. You want to go and pick a synonym out of the dictionary of books of synonyms. I memorized the book on synonyms. And then I studied all the parses of words and how they are broken all apart so that we don't choose words that you can break apart. A contract. Con meaning to move along a track. Means it's a straight line. If you got a vessel is anything that is moving, not part of the earth itself. But earth is a vessel in the sea of space. Therefore, all people are maritime. Don't be afraid of when they use maritime because you are all a maritime issue. And anything that's floating is a vessel in a sea of space. True story about what this happened. And it happened in Seattle, Washington. Man goes into court. There's a traffic ticket. Says to the judge, Your Honor, I know everything about this case. The judge says, oh, you know everything about the traffic and why you should be found not guilty. Is that correct? He says, yes. He says, all right, I want you to bring me everything to court in 30 days or you're going to jail for contempt of court. So he says, well, what do you mean everything? You said everything. That means I want to know everything about the United States traffic issues and codes and laws and rules and regulations on why you don't have to go to jail for speeding. This was a speeding case. So he gets out of court and he goes like, wow, I got 30 days to figure this one out. He says that everything is going to mean I'm going to have a pile of paper the size of this room. He says, I can't possibly take that into court. So he calls me up and says, Dave, he says, I just used the word everything in court. What do I do? He says, practice handstands. He says, practice handstands? What's that got to do with going to court and bringing everything to court? So he goes, I said, just practice your handstands. You'll see in 30 days. So he gets really good at it. Can walk around for an hour on his hands by the end of 30 days. Builds up his body and everything. Walks in the court and says, Judge, I'm ready to go. He says, you're a little bit light here today, son. He says, where's all your paperwork? And he pops a handstand. And while he's standing there walking around on his hands going, he says, my feet are dangling in the sea of space and are brought earth to court today. Judge says, you know, that's the only correct answer. Of course, everybody in the courtroom was laughing their head off, including the judge. But it's all about knowing how to use the word all. And he was free to go and wasn't charged. So sometimes it isn't always about the language. It's about figuring out a riddle because you put your foot in your mouth. Now you got to figure out how to undo the riddle. But any law, rule, regulation, or code that anybody wants to quote to you, like I said earlier, you will sue the prosecutor to join him to make sure you get prosecuted in the correct parse, syntax, grammar for the avoidance of perjury. And if they can't ask you a question or show you a law, rule, regulation, or code with correct grammar, then they're babbling and committing perjury and criminal activity under Title 18, 1001, Title 15, 1692E, Title 18, 242, deprivation of rights under coloring of law. And your authorization for all of you is Title 42, 1986. You have first-hand knowledge of a crime and you are reporting it into the court. Otherwise, you're an accessory after the fact. Title 18 U.S.C. 3, party to a crime. That's what that means. Don't use the word accessory, just say party to a crime, party with a crime, and you're trying to avoid that. So don't fall into their traps of fiction grammar or future grammar. be on now time at all times. And you walk in and you walk out with your head on. Any questions? No questions?
I have a question about, when you mentioned to learn synonymous, right, words.
Use the correct synonyms.
Synonyms, yes. Does it mean, for example, if you're going to, like, if you're going to rewrite, let's say,
Let's say the word international. INT means no contract, no earth. The word is global.
So we need to learn the ones that mean something instead.
Right.
Okay.
In other words, as fast as you write, you find yourself using a vowel and two consonant words, or a vowel to start a word. Get a book on synonyms, look up that, and you'll have maybe 10, 15 synonyms with it. And all of those synonyms will be a prefix word, which means no contract, except one. And that'll be your alternative word to use.
So it's not about, I thought, maybe why, like, you wanted to use the opposite of what they used, but if they use the right word, we can still keep it there.
Well, if I ask you to disclose something, what did I just say to you? This means no. This means DIS, demon god of the underworld for trickery in a closed area. That's why it's called a district court. It's a demon god in a closed area. And you know what? The state of Wyoming, when I showed that to the senator, they called an emergency meeting of all state and federal judges in a little schoolhouse in the middle of nowhere. And they said the word dis will be disqualified in all of the courts. We now have a circuit court. We will have a superior court. We will have a county court, a city court. But no one is allowed to use the word dis in anything in this state.
And they said disqualified?
Yeah. You can have a federal court, but you can't have a district court. And that's how they were real serious about their faith. They were Mormons, and so they wanted to keep the word dis out of the program. Yes?
Okay, so every sentence, if I want to say, you stole my money, you did not follow the law, I have
You can't do that.
Can't do negative. Okay, my positive. I want to say failure to.
No, you can't say that. No. Okay.
But if I have 3 points, if I use that same format that you have, because it's a song, I made up a song, I can't sing it right now, but for is with by, and then you have the article and then the fact. If I just switch out my fact, will I have the sentence?
Yeah.
Okay, now what about the opening and the closing? How do I say you have 72 hours or else? I mean, or I can't say that. How do I?
You can never tell another human being what to do. You can't tell them what they did. You can't tell them anything. Don't ever talk about anybody in the courtroom except your own volition in your own brain. That's why it says for the claimant's knowledge of the fact. It doesn't say for the other guy. When you say the term the judge, and I don't care what you put after the word the judge, this is an adverb, makes a verb, that's slander. The judge is responsible for everything in front of him, which is an adverb, which means nothing. So now you slandered the judge and he can throw you in jail for contempt. So don't say anything to anybody about who they are. You only have first-hand knowledge. Okay, here's a pen. Oops. Okay, what'd you see happen?
You didn't catch it.
No, you can't.
That's what I saw.
No, you didn't see that. Okay, what did you see happen? You can say the pen fell on the floor. You can say gravity made the pen fall on the floor. If I was in a spacecraft, I'd throw this up, it would never come down because of weightlessness. But you can't tell me, you can't say I did anything. This person over here has got telekinesis powers. He made that pen jump out of my hand. You know, and I tried to grab it.
The lack of the catching of the pen.
What?
The lack of the catching of the pen.
No, you can't tell me what I did. You can't talk about anything about me. The only thing you can say is you have first-hand knowledge that the pen fell on the floor. That's it. Okay, now, if you were standing over here and I've got a 100-pound brick and I dropped it on your foot, you were damaged by my negligence to to secure the weight. See, now you're damaged in firsthand. You're speaking of yourself, that you have firsthand knowledge that you were damaged by the fact that I didn't maintain my condition of thinking, failed to hold, just like I'm holding now, but if I stop thinking, it's going to drop. So my condition of thinking or not thinking is the first motion, because an object at rest remains at rest until set in motion by an opposing force. You guys learned all that stuff in basic physics. That's when the apple fell out of the tree and they discovered gravity, like it wasn't here already. So you're making a claim about you were damaged because a brick fell on your foot. And because I'm damaged by that, or a car goes through a red light while somebody's texting and hits your car. The video is going to show saying, I'm damaged by the car. You're doing an assignment of taking that car and putting it into an assignment position. That puts you in first-hand knowledge of what happened. You can't say that driver drove through the light. Even though that's the thinking capacity of operating the vehicle, because the thinking caused the gas pedal to be compressed. So thinking is the first motion. Under Maritime Codes, Title 46, Chapter 1, Section 1, Paragraph 1, the moving thinking is liable for the vessel's actions, or whatever happens with the vessel. If you slander somebody because of grammar, they can sue you because of your thinking. But then you have to speak in first person. And how many times have you heard of there was a shootout? The man gets arrested. The police officer takes the gun and puts it in the car, loses possession of it for just a second. And he gets put on the witness stand, and the question is asked, did you maintain possession of the gun during the entire episode since you captured it from the individual? And he says, well, no, I had it in the car for a few minutes and I went back and got it. Was it the same gun? Well, ballistics show it wasn't. So somebody changed out the guns. Without the weapon, you don't have a continuance of evidence. Okay, do not use the word gun. Do not use the word rifle. Do not use the word weapon. You don't know anything about violence. It's called ARMA. A-R-M-A. You have the right for the bearing of the ARMA. No, not armament, ARMA. The gun control people say you have the right for the bearing of arms. Sure, you can wear short sleeve shirts. I don't care. It's not a joke, folks. It's called ARMA. Now, my friend here in Dallas, she goes into federal court. She's got a .357 Magnum in her bottom of her purse. Her purse weighs 45 pounds. It has 6 inches of cosmetics, goo, that has melted over the last 10 years in her purse. That's why it weighs an extra 10 pounds, but the gun is submerged in the 6 ounces of goo. Doesn't show up until the x-ray machine sees it, and everybody comes flying out of there and arrest her, put her in handcuffs, $100,000 bail, threatening to kill a judge. And the judge goes, you brought a weapon to my court. No, I didn't. Well, the x-ray shows a weapon in your... She says, I don't know what that means, sir. I have a right for the bearing of the ARMA. And the judge tried to get her to traverse with the word weapon, gun, pistol, bullets, anything. She just kept saying, I have a right for the bearing of the ARMA. For 35 minutes, judge says, don't bring more guns into my court. Get out. You're free to go. You see, because she used the correct grammar. When you guys get into a situation, call me up. I'll tell you what to say and how to say it in first person. The judge also acknowledged that, yeah, she really didn't have a gun. It was so gooed up, we couldn't get it to fire. There was no bullets. It was stuck in this, we know it's been in there for years. It was all full of cosmetics. Because when you leave your cosmetics in a car 200 degrees in Texas in the summertime, it's going to melt and it's going to run down the bottom of the purse. Just get a new purse. So you got any questions here? Yeah.
So if we're saying one of the keys too might be taking the thesaurus, anything that has a prefix and a suffix, like just anything that is.
Don't go into ED words. Don't use any prefixes. Now, all my lawsuits come with a prefix dictionary. All my lawsuits come with a suffix dictionary. All my lawsuits come with closure of using the wrong words with a vowel and two consonants. That's why I wrote that up here. Now, at all times, don't do things that are, anything that they italicize, that they put in front of you, they're saying it's been voided from the paper. Don't traverse with it. Don't even acknowledge the fact that it's there. Just like when I showed you my passport before, and I say to people, what does that say? It says passport. You can't see the United States of America. It's italicized. It's not there. Don't read it. Don't put things on the paper that you know have been mechanically, by quotation marks, brackets, or parentheses, removed or taken off. And then the factor of one venue. You must always be on the same plane with one venue. You can hold the court up on a venue charge of different planes. I go into court in Enego, Wisconsin. I told the judge, you set one foot on that plane and break the plane in that, and as a federal judge, I'm going to prosecute you as an actor and have the sheriff arrest you. Judge came in and he walked back and forth, and he goes, all right, everybody in the jury room. Big table, seats 20 people. People lined up along the walls. The sheriff's department came in. And everybody sat down, defense on one side, prosecution on the other. Judge sat at the top of the table. Man, he was sweating. I mean, thought he was going to have a heart attack because he was actually having to be a judge. And I sat on one side with my client, and prosecution sat on the other side with their client. And then we asked them to prosecute my client with correct parse, syntax, grammar. They wanted 1 year in prison and a $10,000 fine. He got 21 days on negotiations because he made a derogative statement against the clerk in fiction. So we agreed for him to do 21 days in a country club for attorneys.
Yeah.
He only served 7 days in there because he was educating all the attorneys in there on parse, syntax, grammar, and they kicked him out of jail and they canceled his and they erased him from the system, like he'd never been arrested. So we get some of you heard the story about Frank Martinfino. How many of you heard that one?
The name again?
Frank Martinfino. This is an IRS case from 18 to 34, never paid taxes. The IRS wanted $1.6 million in back taxes from the man. This is a 1996 case in Los Angeles, California. Judge Pregeson was the judge. His father is Senior Judge Pregeson for all of California and the Senior Master Mason for all of California. And Douglas is his clerk. So Frank calls me up as his first witness. I take the witness stand, and I have my own oath that I use. For this claimant's knowledge of the facts is with the testimony with the correct parse, syntax, grammar. Judge says, I'll accept that. And so I took the witness stand, and I says, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. District attorney jumps up and says, what are you doing? You're not allowed to talk to the jury. You're supposed to answer questions. I says, Judge, I have a question for the jury. And we cannot proceed unless the jury hears my question. He says, otherwise they're not qualified to hear my testimony. He says, well, what is this question? He says, you're not allowed to ask questions of the jury. Only the prosecution is allowed to ask questions of you, and the jury just has to listen to things. I said, but if the jury can't understand what I'm saying, how's the jury going to make a determination as to what's going on here today? So the judge, I says, well, Judge, it's your court. I said, what if I ask you the question? And then the judge says, well, this is my court. I says, I'll tell you what, I'll ask you the question. If you like the question, you can ask the jury. He says, well, that's reasonable. He says, if I don't like the question, you'll do 6 months in jail. Will you make a contract with me for that? I says, yeah. He says, man, this must be a really important question. So the judge says, okay. District attorney stands up and says, I object, Your Honor. You're not allowed to make contract with the witness. He's on the witness stand. I'm supposed to ask questions. You're supposed to make determinations. He says, you're out of order. Don't tell me what to do, to the DA. So the judge goes, okay, tell me what your question is. So I whispered in his ear the question. He says, you know what? He says, I really want to see what the jury's going to say about that. But if I don't like your answer to that question, he says, you're going to do another 6 months in jail. That's a year. You agree to that? He says, absolutely. He says, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you a question. I want a show of hands. Does 2 plus 2 equal 4? And all 12 hands go up. And then I blurt out, does TO plus TOO equal FOR? Does TWO and TO equal FORE? Did you hear what I said, what I meant, what I said, what I said, what I meant, what I said? Jury pulls their hands down. District attorney jumps up. He's trying to make a fool of the jury, Your Honor. He says, I'm trying to make a fool of the jury. I says, you went ahead and you wrote this lawsuit up. And you wrote it in adverb verb and didn't give closure as to what the volition of your words were. And then you wrote the word indictment. And you underlined it. Is that correct? And he says, yes. I says, but you underlined it and you spaced it. You know what does anyone in this room know what that really says? That says that this is an adverb, modifies the adjective N, which modifies the pronoun D, which is connected to the adverb I, which modifies the adjective, which modifies the adjective, which modifies the pronoun M, which modifies connected to the adverb E, which now modifies the adjective of the pronoun T. Because they're all letters of the alphabet are words, and they are the letter as a fact, as a noun, to represent that value in the dictionary. That's a correct statement. I says, you're trying to make a fool of the jury. I says, I made a fool of the jury with 2 plus 2 equals 4, and they agreed with it. You made a fool of the jury with indictment. I says, the jury's been fooled twice, and you wrote your lawsuit up in adverb verb, so they've been fooled a third time. Judge stands up and says, ladies and gentlemen, jury, get out of my court. You can't read and write. You're not qualified. Mr. Martin, then the IRS jumps up and says, he says, I hereby withdraw all charges against Frank. He owes us no money. I hereby withdraw all my charges. District attorney jumps up and says, my client has quit. The jury has quit. He says, I resign. Judge looks at me and says, at Frank, and he says, Frank, he says, the jury quit. The prosecutor quit. The IRS quit. He says, I'm vacating your case. He says, I hereby recuse myself from this case. And he looks at me and he goes, Miller, what are you doing on my witness stand? You got 15 seconds to clear that door. And then I got 4 bailiffs running at me. And I vaulted over the bar, and I got out the back door as they were just ready to grab me for being in the courtroom without a contract because the case was vacated. So then I'm looking through the door. He says, Frank, he says, how'd you do that? He says, well, I copied. He says, what do you mean you copied? Do you know what David just said, what David just did? No. So you came here in false pretenses. He says, on judge's motion, I'll hold you in contempt of court for perjury, for filing false paperwork in the court. He says, 18 months in a country club. He had a golf course, had his own dormitory, kitchen, cook his own stuff. Went to school for the 18 months, became a paralegal. Schooled in adverb verb fiction, never paid the IRS a penny. When he came out, it was a landmark case. But because Douglas, who was his clerk in Ferguson, lost control of the court and lost the case, his father fired him and he was suspended for 2 years as a judge. Ferguson comes back 2 years later and he's on the bench. I've got a case with it was a 6 felony case for kidnapping. Guys were going deer hunting, and they had zip ties in their car to bind up the deer afterwards. And they had guns in the car, and they got pulled over for a traffic stop. Okay. And because they had zip ties, they charged them with attempting to do a kidnapping on a man that owed them money, and they had nothing to do with this. They just happened to be he was at a restaurant a block away from, as they were driving past when they got stopped for this traffic stop. And so they arrested them and charged them all with kidnapping. So then I was brought in to take care of all 6 of them, and I wound up in front of Praguson and Douglas again. And I walked in there, and it was a 22-day trial. And as soon as I walked in, now this was a really unique courtroom because there was a platform 6 inches tall, and then the judge was here. And then there was a jury over here, but the jury was not in the jury box. The jury was on chairs, sitting on the same plane, except Douglas's clerk of the court was on a 6-inch platform. And because he stepped off the platform when I called him on it, he could not go back on the platform. So he had to stand for 22 days, couldn't use his podium to break continuance of evidence with me. And I was allowed in the court to assist my 5 clients. Praguson lost the case. Jury was found not guilty after 22 days and set free. 1 year later, they recharged him. Again, I came out and defended them on grammar, and I won the case the second time. The third time, they put the jury in jail for 15 days until he came back with a guilty plea, even though they found him not guilty the third time. Talk about double jeopardies. This was all done in quantum language. And then old man Praguson, he passed away a few years ago. And Praguson got promoted to the senior chief judge of all of California with 90 million people. Every lawsuit that was filed for foreclosures in California wound up on Praguson's desk, except I prosecuted Praguson for fraud, and he couldn't touch any of the cases. And I had my oath of federal judge filed in San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Fresno, and Seattle and Portland. Now, I have a couple of my oaths up here on the table, and I filed my oaths in Hammond, Indiana, Chicago, Illinois, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Chicago, Illinois, Madison, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Denver, Colorado, Salt Lake City, Dallas, Texas, Austin, Texas, Miami, Tampa. So I got about 30 different federal oaths of office, Lexington, Kentucky, and those are all copies are sent to the Supreme Court then. And I also have oaths all over Canada, Hawaii, and in Europe. Yes?
Did you have any of your people that you persecuted, or prosecuted, the ones that you came, who filed the correct grammar and syntax and everything? Like you said that.
When I prosecute them, that's because they lied and used fraudulent grammar.
So you didn't deal with anyone who did it correctly?
No one has ever done it correctly or correct. See, people like to end the sentence with the word correctly, ending in ly, which is an adverb, and you can't end a sentence with an adverb. That's how brainwashed we are. Okay, he wants to take a couple minutes there. All right, now we've got questions about the mortgages and what the timetables are. When you guys send me a mortgage contract, I do the syntaxing on it, and we write the lawsuit, and that gets bonded together. You get 13 copies. Anybody that wants to do a mortgage, I will email you a 3-page document. It's spelling out everything that you can expect and what I'm going to do in your process. The lawsuit is going to be sent to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau in Iowa City, Iowa. Now, they're responsible for grammar that is used by the banking industry. And if the banking industry is committing fraud while writing contracts, then they're liable to go ahead and fix that. Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. flies a yellow fringe flag. The Post Office flies a yellow fringe flag. The Treasury flies the yellow fringe flag. And the bank flies their yellow fringe flag. So we go ahead and we put a federal flag on our lawsuits, and they're saying we don't have jurisdiction. I says, the heck you don't. Under law of the flag, it's all the same jurisdiction. So you guys have to honor these contracts because of the law of the flag rules. So then we go ahead and we contact the Secretary General of the Treasury. We send them a copy of the lawsuits. Because the securitized backed assets of lawsuits of your mortgages are sent 3 days after you close under the Rescissions Act to our bundle of securitized backed assets, so securities in exchange to be sold to foreign investors or in the United States investors. This practice of securitized backed assets dates back to 1888, so about 135 years of fraud is what they've been doing. The Postal Inspector's Criminal Division in Chicago, Illinois, is another location of doing because mail is sent through the mail. Now this is a mortgage. This is a state of Florida mortgage. This is dated 1970. It's only a one-sheet document of mortgage, but they have postage stamps on here that were signed by the seller and the buyer. So postage stamps are legitimate on the mortgage contracts, which you don't have on your mortgage contracts. But we use those on our contracts, our quo warranto complaints. You can look at that later if you want. You got the Department of Justice, Secretary General, Securities and Exchange. Now you're going to go ahead and you're going to take a copy of your lawsuit. Now, even though you have a state court suing you for foreclosure, and FORE means no closure, because their entire lawsuit means no contract. It's all, you saw what it looks like, syntax. And their lawsuit claiming that you haven't paid a mortgage, the bank never collected money from you. The mortgage, a bank is not allowed to lend depositors money to mortgages. They have to go into your Social Security account. They have to steal the money from your Social Security account. So therefore, the fraud that was committed is a felony. And once that's been established, then the federal government, the Treasury, and the Securities and Exchange can say, you served us with fraudulent paperwork. Now, the Securities and Exchange, why can you do this for 135 years and get away with it? Because nobody could read above a second grade reading level at the Securities and Exchange. That's pretty embarrassing, especially when you're thinking about doing trade with all 250 countries worldwide. And then when they give you a certificate in stocks, it's italicized, double-spaced, written in adverb verb in a real pretty box. It's still a box. So it says nothing. And because this thing is becoming more and more prevalent, that's what causes these stock market crashes all the time, is when too many people look at what they've got, watch these videos, and go like, I got all my money invested in nothing. This thing could go south in a minute and be declared nothing. So they go ahead and they sell, which sets up a chain reaction, and the computers kick in, the artificial intelligence programs where they're doing millions of trades a second, and they all just pile in and dump on the stock market. That's why the stocks have fallen 1,000 points since Monday. Went from 1860, it's down to 1650 today, or yesterday. It closed at. So it's down almost 2,000 points in the last few days. But there was due to be a correction, and now it's functioning that way. Oil closed, by the way, at $33 a barrel, so that's going to drop our oil prices around here to $1.70, $1.60 a gallon. So that's good for everybody. So I've been a day trader for 44 years now, and there's a few secrets that I maintain with day trading, and algorithms, patterns, grafting, that I've learned how to function with. When I was in China, I was at a meeting. We had about 200 people it was a wedding reception meeting. So everybody in the room was related to each other. And I was the only white man federal judge from America. Everybody in the room knew who I was. I didn't know anybody in the room except 2 people. And then the groom's, that wasn't the groom, it was the groom's father said to me, "David, I hear you're a day trader." He goes, "Yeah. Is there any advice you can give me?" Now the clanking of glasses and silverware, of 200 people had mirrors all the way around the wall, so this was all marble. A pin would echo around all over the place, was instant silence. And just going like, okay, I get this. All right, so I stood up and I says, "Yes, I can give you a couple of tips." And the first one was, every 11 years the sun cycles. And it has anywhere from 0 to 125 sunspots in this, which are eddy currents within the sun. You can follow this on called spaceweather.com. Now, when the sun is pushing 120 to 125 sunspots, radiation to planet Earth is 10 to 15% less radiant sunshine. It's a little bit cooler on planet Earth by a few degrees. It also increases rainfalls worldwide. But because the sun doesn't put out as much energy, the crop yields are down 10 to 15% globally, which raises the price. So you can run your commodities and predate what they're going to be like in a few months, and what the yields are going to be like at the end of the year, by just knowing what the sunspots are. And that's a physical thing, that the whole entire world is affected by this. With the population exponentializing 1 billion people a year, that puts a load on a low yield and can drive prices up very high. On a good year, when the sun shines with no sunspots, we'll have a high yield and prices will come down. So this gives you an X-ray vision in 3 to 6 months ahead of time. And the second one is your airline stocks. All those airlines that fly into Las Vegas, if you take all the airlines and you overlay a 5-year printout of their graphs up and down, and you slide them all on top of each other, they're all identical. And then you take the 17 casinos of MGM and you move it 2 weeks, it's an identical graph. So if you move it forward 2 weeks, you know exactly where it's going to be in 2 weeks, a buck up or a buck down. You can pump this thing for 5 years. It's like a money machine. That's just one stock. You can imagine what you're doing with all the rest of them that are in Vegas too. You got 200 casinos to work with and their stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. Just a little something I picked up along the way. I've lived a very comfortable life because of knowing these 2 factors for the last 44 years. So I just wanted to share that with you. Not that I said anything to you. Yeah, now, you guys want to field some questions? Yeah.
You started to say you take a copy of the lawsuit and then you go on.
Oh, yeah. Then the lawsuit goes to, you're also going to serve your local court in your area where the bank had hired to sue you for foreclosure, and give them a copy of it. You're also going to, if they reject you to file that, then you're going to use the clerk's failure to file document, and the clerks are going to be brought up on charges because that violates Title 18, 641, misappropriations laws, and that can go federal. Because even though they're a state action, it's still federal money that they're taking from the post office. And the post office is all federal. There's no state post office, only federal. All money is federal. So get the state court idea out of your mind. Everything is federal. Then you've got, you're going to serve the bank a copy, and you're also going to serve the law firm of that bank a copy. Now, many of you have had the original people you were with, like Wachovia, was bought by Bank of America. You got Chase, Wells Fargo, Citibank, Bank of America, and JP Morgan. Well, it's Chase. And then Deutsche Bank are your 5 biggies. And they own about 95% of all the mortgages that are involved here. Now, what the banks do is they create trusts, sub-mortgage companies that are advertised out there. They handle 20, 30, 40 billion dollars worth of things, but they're still a trust of the big banks, which carry 20 trillion worth of assets because of all these little banks around it. Now what they do is they set up 8 trusts. Each trust expires in 45 days, and then they move the foreclosure trust from trust to trust to trust by merely changing the serial number on it. If you sue that trust for fraud, it's already in bankruptcy, and it takes you 45 days to get a new court date. So we only attack the origin. And then the parent bank that's involved with that. Because you can go on Wikipedia, pull up your subchapter banks, and it'll tell you who owns them or who's their overseer or where they make their deposits in the big banks like Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Okay, knowing that information, we can enter both of those names on there and serve them a copy of the lawsuit because of playing games with the court system. The point is that everybody that touches this thing, no matter how many times it happens, you still go back to origin. Now the origin banks are always bankrupt because they're little guys who then you wrote the mortgage with and then went over to a big company. When these little banks go under and the big companies take over, but they don't stop and correct, they become party to a crime under Title 18 U.S.C. 3 and Title 42 1986 for failure to stop and correct the mortgage contract and then notify the banking industry through the Securities and Exchange because they're selling these fraudulent mortgages to the Securities and Exchange. So therefore they get sued once for $25 million from the DOJ and once for the Securities and Exchange. Because all these banks sell stock in the New York Stock Exchange and they're handling fraudulent mortgages, that threatens their stock prices. Because while engaged in criminal activity, that means their stock companies can be indicted for Title 18 641 misappropriations of selling stock under fraudulent conditions. Everybody in a company goes to prison on that one. So you can set up a chain reaction that's very, very bad for the banks. In the tens of millions of people or bankers, based on how many mortgages are outstanding, there's 65 million mortgages outstanding. I don't know how many corporate mortgages are out there for industry. I've just been basically focusing on just the public side of it. And I'm working 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, taking care of that. So, and then when I get busier, then I delegate and bring in more people to help me. But I oversee everything that happens, whether Russell does a contract or Leighton does a contract or I do it. It all has to go through me for final checks. So it doesn't matter if you guys sign up with these guys. It's all good because we're gonna stick with it. I've never let go with any of my clients. Once you sign up with me, you can call me up to the end of your life and ask me legal questions, and I'll give you chapter and verse based on grammar, title cites, the federal lawsuits. If the judges come back with rejection letters, or if the government comes back with rejection letters, we will prosecute anybody that says no to a quantum lawsuit for fraud and name them as a co-conspirator under accessory to a crime under Title 18 U.S.C. 3. Now, all the laws written in the world or in the United States that you're going to be dealing with are fictitiously conveyed. There's 4 billion of them. They are only a suggestion because they are written in fraud. They must be, but the volition behind it must be quantumized, brought into now-time jurisdiction. Once they are now time and quantumized, then they can be put into the documents. Now, when I did this in Canada, the Canadian government people stood up and says, well, we don't recognize United States codes in Canada. I'm going, well, neither do I. I says, but Canadian codes, Australian codes, South Africa, New Zealand, all the places I work with these different countries, and I'm a federal judge in New South Wales, my technology is the correct parse, syntax, grammar, and is recognized globally. So it doesn't matter what country you're in. When I write a document, the document is in correct grammar. And correct grammar is a private vessel. There is no country that represents your vessels. Once that paper is stamped in whatever court it goes into, that is the joining that takes place. the laws, the rules, regulations, and codes that are built into our vessels with the stamp in under postal law, under law of the flag of correct grammar. It has nothing to do with country flags. It has to do with grammar, with correct grammar. It's a contract which turns into a private contract between that courthouse and myself, because I'm a claimant on all of your cases when it goes in. And they may try to schedule me in many different courthouses simultaneously, but that's against the law. They have to divvy it up. I can't be in two places at once. So they have to negotiate where they want me to be. They tried doing 6 grand juries simultaneously a few years back, and Supreme Court stepped in and said, shut it down. You guys ain't going to play that game. Because you put David in front of a grand jury and we're all going to jail. So they didn't want to push that. When you... Any question? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. What about a USDA loan that doesn't deal... If a person doesn't go through a bank, they go directly?
Well, you have your VA loans, even if you have a private investor loan.
It doesn't go through, like, not all of them, like, it comes right from federal funds, like,
What do you mean, the Obama refinance loans? Those are Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac loans. Yeah, they're all the same. They're fictitiously conveyed grammar. The fact is they're all subject to correct grammar. They have to use correct grammar under international styles because it's a vessel. All vessels are private contracts worldwide. I don't care what country you want to file your claims in. That's why I could go over to Battle-Oskov, Russia and sue the U.S. as a U.S. citizen and win the case over there. And I did win the case, and the World Court endorsed it. And then when that Mark Martin case that we filed, that shut down all contracts between Russia and the United States trade in 1997. We're talking hundreds of billions of dollars of international trade was canceled in 5 days because of that one lawsuit. That's the power of syntax. And all 50 state attorney generals signed on and canceled foreclosures for 18 months in the United States. That was another endorsement of this technology. So this has been certified globally as being correct. We've done it all over Australia, New Zealand, in Europe, and they're all adapting this. But in any of these countries where they say, you can't file here, that's not a correct statement. We can file anywhere because every piece of paper is an independent vessel under the postal. As long as you got that stamp on there, you're a postmaster taking a vessel to a vessel in dry dock. And when they stamp it, then they're making contract with you to hear the case. Now, as a federal judge, as a federal postal judge, because we are predated to July 4, 1775, 24 years before any court system in the world was created, we hold the #1 position, Russell and I do. So when I put a 45-day trust law that if you don't answer this complaint back with the correct parsing, syntax, grammar, with the forensic evidence of obstruction of the Styles Manual, which goes all the way back to written history, it then sets up a protocol that the terms on the document, with a dictionary, giving full closure of the values that were articulated, are then... It becomes my judge's order against that bank to prove they have title to your land or to a correct grammar contract. And they're always going to use the word understand, which means no contract standing, which they don't have. Now, because Hawaii was the newest of all countries on planet Earth, we did quiet titles in Hawaii. And we wrote a quantum quiet title. It was 186 pages long. It took 6 months to put together. So in the United States here, because the Indians were killed, there is no quiet title. So in North Carolina here, you're a 400-year-old state with the Indian Wars, the Civil War, all the transitions has taken place here since the 16th century. So you guys have got, if you want to get a quiet title on your land, you got to go back 400 years and uncover everything. And I don't know if that's even possible with the Civil War doing so much destruction. But if you can prove it, it's possible to get a quiet title done. All these grants that were done, all the italicized, double-spaced, adverb, verb, don't mean anything. Whether they're Union grants or Confederate grants, don't mean anything because of the grammar that was used on them. You got to go back to the origin, that you were the first person there. You didn't go to war to get the property. You filed a claim with the claims office. Just like gold miners, when they went to Alaska, they filed gold claims. And they were the first people up there. There was nobody living in those areas back then because the population was so tiny. So they filed their gold claims, and and then people bought gold claims from somebody else. Some of these miners that they had on TV recently have 200-300 claims. They own 5 miles of gold territory. But there's a lot of easier ways to make gold. It's called thinking. If you have a product that is valuable, you can earn or use your intellect to make money and go out and buy gold at the store. Do what you're efficient at. Hire people don't waste if you're a $200 an hour person, don't go out and work for $10 an hour. Hire somebody else at $10 an hour and keep doing your $200 an hour program. If you're a diesel mechanic, makes $100 an hour, you can't afford to go out and work for $10 an hour at your house. Hire somebody to do things like that. Work where you're efficient. That's how you stay out of trouble. Plan for the future because that's where you're going to live. Questions?
After you file this with the state, the quo rento complaint with the state, where do you take it from there?
Well, you're going to be filing with federal. You're just serving the state to let them know they're fraud and out to lunch, that the bank never held title. Now, more and more of the judges across the United States are ruling in favor of the homeowner, saying, bank, do you have title to the property? And they say no. Well then, can you sell a car without title? A boat without title? Then how do you sell a house without title? All houses are vessels in dry dock, but the houses are tied to the land. You can pick a house up and move it just like you can a car. Just takes a little bit more leverage. So where's your title to the vessel in dry dock? And when you put it in that format, they can't show you a title to the house that's written in correct parsé syntax grammar. So therefore, it was a lie. And now you can charge them with bank fraud. Now, in 2010, 900 homes in Chicago, Illinois, that Bank of America had evicted 900 people, were sued in federal court, but they couldn't produce title. Bank of America had to buy back 900 homes for $8.6 billion, pay a 4-month moving expense, give clear title to all 900 homes because they didn't have title to them. Bank of America was foreclosing homes they never had title for. They were paid off and bought in cash, and they still were going out there kicking people out of their homes, which they didn't own. And Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are not allowed to bid on a house and own property. In December of 2014, Fannie Mae brought a house from Bank of America, was fined $1.3 billion by the federal court because they're a servicing agent. They're not allowed to have low-deal title to anything or any kind of title. They're a servicing agent. That's it. So don't get these people confused with their ability to evict you. The minute they stand up with their fraudulent grammar, you have and because the banks and Fannie Mae and the lawyers were all involved equally with using this fictitious language to steal your down payment, make you feel comfortable before foreclosing on you. They're going to go ahead and one of the terms that they like to use is, if your mortgage the appraised value of your house ever fell below your outstanding mortgage, the bank automatically owns it at that point in time. The fact that they don't file foreclosure documents on you doesn't change the fact that in the future, the bank owns it, and at their convenience of financing, they can take your house away from you. That's why they flipped the market in 28 and made everybody's house half the price because it flipped all the mortgages, 25 million of them overnight. And they were below market value. And then you couldn't sell them because nobody was going to pay $800,000 for a house that's selling for $375,000. So they wanted cash for keys, which was just a way of extorting your money away from you. Even though the population of this planet continues to grow and they got to put these people someplace, it's going to put pressure on the housing. They aren't building that many new homes. So this whole thing is just, people are scrambling. When you go to Europe, because Europe is 1,000 years of families, you have 3-4 generations of people living in one house. Whole families, 6-8 people living in one room, of each room in the house, because there's no place to put them. And they won't allow any new building because they have to have the farmland free for planting crops. Here in the United States, we got a lot of land, but they're forcing people as they get kicked out of their homes to move in with their parents or grandparents. They're consolidating families rather than building new houses, doing the same thing as they did in Europe. It's just, and when I was over in China, their apartments are tiny. Their bedrooms are 6 by 8. Their front rooms are 8 by 10 with an attached kitchen. And you might have a 1-foot space between 2 couches so somebody can sit down and watch TV. And you have a family of 4 in a 2-bedroom apartment. 1 bedroom for the children and 1 bedroom for the parents. And these are 50-story high-rises with 7-foot ceilings. 27,000 people to a city block. Want to talk about people on top of people? That's a real culture shock for you. So enjoy your space. Questions? Yes.
Let's get into the mechanics of getting started with this process. What information do you need sent to you, or what have you?
There's only 2 things: your deed of trust or your mortgage, depending on what state you're in. Once I have that, I can syntax it and put the lawsuit together, put all the people that are involved in the history. I double check it with Wikipedia to see who owns it originally, how many times it's been sold, what's the last person standing. It's usually the person who filed foreclosure on you. My mother and father's home was sold 14 times in 12 years. By the time they were never late on a mortgage payment, but by the time mortgage payment by the 6th year went in, it was already sold 5 more times. So as it was kicked up, they showed that they were 5 months behind all the time. And so the last man standing wanted to do a foreclosure. Fortunately, they were able to sell their home for cash to a dentist and move back to Wisconsin.
If we have forensic audits that show a chain of title, is that something that would be useful to you?
No, it has nothing to do with the original fraud, but the chain of title would be just put in the Vassal section. Now, Vassal, V-A-S-S, is a B-A-S-S-A-L-E. A vassal is a servant. E-E is an employee. So we sue the servant employees of the contract, quo warranto. Quo warranto is the most serious of cases because these are charges brought, complaints against fiduciaries. A fiduciary is any public official, congressman, senator, judge, lawyer, attorney, bank president, police officer, anybody that serves the community. And then EE is an employee. So therefore, we don't use the word defendant because it means no contract. We want to bring these people into a quantum contract and sue for performance. We only sue for the fact that we are damaged by their performance of fiction. We never tell them what they did. We only talk about that we are damaged by the fictitious conveyance of language. Now the judge is going to come back and the attorneys are going to come back and say, you failed to state a claim. A is an adverb making claim a verb. You failed to talk to us an adverb verb. Well, that says nothing. So we're not even going to address that. We're just going to prosecute it for the fraud that it represents. Now, when we file a lawsuit, we use the word corporation claim. Corporation claim case, a corporation case, is a perpetual existence under Title 11, Section 101. And when you're dealing with the perpetual, you're only suing for grammar. Well, it's a $25 million fine and 30 years in prison. You don't need to go very much further than that. But the point is, because we're suing for the grammar, and we're suing, which is a forensic evidence, and they say we will not talk about grammar. We won't put grammar on trial because it disqualifies all the money, laws, rules, regulations, and codes, and throws the doors open. We currently have 6.8 million people behind bars and 31 million people on probation. That's 12% of the population of America is under arrest. that's really criminal. But they say 40% of the entire population of the U.S., 400 million people, should be in jail for criminal activities against what? An adverb verb government of fiction? See, so, yes, question.
If you had like a second mortgage or a line of credit, do you need also that one in addition to?
Your first mortgage is going to take out, is a lie. If you file any other mortgages on top of that, then each one is its own separate mortgage because it's usually with a separate bank and separate actions, different dates.
It's the same
Yeah.
bank.
So,
Chase Bank, who I do a lot of foreclosures for.
see, when you're in the business of real, R-E means no and A-L is contract. So you're a no contract. The judges are always saying, you're not a real judge, which means you're a no contract judge.
And what about the expenses? Do you need the information on the years of taxes paid and those expenses, or?
Well, your tax boards are usually issues of you didn't pay your water bill, your property tax, school zone taxing. Pay your property tax. 24 months they'll take your home, sell it at auction for property tax. You'll still be liable to the bank codes, your bank loan. But they'll change. Don't play around with your city taxes. They'll kick you out at gunpoint. Even though we are right on the grammar issues, they got the guns in the clubs. Until I have an army to counteract that, which I don't have, you're going to have to play a little bit of game.
I want to ask a question about something you said earlier. Do you know how long ago that 18 months about the foreclosures were ceased?
That was January 2008 through June 2009. And some of them extended it to 2010. In 2010, then the Securities and Exchange went after, with Eric Holder leading the chain, to go after the Securities and Exchange fraud when we notified them of the mortgage contracts, and they collected $400 billion from the banks. Mm-hmm. The Department of Justice currently is at $1.5 trillion from the banks. And Wells Fargo, Chase, Citibank, and Bank of America are now paying $1 billion a day in fines to the government to stay out of prison, because there's 9 million cases sitting there.
I really kind of thought those foreclosures stopped during that time to see that the right president got into position. It had nothing to do with that.
No, they were trying to figure out a solution to my program. I have boilerplate programs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and because they were boilerplate, they figured out somebody was going to come up with a solution, and it just got worse because we cleaned it up, we made it better and better and better. When we put performance in there, then it was an in motion of a now time, or performance of a now time,
So
and that moved it. Yeah, all this is.
That was happening during that time. All those houses got eat up with mold, and the roofs were leaking.
Yeah, I mean, they kicked out people, but they couldn't move anybody in. Nobody would touch it. It was a real mess for the government.
And I thought it had to do with the election. I really did.
Well, if you were in the right place at the right time, you could have gone out and bought foreclosures for 20 cents on a dollar. Except the people that were kicked out hounded and attacked the people who bought the houses because of the fraud. And there was nothing nice about any of it. It was people fighting people for profit. Yes.
Well, there's also been a lot of ways of sometimes foreign, sometimes just an investor from another part of the country, but there are people who are buying up houses like that who are nowhere near. You can't go and go to the actual physical
right.
house and find them there. They'll never be there. So the properties are just sitting there.
Right. We did. My friend, he lives in Fort Myers, Florida, and a subdivision was built using Chinese formaldehyde drywall. And when formaldehyde is mixed with gypsum drywall, it dissolves copper. So all the copper wiring and copper plumbing was dissolved in the walls and created shorts, fires, and destroyed the houses, which means they had to be re-gutted. They were all built out of brick, so they had to strip them down to the concrete, clean out the house, re-rock it, put in new drywall, new floors, and then they could restore the houses. So you could buy 2,000 square foot houses for maybe $20,000, $30,000 because of the labor intensity to go back into it. Then throw them up on Craigslist and sell them on Craigslist to India or China, where they were snatched up by millionaires. So they had because they owned property in the U.S., could immediately get a visa to come to the U.S. and get out of their country, which is overpopulated. So that's and then you got to worry about trying to fight this international deal.
So the foreclosure side of this is only half the problem, because there, like you said, you could buy out foreclosures, but you're buying from somebody who never had title to sell them in the first place.
Right. If you buy a foreclosure, you don't have title to the property. And I've gone to so many foreclosures on the courthouse steps, and I stand up and say, do you have a license to be an attorney? Do you have a license? Do you have a correct parse syntax grammar license to be a judge or an attorney or administrator? Do you have title to the property you are about to sell? And everybody turns around and walks away, and nobody throws a bid in to the property. Because nobody enters a bid except a bank that's standing there for 25 or 30 cents on a dollar. The bank has to recover that so they don't lose control of it, because if they lost control of it, they could then be prosecuted for selling property without title, which is a felony. Just like if you sell a car to somebody without title, and the man with the original title comes back and says, "Where's my car?" I had a guy in New Orleans, he went and sold 8 homes as the owner of the home because they sat empty for a year. Picked up $500,000 because he was selling the Katrina homes. You know, the ones that got destroyed in the hurricanes that were redone. And he got taken in and they put him in jail for 8 years, and he had 5 kids at home. He says, all I'm trying to do is support my family. He says, but you stole the properties you didn't own without title and sold them to an unsuspecting buyer. That's the word alien. And if you look at alien in Black's Law Dictionary, it means a man died, along came a peddler, saw that the man was died, buried him in the backyard, went ahead and sold the house to another peddler or another person walking past at a cheap price and took off. You got the movie by Clint Eastwood, Hang 'em High. He bought cattle that were rustled. But they hung him because he bought cattle that were alien from a rancher that was dead. So they charged him with the murder and cattle rustling. Only to find out, because he had paperwork, that it was a fraud, and the person that sold it to him was later captured as a criminal and a cattle rustler. And of course, the story runs a little backwards, but nevertheless, he was hung for something he didn't do. He was honest about everything he was. He was a sheriff, but because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people, they hung him.
But the banks are still getting away with it.
Yes, the banks are getting away with it because you walked out of North Carolina into a foreign vessel in dry dock. Mm-hmm. And when you're in that foreign vessel in dry dock, there's nobody to say otherwise.
Because they lost the paperwork.
Yeah, they always lose the paperwork. Over here. Yes?
What happens when you purchase a foreclosed home?
Well, then you did it without title, because I guarantee there's not a single title of any house in the United States, because they killed the Indians and stole the land and sold it to an unsuspecting buyer. See, what they do is once they go ahead and the government will go ahead and say this is government land, BLM, owned by the post office, 2nd February 2000, and then they take that presumption, because the post office controls the money and titles on everything as vessels in dry dock. Then they go ahead and they may file bankruptcy on the property against themselves and then later discharge it so that they can retitle it in the name of the post office, which then gives them permission to sell it to a land developer. Once the land developer gets it developed, he still didn't have title to the property because it came from killing the Indians who lived there originally. So he didn't have clean title to the property. And so they figured, because this thing has gone on and on and on for 100 years, 200 years, well, nobody can figure out who owned it originally. Unless you can walk in there with original title. It says God owned it first, and you got title from God. You're not going to get allodial title. You're just going to be buying something that's been modified, and all the grammar on that modification is fraud. Which means the government has to declare amnesty, shut down 65 million mortgages. The banks got to eat the fraud and give everyone clear standing to their homes. Well, that isn't going to happen, not with this administration, the way in our money system, the way it's set up, until there's a reset. In the meantime, Iceland did it because they're a nice little country with a low population and it's doable in Iceland. So they did it just to prove it could be done. But they use my technology to do that to the population. If the United States did that to the population, all the securitized backed assets that were sold to China and Russia and Europe, those would be all fraud documents. And of course, we'd have every country in the world screaming at us that we committed fraud against them. Of course, that's happening right now anyways, because this is a worldwide program now, and it's gone out to everybody, and I'm sitting on top of the whole heap of it. Now, I'm running for directorship of the President of the United States. It's not going to be president because I'm not going to be pre-simulated denture anything. I'm going to be a director. It isn't about fixing the United States. It's about fixing planet Earth, because all countries are guilty. And I'm going to make it real clear that all countries are going to go ahead and conform to correct grammar. And you can keep your languages, because I've already written the math interface for 150 languages worldwide. I proved that with my website. When I went to China in October and September 2012, they said it would take 9 months to write a math interface for the Chinese language versus the English language. I did it in 45 minutes over lunch. Something that they said couldn't be done. It hasn't been done since English went over there in 1800. 215 years, no one's ever figured out a communications between China and the United States. The closest they could come was about 60% match up. In 2000, there was only 100 Walmarts in the United States. So I wrote a grammar interface on banking between Walmart, the Chinese government, and the English language. And within a couple of years, we had 2,000 Walmarts in the United States. So we broke that barrier down and we proved it. So what's that?
Just what you were just saying, I'm sorry about the Walmart.
Oh, when Walmart couldn't grow because Walmart is products from China in the United States. They had communication problems between what was ordered in English and translated into Chinese, into the Chinese language with a 10,000 letter alphabet. When I wrote the Chinese interface in 45 minutes, they can now have a quantum bill of sale between the English and the Chinese instantly, and Walmart exploded to 2,000 stores that fast. 8 years ago, South Korea adapted this program completely on my website and has been teaching it. September 2012, China's college, universities, and high schools all went to quantum on my websites. So China is way ahead of us when it comes to straightening things out for their people. And then 3 months after, it was only 6 weeks. By November 2012, the Chinese government made treaty with Russia and India. So right there we had roughly 4 billion people with just the 3 countries. Now all quantumized in banking to start the BRIC corporations, and then Brazil was brought into it. Now 197 countries are involved with the BRIC corporations that go on as a gold standard with correct grammar. And we are still sitting with our bank treaties, Russell and I, and making them available to everybody. So at some point here in the near future, there's going to be a big shift. And then I was commissioned by the International Monetary Fund to rewrite the charter of 1,850 banks, representing the number 26 with 213 zeros after it. And so it took me 6 months to redo that for them. Question?
Yes, I'd like to go back to the question about foreclosure.
Okay.
What do you recommend if you have purchased a home that was in foreclosure?
Well, your recommendation would be to clean up your contract that you have. Go ahead and challenge the company you bought it from to show you a title to the property. And if they can't show you a property title, they have 36 months under Title 15, Section 1639A of the Rescissions Act. And the Clayton Act the Clayton Act is 1914. And what it says is that if you cannot produce a title to the property you bought, the bank must return 4 times your down payment, 4 times the interest, and 4 times the principal. Now that's on top of your caretaker fees that are written into my mortgage contracts. And then you've also got the criminal facts of a fiction grammar under under the Whistleblowers Act, which is Title 31, Section 3729. And that carries a $25 million fine, and as a whistleblower, you get anywhere from 15 to 35% based on what the Department of Justice brokers with the banks, but the banks have been paying the $25 million. Now, when we had the Kamala Harris case take place in 2010, I brokered the $26 billion payout by Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, and Citibank, where they came up with $26 billion for Kamala Harris that would pay off all the the foreclosures in California that had been filed with the Secretary of State. She took the first $19 billion and paid off the bankruptcy of California, and then took the remaining 35% and put that in the whistleblower fund, which they've been just dissipating to the whistleblowers. So that was the single biggest settlement in the history of banking, the $26 billion. And they just did another one on the 21st of December 2014 for the second group between 2010 and 2014. So, and now they're working on the third group. The United States Department of Justice employs 107,000 employees, which are divided into all the categories of the yellow pages for white-collar crimes, drug dealings, murder, investigations, foreclosures, bank fraud, but it's basically a lot of white paper fraud. So I don't know, they won't divulge how many people are assigned to any one division. Every time we get somebody cooperating with us and brought up to speed that is participating and helping us along is fired immediately, and then they've got to start all over again. So we've been having problems with the DOJ, but the Secretary General, after Eric Holder was removed, put 987 bank presidents in prison for 10 years as a slingshot of the last 4 years for the lawsuits, under 600 lawsuits that we brought in, showing that these bank presidents committed fraud and bank robbery against the Treasury. And she was a bulldog from New York City, putting politicians in prison for criminal activity and taking bribes. And so Eric Holder was removed from the Senate Oversight Committee by our lawsuits in quantum. I don't fool around. I'm not afraid to sue anybody. But I'm going to use correct grammar at all times. And so I'm a very serious player. Yes?
What's the average time frame to receive your average from your past experience?
Okay, the question is, how long does it take to get paid? When I confronted the Treasury with that, they said you will be notified by an agent. They will find out what you're going to do with your $8 million, and they want to know how that's going to be dispersed, not that you go out and buy guns with it or supply a drug dealer or terrorism. The original plan was that to broker the $26 billion was that you would receive the first portion as a cash settlement to pay off your mortgage, all your debts, card debts, MasterCards, everything. And that you would buy between a $6 and $7 million 10-year CD certificate in the bank, which the bank could now fraction at 10 to 1. The first hour of this bargaining, I had all the bankers crying that we're going to prison and we're going to go bankrupt. The second hour, when I put a solution on the table to make 300% profit on every foreclosure of $25 million, because the government gets paid $17 million to cooperate, and the remaining $8 million, $1 million goes to you and $7 million goes to the bank for buying a CD, which they can fraction at 10 to 1. They're going, for every 25 we spend, we get 70 million back. And at 18% interest, we're going to make a lot of money. So everybody jumped on board, and Kamala Harris stuck it to them and didn't pay anybody, except it trickled out in interest payments. It wasn't as fast as everybody thought they were going to get paid. Then the second group came out, but that was what Washington did.
Now, with a global reset, if that happens, will that affect the lawsuit?
No. The global reset's going to be done. We're pushing our global bank treaties before the IMF and the BRIC corporations. That's on the table. In 2002, 2004, 2005, Russell and I personally went door to door out of our own pocket, printed up all the treaties, went to 82 countries and served them with the bank treaties, went to Europe and knocked on doors and got to see Interpol, the Inter-Universal Postal Union, went to Bern, Switzerland, went to Zurich, Germany, went to Paris with Interpol, the United Nations, the United States Treasury, the Postal Service in the United States, went to the Vatican, got to be keymasters, made treaty with Vatican banking. And so we hand-served all these bank treaties. And then we went to China and did the same thing in China, in Russia. So everyone's on the same page. And we personally serve these as ambassadors. We are respected as ambassadors worldwide, Russell and I. And so they're using our bank treaties. They've had them now for 13 years, and they've all been studying, but they know that when they switch over and do the reset, that it's going to go from the world of adverb-verb fiction to these new bank treaties. They're about 65 pages long, but the supporting documentation comes out to about 118 pages. That was all hand-typed, mailed, certified mail, registered mail, all green card return receipts, all bundled. And we hand-served every single person and met every single person. Personally, did an hour to 2 hour presentation on what our volition was. When we went to the United Nations, we went to see the Postmaster General of the United Nations. We walked in the front door, past security, and as fast as we walked in, the security agents turned their backs to us. So actually, they didn't see us walk past them. We went through 5 security checkpoints, and as fast as we went through this maze of hallways and that, and all these checkpoints, the security agents were gone, or they had their backs to us. And we walked right in to the Postmaster General of the United Nations without being stopped and questioned, with no passes, no identification, nothing. If we weren't supposed to be there, we would have not gotten in there. So for whatever powers to be, we went through a maze of 5 different security checkpoints and were invisible, walked into the Postmaster General's office, and he says, "Can I help you guys?" He says, "Yes, we have a bank treaty for the UN and a new constitution for the UN." And we sat down and did a 2 hour presentation for them, and it was accepted. He says, "How did you get in here without any passes?" He says, "Must have been magic, because everybody was gone." He says, "That's impossible. This place is tighter than the drum." Well, we did it. We got our treaties signed and served. And we've kept up a dialogue for the last 13 years with the Postmaster General of the United Nations. This whole program has been a miracle. The fact that it's run 35 years, that there have no competition on the internet from anybody in quantum language. You got 4 billion websites and only one website like mine in quantum language. There's no plagiarizing. There's nobody standing up pretending to be me. A couple of people tried it. They didn't even get past 1 hour in the seminar with the people riding against them and running them out the door on a rail. And there's been no competition with it. Yes?
You were saying that for people that want to pursue with mortgage fraud, you need the copy of the mortgage. What about people that had or owned the house and it went foreclosure, so they don't have that?
If you lost the house, are in the house, are in foreclosure, you could be 100% up to speed. You could pay off your house. You still have the privilege that you were lied to and cheated on day one. Title 15, 1639 says that if you didn't produce a title for you within 36 months, they owe you 4 times your down payment and all the money you paid to them.
The question is, what kind of documents do you need?
Oh, just a deed of trust or your mortgage. Say some people are here from other states, South Carolina, Kentucky. We use, I guess you guys all use deed of trust here in North Carolina or mortgage? Huh? Okay, North Carolina's deed of trust. An of is an adverb making trust a verb. And if it says mortgage, it's a pronoun. So you can have a no fiction or a verb fiction. Either way, it's a lie. Yes?
Okay, so does a 501c3, if we have a mortgage on a 501c3, does that make any difference?
No, because a 501c3 is no more than an IRS tax-free issue. And anybody over the age of 66 now, you can earn $44,700 a year outside of your Social Security, and you're tax-free. That throws a lot of you for this year or whatever into a zero tax bracket. They just upped it from 30 to 47,000, so everybody got a nice pay raise this year, including me.
I turned 65 in December,
Huh?
and she told me I could only earn 15,000 next year.
How old are you?
I turned 65 in December.
You got to be 66.
Okay.
And if you turn 66 in 2016, then you qualify, and anytime in that, you'll be zero for the end of the year, so you're going to be okay.
What was it for 2015?
You got to be 66 or older now. If you're 66 in 2016, or have a birthday in there that makes you 66, you now can earn $45,700 tax-free in private industry besides drawing your Social Security check.
What was it for 2015?
If you are only 65 years old, then you have to pay state and federal taxes on the first $32,000, I guess it is. The first $32,000 is exempt, and they raised it to $47,000. So.
This person has to be U.S. citizen or just legal and had to work here for certain.
Well, if you've avoided paying taxes since 2002, and you're out of the system, when you turn 65, you won't get a Social Security check because you never put anything into it.
But if the person has been paying.
Yeah, if you've been paying your Social Security tax when you get to be this age, then you qualify. But you're a young person, so.
Well, it wasn't for me.
David, who is the Postmaster General for the United Nations? What's his name?
I couldn't answer that today. I haven't traversed with him in about 5 years. Russell knows. We talk about it all here and there. If Russell was on the Skype here, he could probably, I could call him up right now and see. That's one thing nice about Verizon. We have a Skype program. Let's see if he's, oh, I got 2 Skype hits, so. Gordy. It's 2, he's in Mountain Time, so it's 2:30 his time. No answer, so. He might be out skiing. Huh?
Can we take a break? It's 1 hour.
Oh, yeah, it's 4:30. By this trustee and to have and to hold forever by the trust. Now, the reason the word trust ends the document here is because a trust is a contract. And the contract is what tells the trustee how to function. But because it's a to have and to hold, you shall never have now time to have and never have now time to hold. So what this really says, the fiction trust shall, which removes your ability to have anything in future, the authority, which is a verb, to make loans, which means you don't have authority to make a loan because it's in the future tense. You can't write checks now because it's written in the future. So that means if you make a loan, you're taking assets from the trust and giving it to a secondary party without authorization. You're writing checks from the assets of the trust as a secondary in the future, so you don't have now time jurisdiction, and to borrow money, which means you're extorting money using a fraudulent trust to steal money from the bank. That's a felony by the trustee, which is now a verb. And then you shall never have and never hold forever by the contract of a dangling participle verb trust. This will put you in jail for 30 years, this one sentence. So people that think they have a trust, the IRS is going to go ahead and they're going to say, oh, you're putting all that money in trust. It's all tax-free. Just keep dumping it in there until you get to a point where it's nice and fat. You get $3, $4, $5 million in there, lots of real estate. And they come in, they're going to exercise syntax on you and put you in jail while they clean out your trust. And if you don't believe me, check all the trusts that have been harvested from 1997 to current date. $40 trillion worth. I was the guy that paid off the last international bankruptcy between 1997 and 1999 with the sentence, as they harvested 25 million trusts between 1997 and 2001, 2011.
Are you saying the trust is not legal?
That's what I'm saying. It's a fictitious conveyance of language for money laundering. And when you get nice, when you work good and hard as a slave and put all your money in the trust, they're going to come in and they're going to take it before you die so it doesn't wind up in probate.
Wow.
Welcome to the real world.
You
America.
smack me upside the head. Let me
No mercy for the sheep. We harvest and fleece the sheep. We don't kill them.
So where do you put your money?
Well, my recommendation is this. You put it in secrecy. Secrecy is the best vault in the world. You can keep it in cash. You can keep it in gold, silver, or diamonds, or some other type of an investment that you know is going to be boilerplate. So,
Still, like, do you still consider cash as a safe way to keep money, like inflation, so,
well, if cash goes to zero, that would become a war. If you have a class, it would probably take a class S or class T solar flare. They had a class M take out India for 2 days. All electricity was shut down. A class S or T would probably take out the United States and shut down our satellites. A class X, you could probably genocide 90% of the population of the planet of the Earth, and we'd be back in the dark ages with no computers, cell phones, ATMs, all that stuff would be gone. If you
have a sizable amount in a trust, are you saying we should get it out of that trust ASAP?
I would say write a quantum trust and transfer it into a quantum trust. But if all of your real estate properties written in adverb verb and an adverb verb trust, you're just hanging out in the wind. I'm sorry, but you show me anything, I'm going to cut it up one side and down the other. I mean, it's I'm a very thorough individual when it comes to syntax and what it really says. And when people come to me, they want to be correct. They want to see what correctness is. They don't care. You take it to a lawyer who says, "Oh yeah, that's all standard grammar and that's what we all do. Everybody does that. You can feel safe there." He's going to write it down that this guy's ready for harvest, and he can go in and make a deal with the judge and the IRS, and they'll come out and clip your trust and take all your assets, freeze your checking accounts, and then syntax it like this and say, this is an adverb, modifies the verb trust, shall is an adverb in future time, making have to be a verb, thou is an adverb, making authority a verb, to is an adverb, making adjective pronoun, adverb to in future time, making write checks, adjective pronoun, and is a conjunction, to is a future time, making borrow money, by is a adjective pronoun, this trustee, now you're the verb trustee, not a fact, and to have and to hold, which means you'll never have and hold forever and now time, by the fictitious conveyance of language of a dangling participle verb trust. That's an eye-opener. And $440 trillion later, the world's not laughing at looking at the way I wrote this sentence because they're all guilty 25 million times. Trusts that have nothing in them, they're just going to let them sit. If you have a quantum trust I wrote, you cannot put property in a trust because the land must always be free for development. You can put a house in trust. You can put a car in trust. You can have a business drafted under a trust language for operations. But there is no fiction bank in the United States that will open a checking account with a quantum trust because all banks are fiction. Deposit means no position contract. Account is no count contract. That's why the IRS goes in and takes your money out of your account because you took no position of it. You cursed your name on your signature card, which means you swear, and it was titled as a dead person, nom de guerre. And dead people can't own property or write contracts. It's all there. You just got to sort it out of the 4 billion codes to find out what it is. That's what I do. I sort it all out, put it into a procedure, and the back of my business card is your best defense. That's kind of a nutshell of 4 million cases, but we have a graph that in my office of 150 charges for just grammar alone, and I can go down that list and check mark. Did the police have an oath and knowledge with a 4-year college degree? Did the sheriff? Did the bailiff? Did the lawyers? Did the attorneys? Did the judge? Did the real estate agent? Did the bankers? I got 10 people across and 33 down with 330 check marks. I do a presentation in front of a jury. I got to win 1 point. I got 330 points that I've been raped. With 330 points, the jury just doesn't even get out of the box. They say, yeah, he's been damaged. And here's all the forensic evidence to prove it. Years ago, back around 97, when I broke the codes on the trust industry, they let me in the court. They let me talk in front of a jury because they were getting hard copy information, and I was winning cases left and right there in the courtroom. And then they said, you let this guy in, you're going to lose the case. You can't win against this technology. It's boilerplate. And that's gotten in the recent years now. I just go in and I sit down in the back of the courtroom. Like last time I was in Honolulu, they brought in 13 felons. Everybody was facing 5 to 10 years in jail. Everybody got $20 court costs. That was it, and their cases were vacated because there are no laws, rules, regulations, or codes to put any of these people in jail except their own ignorance. They all had lawyers, except I was sitting there and I was watching what was going on. The judge knows exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to check all these boys off and I'm going to prosecute them for lying under perjury and fictitious conveyance of language. But number 13 came in, a 47-year-old man with a 3.8 alcohol, put 2 people in a hospital with his 5th drunk driving charge. It's mandatory he serve 10 years in jail and pay a $10,000 fine. And the judge says, how much time do you think this man should get? No, I did this. I put up 4 fingers on my cheek. He says, I'm going to give you 4 years in jail. And he says, well, what kind of a fine do you think we ought to do? About $3,000, I said. He had 5 children at home. He says, the judge says, the district attorney says, you can't do that. This law specifically says this man has to go to jail for this amount of time. He says, well, that's my ruling. He says, well, DA wrote it up and says, here, sign this. Judge says, I ain't signing that. So I held up my hand and I went like this. He says, okay, I'll sign it. There's a puppet and there's a puppet master. I don't have to say anything. I was in a couple other hearings in that where the district attorney is sitting there and he's having a Masonic conversation with the judge, and the stenographer was a friend of mine, and I said that they're going to be having private conversations through hand signals about how to manipulate this case. It's going to all be legal because you're not going to be party to it. And so she paid close attention, watched both of them, and she got up and says, you guys are having a hand signal conversation. This is illegal, and I'm walking out. Nobody said nothing. She walked out and the case was vacated because they couldn't have a stenographer. And she called them on the fraud and they didn't want to push it because she does stenographer with all the judges and she didn't want them going around telling everybody. So squeaky wheel got the oil and the case was vacated. There's all kinds of things that happen in court. But when you're in that foreign vessel in dry dock, you left planet Earth. You might as well be on Mars or in China or Russia arguing your case. It's going to be the same over there. Every time you walk into a courthouse, you've left Earth and you are in a foreign vessel. So make sure you've got your grammar correct. And you can always call me up to check, make sure your grammar's correct. If you get yourself a health certificate that says you have no contagious diseases as a SEA person, and you have always make sure if possible that you have a passport also, which gives you permission to leave America and go onto a foreign vessel. The Sheriff's Department only has a 12-mile international limit to leave the courthouse. That's why they're building more courthouses. They may only be little tiny huts in a trailer to plug up holes so they can extend that 12-mile limit and cover everything. When I lived in Maui, they didn't have courthouses on the west side of the island. And so the sheriff's department didn't have jurisdiction to go all the way over there and make arrests. So they had to put up a new courthouse up there and a new sheriff's department so they could extend it 12 miles past the last road so they could cover the entire island. But they weren't even aware of that until I sued them, saying, you can't go there. That's out of your jurisdiction. We had cases thrown out because of it. So they've been plugging holes all over the country because of it. Any more questions, please?
Trust me. With that trust.
My trusts are boilerplate. They've never been broken in court. I was in Atlanta, Georgia. One of my millionaire friends came in with over $5 million in his trust, and the IRS wanted it. And the hearing started, and I was sitting next to my client because my name's on the trust as the creator. And he got about maybe a minute and a half into his presentation. I'm going, Your Honor, let's save a little time. Does that man have copyright release from me to go into my copyrighted trust under Title 18, 1225? Judge looks at him and says, you have copyright release from Mr. Miller here? No. Case dismissed. Get out of my courtroom. It was the last time we were ever in court with one of my trusts. It was published all over the United States. You can't invade a copyrighted trust written in quantum language because they're all fiction. So I'm confident when you see my trust and you look at the value of it and the things that you can do. When a person gets a trust from me, if they want to upgrade, if they wish to add minutes to it because of adding trustees, special occasions, buying cars, bringing in more trustees, then you go ahead and you write it up in the language you understand, and I'll quantumize it and then put it into the minutes as the creator. Now, the word is bailment. It's spelled B-A-I-L-M-E-N-T. A bailment person would be a police officer or a fireman. They are there to protect your property but do not hold title to your property. When you have a bailment person in a trust, that would be a person who would come in and cut your lawn, paint your house, do housekeeping, cleaning, could wash your car, because some people have big estates and they want to have a bailment manager come in and do housekeeping but not interfere with the trust and its assets. And that's how you identify this individual. And he has specific duties which are all spelled out in the trust as a bailment manager, but he does not own, only protects the trust. So we build all kinds of different things. We use all kinds of different words, but they're all certified by extended definitions in quantum language to protect every aspect that you wish to function. But no bank, or said the banks will not open a checking account for a quantum trust because the IRS can't come in and steal your money out of a quantum trust. Personally, I say buy gold or silver because it's super cheap right now. If you have a lot of money and you buy small quantities, you're going to pay about $3 an ounce over spot. Spot was $13.80 on Friday, so that means $17.80. If you buy American Eagles, it's going to be $19.80. It's $5 over spot because the federal government has a $1.85 surcharge on American Eagles when you purchase them. Plus, you've got to pay sales tax. Some states don't have sales tax.
I'm sorry, how long does that apply?
What's that?
The surcharge on American Eagles, I don't recall that before.
That goes from coin dealer to coin dealer. You only have a couple of coin dealers that are authorized to buy and sell silver in any state. So you got to find out where these people are. If you want to buy quantum, 500 ounces, 1,000 ounces at a time, then I would buy a contract on the commodities exchange out of Chicago and then take delivery of it. And you can buy spot for spot. And then you get possession of it. You can, if you buy quantities under 500 ounces, then you would be buying maybe $2 over spot or $1.50 over spot. from your coin dealers. If you have a good rapport with them that says you're going to be doing it on a regular basis, you can have a pre-established 500 to 1,000 ounce, but you have a time limit which to come in and buy that, and then you can save yourself more money and get it. But our economy, the whole entire world, resources, the fact of the collapse of the oil, more and more electric cars are being generated. Your mileage is getting in the 40s, 50s, and 60s miles per gallon. When I was dealing with the Tesla automobile company in California, they're now building this new battery factory to put batteries in homes the size of mattresses to run your entire house off of these. But those are all lithium batteries. They're pretty expensive up front, but they're good for 10, 15 years. But if you add 1% thorium to a lithium battery, you get 8 times the power out of it. Except lithium is radioactive. So it's got to be shielded by lead or copper to protect it. But you're going to have a lithium fluoride battery for a Tesla car and get 1,600 miles on a charge, which is pretty impressive. So when I went to Tesla, they didn't even look in those departments of technology for batteries. And they said, how come you know all this stuff and how to mix chemistry together? I says, well, for 6 months I was the Chemtron weld rod cook. I built exotic chemistry formulas and worked out the physics on that. So I have a lot of different programs that I put on besides just the grammar and trusts, medical issues, zappers. I talked to you about the did I talk to you about DICOM yet? The DICOM is a machine that reprograms the DNA crystalline of your body, of each one of your cells. When those crystallines are affected by frequency, the DICOM is programmed to reprogram your 3 billion crystalline of your DNA to the age of 25. Now, each time you use the machine and you subject those cells, it sends a signal in, which affects the cell at about 10% reprogramming. So it might take anywhere from 7 to 10 times to energize that same cell to bring it down to the age of 25 over a several months period, because the body needs nutrients to rebuild each cell. Now the DNA talks to the chromosome, which now reprograms the cell's ability to absorb the specific nutrients and then reprograms itself at a younger age. So over a process of many months or even years, a 60-year-old man, or I'm 66, I can run myself back down to 35 without too much problem and have my health back and all the endurance that goes with it. So there's some miracle technologies out there that have been coming of age. And then you got your 3D printers now. They can build a kidney, a liver, a heart out of your own DNA to the exact frequency. If you got to replace your heart, they'll take the bad heart out, put it in a box, take the 3D printer and print out a new one by vaporizing this and reprinting it over here using plasma, and build you a new heart and then put it back in again.
Are they just reusing those cells, or?
Yeah. They're completely reprograms it with DNA and.
Like take them all apart,
That's what a 3D printer does. I know it's real crazy stuff, but it does it.
How do you spell that, DICOM?
DIA, C-O-M, COM. Dr. Ulysses is located in Los Angeles, California. The machines cost $16,000 though. And they're smaller, they're 5 inches by 5 inches by 1 inch. They interface with your computer to a master computer in California. So you're buying software. And then you have a headset, looks like a regular stereo headset, except it's a microwave transmitter. It sets up a radio frequency and talks to all the cells in your brain, which then go through your nervous system to all those parts of your body and those specific cells to reprogram through your nervous system. Really cool technology. On September 2nd, 2013, I had a heart attack. And I had open heart surgery with a golf ball sized tumor between my carotid and aorta artery. And I also had a thymus. Your thymus gland is your autoimmune system. It's supposed to stop functioning at the age of 40. Mine was as big as my fist. And I couldn't breathe. I couldn't figure out why I couldn't breathe, because I was being choked. You're supposed to be the size of your thumb. And so I had this growth inside me. Well, because of the large thymus reaction, when I was 25, I lost both of my adrenal glands and my right kidney. So because I didn't have adrenaline, my body produces 60 times more endorphins than a normal person. So I'm jacked taffy 24/7 with no stress. I also don't require sleep. I can stay awake for months at a time. I did 8 years from 1975 to 83 without laying down once. Worked 2 full-time jobs, went to college full-time. Acquired 535 college credits and 3 PhDs. Went to college full-time from 1971 to 1987. Then in 88, I wrote the math interface on grammar, and also wrote the polymer technology of steel, changed the way steel is made worldwide, which boosted the profits of all steel manufacturers from losses into very large profits. In 1983, I wrote the degeneration formulas for plutonium, to neutralize plutonium from nuclear reactors, and that's the last time you heard nuclear reactors being talked about on the internet, anywhere in the world, about the danger of plutonium, because they use an electromagnetic frequency which separates the electrons, electromagnetic fields of the U-235, and separates it into hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen, with just one electron and one proton. So it's, I've done some crazy things over the years besides doing all this grammar stuff. And I worked at A.O. Smith for 26 years, but on my 26th year, in May of 1995, after rebuilding our heat treat furnaces for A.O. Smith, I went ahead and in 1988, I was given the job of replacing a 305 stainless steel tube out of a heat treat furnace. And when I took it out, the end of the tube was the consistency of an automobile rubber. Being a metallurgist, a heat treat specialist, a blacksmith, and a foundry, 8 years in the foundry, I know exactly what happened. I knew the physics behind it. So I walked into the vice president of A.O. Smith with 5,200 employees and dirty cover halls, and I says, we got a problem. And your engineers don't know what it is, and your weld techs don't know what it is, and your scientists don't know what it is, but I know what it is. He says, okay. He says, what's the problem? I puts this little piece of black rubber down on his desk, and he says, okay, it's an automobile tire. What is? I says, no, that's 305 stainless steel. He says, sit down. You're going to do a presentation for the board of directors. Well, that moved me out of the shop into supervision. And I wound up rebuilding all the heat treat furnaces. Now, everybody remembers 1973. We had an oil embargo here, if you're old enough, in the United States. A.O. Smith is located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So it was cold up there. So they turned off our natural gas so we couldn't heat treat our steel, because we all had gas-fired furnaces. So we had to buy 3 35,000-gallon propane tanks. That 35,000-gallon propane tank ran for 14 weeks. Come springtime, we then switched over to natural gas. Except for one small detail. They left the burners set for propane, not natural gas. Now, natural gas requires 9.9 to 1. Propane is 7.1 to 1. Little mistake. So instead of having a flame 9 feet long and about that big around with a blue flame at 3,800 degrees with a little white tip on it, we had an 18-foot big yellow flame called a carburizing flame. And as the hard bars came in, they got heated to 1,850 degrees and sucked up 4.1% carbon. But the second the cold air hit it, the carbon was precipitated out to 1.1% and created an 1/8-inch thick graphite surface on it, but left the molecules open to compress graphite. Then to cover up the graphite, they used the peening machine to bend over the molecules But when it goes into the quench, they had an 1/8 inch of graphite on the steel. So when they went to quench it with cold water, it's supposed to cool in 2/10 of a second, not 1.3 seconds. So we had over 100 Rockwell C or Bernal hardnesses on every bar. 40% rerun on scrap. So this went on from 1973 to 1996, making graphite steel sidebars for 60% of all semis in the United States, which were jackknifing and killing people on the highways. This was a $1 trillion liabilities situation, and I knew what it was. So when I wrote an insurance report, they fired me because I blew the whistle as a whistleblower. Then they tried to discredit me, but they lost. I won the case. But it was sealed. Otherwise, they would have to recall 60% of all semis in the United States interfering with commerce and shutting down commerce. 9 years later, I walked in with my 5-page metallurgy report, and they sold, the business was for sale for $1.2 billion. It was discounted at $711 million because of that insurance report that I wrote. $511 million it cost them. Tower Automotive bought the company and continued manufacturing graphite steel. I was the only employer ordered to not enter the premises, but had to receive a paycheck because I won the lawsuit. They only paid me 3 times and then said, we're not going to pay you no more. So this went on for 9 years. They're currently about $900,000 behind on my regular pay. And so I was coming back from Washington, D.C., and I saw 3 jackknife semis, and 7 people died. And I said, this can't go on anymore. So then I drove over to Detroit instead of going back to Milwaukee, and I walked into the Tower Automotive Company and says, I want to talk to Kathleen Lagaki, president of Tower Automotive. Or I closed the doors. They said, nope, you can't see her, she's in a meeting. So I says, well, you're going to lose your job if you don't take this seriously. So out comes an electrician vice president. Now in the front mural of Tower Automotive is a 80-foot long mural with a 40-foot heat treat oven and a 40-foot hard bar coming out of the furnace. I said to the engineer, after he reads the report, can you prove this? He says, what color is steel at 1850 degrees? All of you in this room know the fact that it's red, right? Nice bright color cherry red. The thing was black because it was covered in an 1/8 inch of graphite, except for a couple places where the vibration caused the graphite to fall off when it hit the air. So when the quench hits it, whatever was red got quenched in 2/10 of a second, whatever was black took 1.2 seconds. So the Rockwell C's were all screwed up and down. Bernals were all different. So when he looked at that, I says, there's your forensic evidence right there. That man walked in his office, cleaned out his desk, wrote a letter of resignation, and disappeared that night. He gave the metallurgy report to 2 more engineers at the company who cleaned out their desk within an hour and then notified the other 6 engineers, and they cleaned out their desks. So all vice presidents at Tower Automotive resigned that same day. When Kathleen Lagaki called a meeting the next morning, nobody was in the office, with just a letter on every desk. Call David Miller, he's at the Holiday Inn. When I presented her with the evidence, she filed bankruptcy and closed Tower Automotive, putting 1,800 people out of work with no warning. The power of technology, incorrect parse, syntax, grammar, lawsuit. She was on the first plane to China and has been working at a Chinese museum as an art director with a PhD in Chinese art. Got out of the country for extradition. When some people do bad things, you can't let it go by. You have to stand up and make a difference. And I did the same thing with this grammar and the mortgages. I'm sorry if we tripped the mortgage foreclosure business here in the United States, but they were stealing homes. They were stealing everybody, blind. And the judges, the attorneys, and the lawyers are the criminals, organized crime, to the tune of $400 trillion. So that's why I do what I do.
So what are the next steps? What do we have to do to move forward with this?
If you want the mortgages done, I'll do the lawsuits. We'll file that, and then it's up to the federal government. They are making payments. There's 378,000 whistleblowers paid since 2008. That's published on the internet. They've collected $1.5 trillion in damages from the banks. There are 107,000 employees at the Department of Justice chasing down the bankers. 12,000 bankers have been sentenced to 10 years in prison as servicing agents committing bank fraud against the government. So it's just a matter of they're going to contact the people. They're going to do it in secret because they don't want anybody kidnapping your children to blackmail you for money, because now you're a new millionaire. They don't want you buying arms or supplying drug dealers with cash or being blackmailed for that cash. They want to protect your families. So it'll be kept very quiet. Even people who win the lottery, 100 million, 200 million, the other day 500 million, those names are changed immediately and it's kept secret. They say somebody won, but they don't come forward in public because their families would be in danger just for blackmail and kidnapping. Being rich is not all that's cracked up to be. Even your Hollywood actors who have, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's a billionaire, or even Donald Trump, or Michael Jackson, his kids, or the Google brothers at 83 billion apiece. They got to watch their families and friends not to be kidnapped because they have money. It's always an issue. Mexico kidnaps one person every 4 seconds. Yeah, it's pretty serious. I mean, I don't know what the stats are for the United States, but they're pretty bad. Everybody's hungry for money, and there's not that much work around. Only 1 person in 4 is working full-time in the United States. Our unemployment rate is not 5% as reported Friday. It's more like 20%. Because you're working for minimum wage and you got to work 2 full-time jobs just to make ends meet, and it ain't happening. So you gotta work smart. You got to know what's happening. You feel somebody's threatening you and they're using fiction grammar, you call me, because I'm the only defense you're going to have. A lawyer will not do anything in quantum. You show him my card, they will run away from you. And this is not where I just made up some secret formula. This has been worldwide certified. That's why I have 5 billion people on my website.
We're so glad you went after your children.
Well, it's about the people. It's not about, judges. There's good judges. I got a lot of friends that are judges. I got a lot of friends that are attorneys that have quit the craft because they believe in what I'm doing. And they've come up to me and said, you're 100% correct. I'm not going to be a judge when this goes off. I'm not going to be an attorney or a lawyer when this goes off. And when I was in California, in Los Angeles, we had a room about this big. It was cut in half. On that side of the room, they're given 60 bar tests for the California bar, and on this side of the room was my students, only separated by a partition. So between 8 o'clock in the morning and 12 noon, they got to listen to me explain fraudulent conveyance of grammar. The whole afternoon from 1 o'clock after everybody came back from lunch, I had 40 of those students sitting in the hallway listening and crying because they just spent $250,000 to become professional liars. I don't know how many of them took it seriously and went into the craft, but they were going like, we just passed the bar, now we're professional liars. And this goes all against our religion and our faith, and who we are. So there was a lot of damage done that day. But there are no mistakes in the line. No matter where you go, there you are. And wherever you are, that's where you're supposed to be. You people are here today because you've been damaged, and you want the truth, or you want correctness. Because you've been raped, because somebody took something from you, and you didn't know how to get it back, and you don't know why the rape took place. But when you see all the information that's here in my books, in my videos, and on the website, which is 400 pages long, all of a sudden you understand how you got raped and how to make things right, and that feels good. And when you go into court and you win your case and get your home back, or you get paid for your home where you can go live anywhere you want, then you don't feel like you've been cheated in life, like you've accomplished something. You can't make, when you win in court, just like it did in Hammond, Indiana, the man won his case. He came out of court, and the Homeowners Association attorney came out with us. He says, you're 100% correct on your website and your videos. I'm resigning today. And when he said that, My client, who was 76 years old, started laughing and couldn't stop until we got out to the car because he was so happy that he got to see them eat crow and admit everything that we did over the last several months was come to a fruition. He sold his house for what his asking price was, and he got out. He got his money. But then the homeowners association put a lien against his property and took $13,000 for attorney fees. Except anybody over the age of 75 that uses fictitious conveyance of language that activates a Title 29, Section 701 of the Disabilities Act for senior citizens carries a 10-year prison sentence and a $10,000 fine and a 400% payback for damages under Title 15, Section 1639A. So that $13,000 is not going to pay back $52,000, but a $10,000 fine and 10 years in prison for the homeowners association for using fraudulent conveyance of language against this man and forcing him to sell his house. That'll go in there next week. And it's all physical evidence, and they can't make that go away. And as a federal postal judge, I will issue the orders accordingly, and they can try and defeat it, but they won't, because you can't beat a parse syntax grammar lawsuit. Any questions?
I would like you to go back to the 2nd February 2000.
Okay.
If I understood correctly, if you had a mortgage prior to February 2nd, 2000, you sold a home, that your existing mortgage and your past mortgage could also be treated likewise.
You can sue only to that date. If you had a mortgage before the 2nd of February 2000, you cannot sue because the United States of America no longer existed, the Treasury no longer existed, money no longer existed, and it wasn't until the 2nd that the United States of America Corporation picked it up.
In 2007.
Well, then you were totally legitimate because you still were in possession of a mortgage after 2002. But I can only go back from and give you $87,400 a year from the 2nd of February to 1987 because that was your possessive time. That's what the law provides. So,
I accept that.
okay. And if you got a wife at home, she gets the same as you do. So, yes.
How do we catch up? Because already our children are being taught, and I graduated from college with a public relations degree, and I feel like a complete idiot after learning the technology. How do we catch our children up? Because right now it's being hidden. And all these
let them watch the videos. The kids get it. My grandson, he was 9 years old, and he sat on the remote control, and Grandpa shows up on the VHS TV. They were playing Nintendo. He says to my son, "Hey, turn that off. Grandpa's on TV." 6 hours later, they come upstairs for dinner after watching 6 hours of this presentation and said, they lied to us in school. They cheated us. Everything that they said is not what's happening. And they understood fully what went on. You know what?
That was my question. If you were to
38% of all children in the United States are homeschooled. 38%. 50% of all children over the age of 16 have quit high school.
Well, what would you suggest to do, like how to teach the kids, especially like elementary kids?
Okay, you have Phoenix University has a CD program for high school graduates under the what's that certificate you get? GED program, and you can test out. You can just go ahead and home study it and test out. But my son was in seventh grade, and he was having trouble in school, so I took him out of school and we went fishing for 10 days. I did 1 year of homework in 7 days.
But I'm talking about like in the beginning, elementary kids.
Right. You can take what they teach you in school today at that babysitting level is nothing compared to what you can learn on your own at home with the interface on the computer. And your brain is growing so fast as a young child. And a lot of people ask, how did I get all this information and specialize in 115 fields? Well, I was a third shift worker at night. being a welder, I had these big 330 cubic foot oxygen bottles sitting next to me. So I surmised if I jacked my brain to 25% oxygen, normally it would kill a person. But because I did it gradually and I increased my endurance, I lit up all my neurons in my brain with pure oxygen, even those that are normally asleep. And so I was reading and doing everything 10 times faster than a normal person. I would go into a course, take the book, read a 400-page book in 8 hours, absorb the whole thing, go in the next day and test out on those credits. That's where I acquired 535 college credits. I didn't get grades for them.
It also sounded, you were talking about your adrenal glands were removed. It sounds like
that was a malpractice.
Oh, right, I understand, but it's almost like you benefited and there were no negative effects. It's almost like we should go and. No, you'll die. Okay, first off, there's probably maybe 4 or 5 people of 400 million people of the United States that don't have adrenal glands and take supplements of some sort. I don't have that problem. My whole entire metabolism is a phenomenal thing. My heart stops all the time and my blood keeps pumping because I have caterpillar veins. My normal pulse is 25 beats per minute. My blood pressure is 110/70, and I'm 66 years old. I'm the ever-ready bunny that can go for months without sleep, or I can lay down and shut it down in a minute because I know how to do it. Once I acquire REM sleep for 10 minutes, I can wake up and do another 24 hours with no downtime. You got to understand what REM sleep is and how it functions with your body chemistry. You must acquire REM sleep at least a couple minutes a day to recharge this chemical in your body. It cannot be released unless you're in REM sleep. So when I lay down, I do not sleep. I just rest. I'm totally conscious, and I'm running programs through my head on all kinds of things because this is probably the easiest way to explain it. Normally, people wouldn't show you. Turn the camera off a second.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. Yeah, I'm ready. Okay. How much do you charge for a quantum trust?
$5.
$5 is a heck of a...
$5,000. They've been the same since 1990. It took us 12 years to write the first one.
Wow.
Of research. I mean, we're talking a team of 4 people working for 12 years to put together a single quantum trust of 38 pages.
But how do you use it if the banks don't recognize it?
Well, you can put your gold, silver, automobiles, holding. You cannot put trust, you cannot put land in any trust, fiction or fact, anywhere in the world, because the trust never dies. You have the Bishop's Trust in Hawaii, which controls the entire Hawaiian Islands, to prevent anybody from capturing the Hawaiian Islands because of its importance. That's the only exception that I'm aware of worldwide, and that's a $47 billion trust. And when Hawaii came out of bankruptcy, $47 billion in gold bullion was delivered to Hawaii from Switzerland to put it back into the treasury. And now you have the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Philippines fighting for control of who's going to be the governor of Hawaii. Even though I'm the elected king of Hawaii, they're fighting to see who's going to manage the banking in Hawaii. But they've got to get the banking correct, otherwise everyone that files a fictitious lawsuit for the money is guilty of bank fraud. And so I step in and stop it.
We have 3 trusts. I have heard that if you keep moving money from one trust to the other trust, back to the first trust, and they're holding and...
There are 45-day trust laws is what it's called. You're doing a 45-day rotation. So, but if you have all the banks do it to your mortgages every 45 days.
Oh, well.
That's why they're stealing homes.
Gotcha.
They do what with them?
They move them for every 45 days. Move them from one number. They just change the number on the trust and changes the whole value of the trust. 8 times 45 is 365.
Why can you not put property in a trust?
Trust never dies. You can put a house, but you can't put land in trust. And because all the land is alien, it's under corruption. And the only reason you don't plant rice in your backyard is because of the American military. Okay?
I don't understand that.
You don't understand planting rice in your backyard without a military?
Rice?
Rice, R-I-C-E, food.
Oh, yeah. Well, so if I use it for farming, I can put it in a trust.
Well, yes, you can put your crops in trust.
Okay.
Your harvest you can put in trust.
So,
your planting, your seeds, your management.
So if I'm using that land as a garden to produce food, then I can put it in a trust.
No, you can put the food you produce in trust.
Okay.
The management of the food in trust, but you can't put the land, the dirt in trust.
Right.
And what I want to tell you next is a military classified secret. You guys go through the metal detectors at the airports where they want to scan you.
Yeah.
Anybody know how big the heart timer is on your heart? It's that big. What they're doing is they're scanning the DNA of your heart timer. 4 years ago,
For what purpose?
4 years ago, you heard of 1 square mile of black birds falling out of the sky dead, 1 square mile of bats falling out of the sky dead, 1 square mile of carp dying in the Mississippi River, 1 square mile of cattle dying, dropping dead, 1 square mile of sheep dropping dead, insects of different species dropping dead in 1 square mile. We have 2 satellites that circle planet Earth. They're called zappers. What the zapper does is it kills the DNA of the heart timer. And now with the scanners at the airports, they've got 99% of the population of the world scanning their hearts. So if somebody wants to jump in a boat and come over here and invade America, they don't need an army. They just turn on the scanner and they stop the heart timer. End of war.
I have a question regarding Iceland and the Farsi
Okay.
and the BRICS. This all ties in. My question is related to the fact that Iceland was reset. But what I'm curious about is what you see, or what kind of plan may or may not have been put in place to educate the people regarding.
That was educating just the people who run Iceland at the top of the food chain. It was a surprise to everybody.
Changing things much.
Well, that's because the same way Bill Clinton got out of trouble by syntaxing the dollar bill, Iceland said, "Oh, you want to call the paparazzis in for the London Stock Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, and talk about mortgages and mortgage fraud and grammar and syntax and how big the syntax fraud is for 8,500 years and disrupt the powers to be, burn Switzerland and the post office of the United States." What's that?
Because everything is all connected.
It's all connected, yes. And so what they did is they went ahead and they said, if you threaten us, we're going to call the paparazzis in and blow the whistle on the entire planet. Then you can do damage control. You're not ready to do a reset yet because there's not enough educated people.
Right. I see. Okay. And so with regard to BRICS, is there any sort of
They're moving very fast.
set in place to educate people?
Yes, because they've been teaching our program on syntax and the syntax interface on all the languages in China since 2012, September 2012. They're getting enough educated people that they can make a difference on the planet. Russia, since 1997, has been trying to get me to come to the Supreme Court of Russia and do a 2-week presentation on Russian syntax and straighten all their contracts out.
But you've not.
Well, the State Department won't give me a visa to leave the country.
Because.
Yeah, because, I can talk on Skype, it's.
Sure.
But it's, I'm not trying to shake up anything more than necessary.
Right.
We're just educating people and letting them study. The information's free on the internet. And they're studying. I mean, I've got the numbers on my website. And when you log on to any of my programs, you're going to see how many hits I'm getting on AOL, Yahoo, Gmail, YouTube, and how many hundreds of millions of people have watched those videos. So the word is getting out there. So And if I get the write-in vote, I'm expecting 92% of the write-in vote get elected for the directors. And when that happens, we'll put up Nikola Tesla coils 6 feet in diameter on all wood telephone poles in the United States, which will give us 20 times more electricity, shut down all nuclear reactors and fired power plants. Hydrocarbons will cease to exist. And on February 6, 2015, Moscow went online with the Nikola Tesla coil to run the entire city of Moscow. Yes?
It's been asked, and I'll repeat the question to you and see what your answer is. Of the clients that you have, recently, what percentage or how many people have entered the mortgage or fraud type of case, and what's the percentage of success?
All of our cases are being held at the Treasury. Those are being paid out according to the Secretary General of the Treasury on a classified basis. I am not privy to because I'm the creator of the lawsuits. It's well known all over the planet. But I'm not on the claim side. I don't take anything off the backside from anybody. So I'm not part of that settlement. You have to have 2 forms of ID and your quo warranto complaint, and then sit down with the people to negotiate what your whistleblower cut is going to be of that $25 million.
But do you have feedback from your clients?
They're not allowed to talk about it. They have to sign a confidential agreement with the government, and if they do, in other words, if the people of the United States knew there was a $8 million payout for 65 million mortgages, people would stop commerce. They'd stop working. They would flood the Department of Justice because people are lazy and they're greedy and they're not educated, and so you're gonna, that's a give. You see it all the time. So they're trying to control. It's a very delicate balance, and I've been given the charge of maintaining that balance, educating groups like this, and monitoring the website, making sure that there's no derogatory remarks, and not disrupting. Even the IRS called me and says, "You're a tax protester." I says, "Oh, how's that possible? You told people to pay their taxes with the correct parsing, syntax, grammar." He says, "Yeah, that's true. I did." "Well, we don't have any correct grammar." I says, "Well, thanks for the confession of perjury." "Our supervisors put us up to this. You're not going to prosecute us, are you?" I'm going, "Well, I don't have a prison to put you in, otherwise I would, but somebody else will do that for me."
David, you also might want to mention that those who who are attending here today, that if they do decide to,
yeah, you get your $200 back for the seminar, as well as the books. I don't know if I got any up here. And the books are $200 if you want those. I think they've only got about 12 of them back there. So.
The 3-page document that we need, are we going to have to order it from you? Do you have
No. Just send me email. I send it over to you in a minute. Okay. It's just an attachment. I correspond with everybody with emails. That way you got hard copies. There's no misunderstandings. You know exactly what I'm doing. I wouldn't be able to stand up here after 2,500 seminars. The world trusts me. And I've always been honorable to all my clients. And you go anywhere and you say my name, the people give you keys to their house because they know you can't lie to them. Yes?
I wanted to ask a question about properties that have been foreclosed and then the people receive 1099 from the bank.
Okay, you're going to get hit with a 1099 for the profit. Let's say you bought a house and it was $750,000, and your house now sold for $400,000. Well, there's a $375,000 1099 profit that you didn't pay state or federal taxes on.
I have one for $500,000.
Okay, for $500,000. So the IRS is going to come after you with a 1099, and you're going to go back to that's a good question too. And you're going to go back to the IRS and say, "I'm suing you to give you my state and federal taxes with the correct parsing, syntax, grammar for the avoidance of perjury and false and misleading statements. Everything on the back of my business card now applies. Can you show me the law, rule, regulation, and code that doesn't break all these 13 laws on the back of my business card?" They're going to say, "Well, no, we don't have anything. But you owe us that money." Going like, "What contract did I sign to gave you permission to ask that money from me? What contract are you in possession of that has correct grammar? What authorization of the United States Treasury do you have with correct grammar? Or the post office with correct grammar that says you can talk to me in that manner? Who are you people? And even the IRS came back this year and said there's 371,000 fraudulent IRS collectors in the United States. I have a 1,200 encrypted Social Security number because I've had 8 people last year file tax returns on my Social Security number in 8 different states. So they don't listen to anybody. They know who I am. Everybody knows who I am. I'm probably more popular than the President of the United States. So they gave me a 1,200 encrypted security number. See, and then I get protected because they make $8 trillion a year off of me. You know, they only get $500 billion from you people. So they don't even need taxes from you guys. They could zero out the whole thing. I could still make them $8 trillion a year without batting an eyelash. So I built my whole real estate company for 26 years off the IRS. They were my finance banker. Remember you going, you went in the business with those people? And he says, yeah, and they really love me. Yeah.
I'm in current need of a mortgage.
Okay.
But I realize the trickery and the fraud that's involved in getting one. What is the alternative, or is there?
If you need a mortgage to buy a house, you can do a land contract with the person that's selling it to you. If they don't have a mortgage themselves, you can enter into a land contract. I did that to get my real estate started. You can do rehabs. Houses were given to the city. You can go down to the city and say, what's the story on all these houses you're sitting on that are vacant? You can get them for 10 cents on a dollar, 5 cents on a dollar. And you contact the colleges and the high schools, and you got 17, 18-year-old kids that'll come forward and work for you for $10 an hour, cash in pocket. And you can get a whole house turned over in 2 weeks.
And then the first time you flush the toilet, it'll break. It'll explode.
No, I'm a licensed plumber, electrician, carpenter, master mason for pouring concrete, master finisher. Oh yeah, well, I teach people how to be responsible, how to do landscaping, how to pour concrete, how to do all these things. I've been a teacher for 40 years. So when I started my real estate company, I got all the kids in my neighborhood, the gangs, I got all the gangs together. I said, who wants to go to work for me? And the gangs went to work for me to rebuild my 8-family apartment building and landscape my properties. And for the next 20 years I had those buildings, the kids protected my property. I had a Corvette parked outside my house for 20 years and nobody touched it. Nobody trespassed. Nobody tried to rob me. I even had a gang from another area come into my house and they were going to try and throw me out on the street. Well, when the other gangs in the neighborhood saw that somebody was bothering David, they all showed up in force. We never saw those gangs again. They never came around again. I'm protected on all my properties, even where I live now. I educated all the kids on my block how to do landscaping, how to work with carpentry, how to pour concrete, how to do plumbing and electrical. And every one of them grew up and went out into the building trades and make a nice living today. One guy owns 35 houses because of what I taught him at the age of 17. And he's 33 years old now. So, put a little bit into your community of the kids and they're going to come back and watch out for you when you're not there. And I'm gone traveling all the time. I was in Hawaii for 3 years. I had my kids watch my house, but the neighbors watched it too. And anytime there was any suspicious, anything going on at my house, my phone rang because my neighbors called me and told me something's going on over there. It shouldn't be happening. So I'd make a few phone calls and we'd get it all straightened out. But I take care of all the people in my neighborhood. Know I'm a federal judge. I put a sign out in front of my door. If you got a legal problem, you come see me. And they all get free legal advice. So everybody watches out for me in my neighborhood. Can't beat having a federal judge in your back pocket. And those of you who have been with me a long time, and have been studying and calling me, asking me questions, and that I don't give you bullshit on the phone. I answer your questions. I gave you chapter and verse, and I satisfy your questions because that's the way I do it.
Like MacGyver meets Perry Mason.
Something like that. I always have duct tape and super glue with me. Yes.
When we signed in, we wrote down our email addresses.
Yeah?
Does that mean that you're going to send us these forms?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
So that you can take a look at them and see what you like. Any more questions?
If someone has several mortgages, I mean, does it matter if the mortgage was $400,000 or $1 million?
It's the same amount of work.
Yeah.
Even a $10,000 mortgage is the same amount of work. Or a mortgage that you've already gotten rid of or don't own, same amount of work.
So if we wanted you to file a lawsuit, it would make a difference when you select it? Or should we send them all and go, whichever one you choose?
All things are negotiable. Once you see your first one done, you can work on it yourself. Or if you want me to get involved, and we can always negotiate. Okay? Now one of the things that happened to me as a result of losing my kidney and my endorphins is having my endorphins jacked to 60 times over normal, is both of my brains are fused together. I only have one brain, not two. So because of that, I see everything left and right simultaneously. I can write. Frontwards. I can write backwards. Or I can, a little bit, here I gotta be standing up.
What in the world? Look at that.
It's not really there. You didn't really write that.
Well, it's so just I can see backwards. When I read documents, I read forwards, like from left to right, but I syntax from right to left and number codes at 400 words a second. You give me a 6-inch document and you give me 5 minutes to read it, I'll get it done. And you can ask me questions as I go through it.